modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. Hebno.
Αυτή τη σεζόν εσύ κερδίζεις. Τα αγαπημένα σου σπορ και οι οργανώσεις είναι όλα στη Νέο. Δες τα κανάλια Nova Sports και Κοσμοτέ Sport μόνο με 21€ το μήνα επιπλέον. Μαζί με παγκόσμιες πρεμιέρες των καναλιών Nova Cinema και τα περισσότερα κανάλια για παιδιά. Από αυτή τη σεζόν τα έχεις όλα με τη Nova, τον απόλυτο αθλητικό προορισμό.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores and retailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στη Δεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτή την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
digitalized. With smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile. For the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services.
Test A. Κονσόλα στο 1, 2, τεστ, 1, 2, τεστ. 1, 2. Τεστ, 1, 2, τεστ. Συνέχεια. Σας βρήκαμε. Όχι. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Τεστ. Τεστ.
Online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and retailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops. 4 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτή την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
being modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. Hedno.
Αυτή τη σεζόν εσύ κερδίζεις. Τα αγαπημένα σου σπορ και διοργανώσεις είναι όλα στη Νέο. Δες τα σπορ μόνο με 21€ το μήνα επιπλέον, μαζί με παγκόσμιες πρεμιέρες των καναλιών Nova Cinema και τα περισσότερα κανάλια για παιδιά. Από αυτή τη σεζόν τα έχεις όλα με τη Nova, τον απόλυτο αθλητικό προορισμό.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and retailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στη Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτή την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
Forward to seeing more of these Invipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. Hebno.
Από αυτή τη σεζόν, εσύ κερδίζεις. Τα αγαπημένα σου σπορ και διοργανώσεις είναι όλα στη Νέον. Δες τα κανάλια Nova Sports και Κοσμοτέ Sport μόνο με 21 ευρώ το μήνα επιπλέον, μαζί με παγκόσμιες πρεμιέρες των καναλιών Nova Cinema και τα περισσότερα κανάλια για παιδιά. Από αυτή τη σεζόν τα έχεις όλα με τη Nova, τον απόλυτο αθλητικό προορισμό.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and retailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this, the fourth Thessaloniki Metropolitan Summit. 4 times we've done this. Every time, every year it's better. I'll leave you to judge whether we achieve that standard this year. But I'm confident because we've got a fantastic lineup. While everybody comes in and joins us in the room, I'll just give some introductory thoughts on the layout of the land as I see it globally and regionally We'll stop off for some thoughts about Greece and about the UK along the way, and then we'll get our fellow guests up. So the first thing to say, I think, is that the global economy in broad terms is in a fairly comfortable place, which might have surprised a few of us a year or 2 years ago. Things look a little better than we feared they might. And we find ourselves enjoying a landing that's certainly bumpy, but recession-free, which is a good result. And that's largely thanks to actions taken by central banks over the past couple of years. As is so often the case, the insatiable American consumer has kept the US economy humming along and supporting the domestic economy as well as global demand. Asia remains the fastest growing region, but India is taking over as the main dynamo there. China, which has done the heavy lifting in recent decades, is now in a slowing phase and faces quite serious challenges over the coming years. Growth in Europe is patchy, with some countries doing far better than others. Germany is reaching for a new growth model in the wake of the rupture in its relations with Russia, its chief energy supplier. Greece, happily, is doing far better and reaping the rewards of a period of coherent policymaking and consistent management. I'm forecasting growth of just under 2.5% this year and just over that for next year, a percentage point or so above the average for the euro area. And I expect this trend to last for a few more years. However, I should point out that GDP per head in Greece, in real terms and at purchasing power parity, is yet to recover its levels of 2007 before the crisis hit. In the UK, we're enjoying a period of relative political stability after what's been a turbulent few years. The government of Sir Keir Starmer is front-loading fiscal measures needed to get the public finances on a more solid foundation rather than chasing popularity. The government is also declining to fuel the culture war fervour that was such an obsession of its predecessor. These questions obviously won't go away, but the government isn't weaponising them in the service of its own narrow interests, which I find encouraging. Finally, the damage inflicted by Britain's departure from the EU has been limited, while Britons in general are increasingly favourable towards a closer and more rational relationship with the bloc. And we have a government in place that's willing to negotiate on a pragmatic basis to help make that happen. But beyond this fairly benign international picture, there are serious uncertainties facing the globe and this region. First, wars. The Ukraine war grinds on with no prospect of peace in the short term. The scales gradually seem to be tilting in Russia's favour. But the cost to Russia's long-term economic prospects is high. In the Middle East, Israel's response to the incursion by Hamas in October last year continues too. The risk of a wider conflict, bringing with it major disruption to regional security and to global supply chains, is low, I think, but not negligible. Wars elsewhere, such as in Sudan, for example, attract less attention, but have similar potential for disruption. The next threat to the benign economic picture is the developing superpower competition between the US and its Western allies, and China and a still nascent group of nations attracted by its governance model and its deep pockets. The return of nationalistic industrial policy, euphemistically called de-risking, and the threat of protectionist trade measures threaten to undermine global growth in the coming years. Finally, since it's only 2 months away, I should mention the other big uncertainty overhanging global prospects, and that's the election in the US. The pendulum has swung a couple of times in the campaign so far, and at this distance, the outcome is too close to call. Key areas to watch, though, are whether the Democrats can convert the momentum they gained with the change of candidate from Biden to Harris into a lasting and significant lead in the handful of swing states that really matter. The second is what measure, should he lose out on voting day, Donald Trump will take to try to change the outcome. We're used to undecisive elections in Europe, and many countries are equipped to carry on with the daily functions of administration, even in the absence of a government. That would be new for the US, and once again, the potential for disruption to the global economy is substantial. So I think that's enough for us to worry about for the rest of the day. It's certainly plenty for us to discuss, debate, and explore over the sessions that we have lined up ahead of us for today. But before we move on to those, I'd like to invite up onto the stage Fotis Kolias, who's the director at Power Game, who are our partners. We're very grateful to them for helping us put on this event. Come up, please.
Τώρα φαντάζομαι δεν περιμένετε να ακούσετε πολλά από μένα, τα είπε νομίζω.
I don't think you need to hear more from me. We have started this conference in a different world. We didn't have a war in Europe, neither a crisis we experience now in Middle East, and far right that threatens political status in Europe. We didn't have polarized elections. I would like to thank you all for being here. Alistair described eloquently the situation globally, and we will have further discussions during the day. Thank you very much.
Fotis, lovely to have you back with us again this year. So we now have opening remarks from Konstantinos Gioulekas, who is the Deputy Minister of Interior responsible for Macedonia, Thrace, here in Greece. Please come and join us. Lovely to see you. Thanks very much. Please take the stage.
Καλημέρα κυρίες και κύριοι.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Καλημέρα κυρίες και κύριοι. Καλώς ορίσατε στην χώρα μας.
Χαίρομαι ιδιαίτερα γιατί
I'm particularly glad because here in Thessaloniki, where back in history we're talking about decades of lost opportunities. Today, both opportunities and prospects have been multiplied. The reason I'm saying that is because right here we're organizing the 4th summit of the economist, which is a very significant initiative that we really needed, not to boost our ego, but in order to gather here friends, representatives of different bodies, to co-decide about our common future. You know, here in Thessaloniki, and the reason why I'm saying that is I'm addressing mostly to our foreign guests coming from different countries. So here in Thessaloniki, we tend to say that okay, when we wake up, we have the privilege to look at the Olympus mountain from one side, and from the other side, we have peoples from the northern neighboring countries, friendly countries. So all this creates both opportunities and prospects. This means, and we believe in the strength that we have in order to move ahead in cooperation with the other people and the other countries. So we're here in Greece, which is in the center of two wars, and the previous speaker described the current situation. So we have the war in Ukraine and in the Middle East, and Greece is right in the middle. Greece is an islet of solidarity, of stability, and I'm saying that because it's very important to get credits and to get certificates, credits from friends, from foreign investors in a very difficult period for the whole region. So the fact that more and more investors choose to invest in Greece means automatically that they consider that Greece is a place where they can do such investments. So as regards northern Greece and Macedonian Thrace in particular, we believe that, and what actually we consider to be our advantage, comparative advantage, is that this region has many more opportunities than in the past for growth. So it's not just Macedonian Thrace, two regions of the country. In the past, Macedonian Thrace, Epirus, northern Greece were actually considered as remote countries because in the north we had the Eastern Bloc countries bordering these Greek areas, with which Greece had no or little relations. So this was a comparative disadvantage because you shouldn't forget that 75 kilometers from Thessaloniki, we have borders with our neighboring countries. So what in the past led northern Greece to the fate of being a remote area, an isolated and cut-off area, when, of course, back then, of course, there were two different worlds, of course. So in the last decades, this was converted into a comparative advantage. Therefore, with all the changes in the decade of the 90s, the borders opened up, and of course, these countries started creating prospects of cooperation, and Greece and Macedonian Thrace in particular were the first ones to enjoy this opportunity. So this opportunity lying in southeastern Europe offers a very important advantage, geopolitical advantage in Macedonian Thrace. That's why we say that it's not just two regions, two Greek regions. And of course, I'm talking about this only because my portfolio focuses on this region. So it's not just our vision, it's not just our pursuit, our quest. I'm saying that because it's a national objective, at least under the government of Mr. Mitsotakis, that the prospects for growth in northern Greece, Macedonian Thrace. Just imagine that the distance between Thessaloniki and Sofia is a 2.5 or 3 hours drive. A little bit more to go to Constantinople, Istanbul, or the other capitals of southeastern countries. So in the center of all these, we have Thessaloniki, Macedonian Thrace. So the importance of our regions is that it is a gate between the east and the west, between Asia and Europe. It is a gate to the large European family of the 27 member states. Therefore, with a very concrete project, we're moving ahead to the growth of northern Greece. How we want this place to grow. Okay, after the last reform about the private universities in Greece, because, okay, of course, there have been obstacles all these years that hindered the operation of private universities. But today, Macedonian Thrace are considered to be an ideal place in order to establish an education hub, because the largest university of the Balkans, not only of Greece, but the Balkans, that is the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, is right here. And together with this, we also have the second university, the Macedonian University, and we also have the International University. And together with all the universities of northern Greece, Greece can be an education hub, but of course not only that. It can also become a civilization hub, along the northern Greece, there are archaeological sites. Okay, I referred to the Olympus mountain, which is closely related to the antiquity and the mythology. But there's also Amphitrite, there is Dodoni, there are Philippi, so many places that can make Macedonian Thrace not only an educational hub, but also a civilization hub. So that's about our comparative advantages, of course, along with the vicinity that we have with the neighboring countries. Of course, I have nothing against all these countries. On the contrary, we want to have a friendly, amicable relations with all this. But instead of having our children going to neighboring countries to study, we can bring young people from all these countries to come and study here in Greece. So this is a policy that the Greek government believes in and invests on this. So I'd like to tell you also that there are some other unique opportunities lying ahead. This bridge between East and West, between Asia and Europe, goes through Egnatia Highway, which links this huge immense economical, geographical zones. So together with Egnatia Highway, together with the big ports of northern Greece, that is Alexandroupolis, Kavala, and Thessaloniki port, which is the second largest one in Greece, and of course with a railway network linking these areas, we can distribute assets to Central Europe much faster than the current route they're using right now through Gibraltar. So all these are comparative advantages that can convert Thessaloniki as a transit hub of assets and goods. To conclude, I'd like to say that what we can consider to be a third axis of prospects and growth is to make our country, our region, an innovation hub. And the reason why I'm saying that is because many large companies like Pfizer, Microsoft, Deutsche Telekom, and so many others, Deloitte, etc., invested in Thessaloniki in northern Greece precisely because they considered that the advantages offered by this region are advantages that can render Thessaloniki very important hub for their activities, not only for their activities here in Greece, but for their activities in the broader area of Southeastern Europe. So this is our vision, and of course it lies on specific policies and strategies that the government of Mr. Mitsotakis promotes in a very dynamic way in order to catch up with the lost opportunities of the last decades. We are determined to move ahead. We need a cooperation with you, and we need continuous communication with you. So thank you. I would like to thank The Economist for giving us the opportunity to communicate. I'm very happy because we're actually declaring the opening of the works of this second day.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. That was a beautiful setting of the scene for us, for the region. And I'd now like to invite up the mayor of this wonderful city to anchor us here in Thessaloniki, Stelios Angeloudis. Stelios, please come and join us. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Please take the stage.
Thank you. Dear members, dear visitors, welcome to Thessaloniki. Mr. Ambassador, my friend George, welcome. Κυρίες και κύριοι,
Ladies and gentlemen, holding the fourth Thessaloniki Metropolitan Summit with the presence of reputable and renowned rapporteurs once again confirms the leading pivotal role of Thessaloniki in international developments. In a rather fluid, constantly changing geopolitical environment where security order in Europe has been violently overthrown after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Thessaloniki once again underlines its strategic role and at the same time highlights the new challenges and prospects. In this new landscape that has been formed, the position of our country as a pillar of stability, peace and security in this sensitive region of the world is highlighted. Also, the top geopolitical and geostrategic importance of the city as an energy, transit and tourist hub. In this framework, Thessaloniki redefines its position in the world, exploring the most important variable to complete the major infrastructure projects. We are a new authority, and we in Thessaloniki, and we have a vision for Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki, we envision, turns towards the sea and draws momentum from its leading development spot, the port. At the same time, it looks towards the southeastern Europe. In this context, infrastructure like PATHE, the main road leading us to the Balkans, and the railway corridor will contribute to the promotion of exports, the support of local entrepreneurship, combined transport promotion, and at the same time Thessaloniki will re-establish its metropolitan role not only in Greece but in the wider area. Learning from its background and heritage, and Thessaloniki reinforces its relationship with the adjacent countries and cities. In this framework, we have already identified openness visits to all adjacent countries, starting from Istanbul, Constantinople next week, continuing with Sofia, and concluding our visits in spring. If you ask me how we envision the day after the development and growth of Thessaloniki, I would say that the first target, a personal one, and the new local government is to have an intervention that will make the city brighter, friendlier to the citizens and investors and tourists, so as all of them to have the framework needed in order to enjoy and invest in this city. We see the development of this city based on 3 pillars, and I heard earlier the Deputy Minister referring to these 2 pillars out of 3 without having a discussion earlier. How we envision our city the day after. The city is sure that can and needs to support its growth in 3 pillars. First is innovation. The sustainability of the city depends on innovation, and it is open to it. It's not only big universities, the zone of innovation and innovation and initiatives we take as a municipality for the creation of a new innovation environment that will bring the best of the rest of the world. It is an environment, believe me, that can attract in innovation the state of the art globally. The second pillar has to do with the advantage of geopolitical position, taking advantage of its geopolitical position. Recently, before becoming a mayor, I worked as a CEO in the port of Thessaloniki. Combined transport with the port of Thessaloniki in the center of this effort and simultaneously with the growth of logistics necessary can very soon create a new environment in Thessaloniki, taking advantage of this developmental impetus. And finally, tourism. We are here to support all efforts of investment interest that will reintroduce the identity of the city, create a new tourist product, a product that I am convinced that the city can serve in the best way. This city can become a European in city breaks and attract tens of thousands of visitors. A city with a background of 2,500 years, with monuments that can cover the interest of all visitors, and at the same time an environment that promotes not only its cultural identity but the wider natural beauty of the areas around Thessaloniki. So innovation, transport and tourism, that is how we see the growth and development of the city, and that is what we work for. With these thoughts, I would like to thank you once again for your presence and organizing this conference in Thessaloniki. I'm sure that you will enjoy your stay in Thessaloniki. We say we have the most beautiful city in Greece. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. So I endorse every word that we heard there from the Mayor. Let's move on then to our first full session for the morning. We're going to broaden out and look at one of the most essential relationships for Greece and for the region as a whole, and that is with the United States. And to help us do it in the most diplomatic way possible, we have 4 ambassadors from the region who I'm very pleased to welcome up onto the stage to join me. First of all, George Sounis, who's the US Ambassador to Greece, Christopher Hale, US Ambassador to Serbia, Angela Aguilar, US Ambassador to North Macedonia, and Julie Davis Fisher, US Ambassador to Cyprus. Please come and join me on the stage. And as a commentator, I'll let you milk the applause for a second or two before we introduce our final...
brief second.
Just a brief second. Well, there wasn't a great deal of applause, let's be honest. Tassos Hatzivassilou, who is the MP for the Hellenic Parliament and the International Secretary of the Nea Demokratia Party. Welcome. You may have to move up a bit. Okay. George, thanks very much.
Some specific order? Or?
No specific order.
Okay. Come on, Chris.
It's a free-for-all. Okay, so Southeast Europe, strengthening ties in the midst of geopolitical turmoil. I am going to waste a second or two by asking you all to be as brief as possible with your introductory words.
You put this many ambassadors on a panel. And
I know. That's why I'm willing to give up 5 seconds to see if I can gain 3 or 4. Let's start with you, George, US Ambassador to Greece. Just give us your opening remarks, please.
Look, I want to thank you. I want to thank The Economist for convening us this morning. You know, this is a very important topic. It's important dialogue. There are challenges in the region. I mean, these challenges were exacerbated in early 22 when a European nation was invaded. And, you know, there are those who think that they can change borders by force. And, you know, the very security architecture that we have enjoyed over the last 8 decades is at risk. I think that Europe has woken up to the fact that we can no longer enjoy this peace dividend that emerged in the early 1990s, and that the United States is essential in not only NATO and European security, but global security. The United States understands that role fully. We are not going anywhere. I have heard concerns that we will not respect Article 5, we will pull away from Europe, we will pull away from NATO. That has not happened. Recent history over the last decade has shown that has not happened, and that will not happen. We understand our place in the world. We understand that we are the very pillar and defender of democracy, but we also understand and acknowledge that that work must be done in cooperation with all of our allies, that the transatlantic relationship is essential. Now, some of the work that we need to do is connectivity. Energy security is global, national, international security. It's important that we deleverage Gazprom, we get Russia off of Europe's neck, that we provide alternatives. The vertical corridor, the interconnectors in which Greece plays a central role is incredibly important. We need to make sure that there is alternative points of logistics, connectivity, which everything from data centers to roads, ports, that we interconnect railroads, electricity interconnection, energy interconnection, and that there's a high level of cooperation amongst the U.S. and its allies. And we need to make real, and I want to say this, and I want to be quoted because I'm going to be a little provocative here. We have failed the Balkans. We have overpromised and underdelivered. We spoke about rapid EU ascension. We spoke about putting them all into NATO. We talked about investment, and we have not delivered. And then we wonder why they're being undermined by Russia. So, you know, we need to get serious about Balkan integration into Europe, and we need to make sure that we have a long-term strategy to make sure that all nations and all peoples completely understand that their brightest future, their most democratic future, a future full of not only values and principles, but opportunities and possibilities, are with being in a transatlantic relationship, one that is centered about the relationship with the US, NATO, and the EU.
Thanks very much. You finished in the green, which is a plus. You get bonus points for that.
You can hold that time for later.
Christopher, I'd like to come to you because of that phrase, very striking phrase that we heard there from George. We have failed the Balkans. How does it feel from Serbia?
Well, rather than talk about, I'm not going to talk about failures here, but I will talk about maybe some missed opportunities, and certainly about the fact that the region has failed, if you will, to develop in a way that sharpens the choice for Western institutions. You know, I had left the region. I went to other parts of the world. I came back 25 years later, and I was a little surprised that it appears that many people's clocks had stopped. They still think it's 1999. It's not. All the countries have changed rather substantially, and I think we need to understand the reality of where countries are today. It is astounding to me to be in Serbia and to hear commentary to the effect that Milosevic is still pulling strings. He's not. In fact, it was rather odd to hear people say, well, Milosevic even was able to get out of the International Criminal Court. He died in prison. I think that kind of sums it up for him. So the question is, what is Serbia doing now? And I would say it's making a lot of progress on its economy. And, you know, a lot of people don't put that up there first, but it belongs there. I mean, Serbia has got a very successful economy. They're looking to have more relationships, and the relationships are all westward. There's a lot of talk about Serbia as some kind of outpost of Putin's Russia. In fact, if you look at the totality of what Serbia is doing with Ukraine, if you look at the assistance Serbia has given to Ukraine, it's really getting up there among the leaders in that regard. And I think it's because Serbia not only wants to align with the West with respect to Ukraine, but they see it in their own interests. The European Union, because of the deepening structure of the European Union, expects this alignment. And not surprisingly, you go to Serbia as a repository of Tito's non-alignment. They have trouble kind of accepting this full alignment. But with respect to Ukraine, which is the issue that we all will be judged, whether it's 100 years from now or 200 years from now, we will be talking, the people will be talking about what we all did at this critical moment during this hideous war that Russia perpetrated upon Europe. And so I think Serbia has done okay in that. Where Serbia needs to do some work, there are a number of places it needs to work, but the tone with some of the other Balkan countries needs to improve. That said, you know, ever since the Congress of Berlin in 1878, countries in the Balkans have kind of picked their favorite at the time great power, now international community, to sort of tattletale on the others. And frankly speaking, there needs to be a much more serious dialogue between the countries of the Balkans. So to be an American and be told, whoa, he picked on me in the playground, could you say something about him? No, you go say something about him. So there needs to be kind of an adult approach to regional cooperation. I think one of the historical developments, and I know Greece has had its issues with Albania even of late, but one of the historical developments is the Prime Minister of Albania has a pretty good relationship with the President of Serbia. You would have to go back centuries to find a situation like that. That is worth working on. And I think too often there's a sense that somehow, you know, we look at where the glass is half full, or half empty rather, or 3/4 empty, and we say, do this, do that. And, you know, there's a point at which we need to choose what it is we really need countries to do, and we are not appointed as the school, you know, assistant principal yelling at countries that are out of line. We need to work with these countries in a much better way. And by the way, we need to do a lot more listening than talking. So where we are with the Balkans, I think there's definite, they're in the right direction. The European Union has correctly talked about opening up the membership. You know, like most American diplomats, I recommend everyone to be a member of the European Union, except we're not in the European Union, and it's up to the European Union to do this. But I think the European Union is struggling on the right path. I think the countries of the region are working on the right path, and what we ought to do is pay more attention to it and make sure that at the end of the day, we don't have a Russia that is able to backfill when these countries get frustrated with us.
Thank you. In one sentence, Kosovo.
The problem, Kosovo for Serbia is a big problem. It is not as though there is a prospect of bringing Kosovo back to Serbia. That prospect doesn't exist. At least half the countries in the world recognize Kosovo. Most of the countries in the European Union recognize Kosovo. There needs to be a normalized relationship. Again, the European Union, I think, has done the right thing in approaching normalization. Normalization is a precursor to any kind of establishment of relations, or in Serbia's case, to somehow recognize Kosovo. But again, I think tone matters. And I think if normalization involves dialogues, whether track 2 or track 2.5, or, I mean, there needs to be more conversations there, and an understanding that what happened in 1999 is a long time ago. If you look at 2024 to 1999, that would be as if World War II was still being discussed in 1970. And I think people need to understand that it's time to consider what the objective circumstances are in the region, and I hope that can be done with respect to the Kosovo dialogue.
Okay, that is one sentence, but not using the economist
It's a long
style
sentence, but you know, it's my profession.
Wonderful. Angela, we've heard about the importance of not just the relationship with the United States, but the cohesion in this region if we're to get the kind of smooth policy making we need. How does that look in North Macedonia at the moment?
Well, first of all, thank you for including me. It's great to be here. It is great to be here with 3 colleagues and dear friends. And the great thing about being on a panel with George Sunis and Chris Hill is that they've already said most of what I wanted to say. And so that's very helpful. I think it's fair to say that in North Macedonia, a country which believes itself to have been in the waiting room, as they call it, for the EU, and this is demonstrably true, longer than any other country ever has to begin the accession process, that Euroscepticism has moved to, I think, Euro rancor. And that there is enormous skepticism that there actually is a path forward, that no matter what they achieve, there will always be another goalpost that has been moved. And as we talk about regional cohesion, prosperity, solidarity, Ambassador Tsounis touched on so many of these regional, whether it's the interconnector, these issues that are so critically important to the region and beyond, and frankly to the transatlantic relationship, that are crucial for all of us. And so that is certainly something that we continue to focus on, even as we see the struggle that continues. I will say that as we look at cohesion and security, that they have proven themselves to be very important allies within NATO. And they immediately stepped up, very quickly met the 2%, and were the 4th highest per capita contributor to assistance to Ukraine in the last couple of years. And so they are willing, and they are able, and they wish to be important partners, including with the European Union. They are behaving and trying to make some of the critical reforms, which they must do, in order to be a real player and within the region and beyond. And we hope to see that the wish for broader inclusion continues, and that desire is not something which is just sort of a verbal assurance, do the following and we promise, that we will actually see results on that. because I think we have seen they can be an important partner.
Does that rancor extend to neighbors in the region?
You know, it's a fascinating relationship with Greece, as many in this room understand very, very well. It is not rancor. It is the kind of relationship I think you have with, it's almost like a family dynamic, because there are so many close relationships between North Macedonia and Greece. And every summer, 3/4 of the country packs their cars and comes down to the Fingers or Thessaloniki for summer vacation. And so the relationship there, and this is where it gets to I think the economic, the energy front, these sorts of relationships where Greece has proven itself after the Prespa agreement to be a real friend, a true supporter. We have hit up against some challenges with the new government, as everyone is keenly aware, but it is a real challenge in working the dynamic of the veto. And I was very pleased to hear the foreign minister say yesterday that this process shouldn't be, perhaps, a single veto process, but indeed a more thoughtful, consultative process. That would be great. That would be great, and that would allow the kind of connectivity that's based in energy and economy to actually take place. Looking again at NATO, we need Quarter 8, we need Quarter 10, we need to be able to move energy. We need to move away from the 100% reliance that North Macedonia has on Russian gas right now. And the answer is regional collaboration.
Julie, Cyprus is a byword for division, but let's not linger on that for the moment. Let's think about Cyprus in this context, in the context of regional integration, the part that the region needs to play in wider integration, the relationship with the US. How have things changed in Cyprus? How do things look from there?
Thanks very much. And for me, it's also a real pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here in Thessaloniki. It's always a pleasure to join my colleagues. Ambassador Sunas is always so wonderful about inviting us to join him because, you know, I think, you know, what you rightly point to is just how important the region is, right? It is impossible to escape the regional dynamics here. For Cyprus, you know, a country that, you know, President Christodoulides is the first one to talk about Cyprus's view of the Middle East, its frontline view of the conflict ongoing between Israel and Gaza. Cyprus's role in supporting civilian evacuation, civilian resilience, the work that we are doing between the United States of America and Cyprus to build a much stronger, broader, deeper bilateral relationship. We couldn't be doing these things without a partner, right? And so, you know, if we think about how to move Cyprus from a byword for division, and we think about how it is that Cyprus brings people together. Right now, there are dozens of countries that are working together in Larnaca who are preparing for the potential to evacuate their citizens out of Lebanon. We cannot do it without Cyprus. We've had the United States, the European Union, the United Nations, and others working tirelessly to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza via Cyprus, right? Cyprus's relationship both with Israel and the Arab world were critical in this respect. So in all of the ways that Cyprus is bringing people together right now, what we need to, going back to exactly where we started, which is energy security as national security, this is where there's an incredible vulnerability in Cyprus, right? Cyprus stands alone in terms of its electricity connection, and it's in a very precarious place. And so now is the time to be thinking about not just the euros and the euro cents involved in things like the Great Sea Interconnector, but thinking about the geopolitics around this kind of a project, how important it is to see Cyprus connected to Europe via this opportunity, and to recognize, right? Cyprus, I think, has struggled for quite some time with major projects, major energy projects in particular. And we can point towards a successive series of leaders who have been involved in these questions. So now is the time to get it right, because these opportunities will pass by and Cyprus will get left behind. We've talked a bit about seams that adversaries exploit. There's the positive side of what a sustainable electrical connection will offer to Cyprus, the ability to bring more tech talent, the ability to attract those that are developing AI and other kinds of technologies. They need that reliable, sustainable electricity connection. Cyprus has a burgeoning tech industry for a lot of reasons that have to do with some of the regional dynamics. But they're not going to be able to attract that without the reliability of the electricity grid. And the challenge is how to bring everybody along, right? And that's not the challenge for the United States. This isn't our project. This isn't American companies. For the United States, what's in it for us is we're looking to ensure stability and security in a region where there is not enough of it, right? Cyprus is such an important partner for us as we think about the Eastern Mediterranean. And so shoring up the security of this supply it is important for Cyprus. It is important for the citizens of Cyprus. And again, I can only stress that now is the time, because should this opportunity pass, it will be very difficult to see it come back again. And there is Cyprus left burning mazout and working on its green transition, but not there yet in terms of being able to produce what the country needs.
Excellent. Tassos, we've heard from the ambassadors a view of the importance of the region, a little bit on Greece's role there. But can you give us your thoughts, bring it back to Greece? I know you're a local, so you can bring it right back to this region and this area. How do things look from the Greek perspective?
First of all, allow me to speak in Greek in this statement because we're in Thessaloniki. Thank you very much.
I have heard with great attention the diplomats. Unfortunately, in our country, we have two wars with Russia invasion in Ukraine and in Middle East. That means that the years of innocence have long gone. We have a lot of challenges ahead. But if we see the attitude and behavior of the various countries in the region, you will easily understand that Greece is a real pillar of stability, a beacon of democracy. If we compare the attitude of our country with other adjacent countries' behavior in the region, and we cannot only say that Greece is the oldest EU and NATO member in the neighborhood. We take a step beyond that, and we consistently prove that in practice we are a security provider that in an area that consumes a lot of security. Our country plays a pivotal role in Southeastern Europe that makes it quite special. In the years before Europe, which I do support, but Europe has made a lot of mistakes in the Balkans. For more than a decade, we have left the region in its own luck, even though we had a lot of peoples in the Balkans believing in the European vision. So Europe did not deliver a lot of what it has promised. That means that younger generations in the past decade were left in the hands of corrupt governments, and that European vision fainted. That's why we see a lot of revisionist powers taking advantage of that, like Russia, for example. We as Greece offer to Balkans know-how and the experience as in all EU member states, so as our neighbors be able to reach the European standards and converge with the EU on the basis of the international law. And I'm pleased that I discuss with French ambassadors of the United States, the friendly and allied country, which in recent years has turned its interest again to southeastern Europe. And that makes us happy and proud, especially after the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the instrumentalization of energy by the Kremlin. We believe that cooperation, energy cooperation and independence from Russian gas are absolutely necessary for Greece. The Greek government, as I am MP of Nea Dimokratia, has a plan to upgrade Greece to a safe energy hub. For us, energy offers security, and interconnection enhances stability, growth and prosperity. And I'm not talking about Greece alone. I talk about all countries in the region. We want to offer energy security in two directions. The first has to do with the Balkans and southeastern Europe, and the other had to do with southeastern Mediterranean, Cyprus, Israel, Egypt, and other countries. Obviously, the war scene in Ukraine and Gaza causes delays in some of our projects, but for us, interconnection is paramount.
Να μιλάμε με ασφάλεια και ναι.
If we need to have energy security, we support the vertical access that will bring cheap gas to Germany, the corridor that will bring cheap energy to Bulgaria, Romania, and we support the interconnection with other countries. And of course, I will say that we are proud that in Alexandroupoli we host the first gas storage and regasification terminal in southern Europe. It will operate not only for Greece but for the wider area. We believe that we can continue cooperating with the United States for all these projects and electrical interconnection. The cable between Greece, Cyprus and Israel that will connect Middle East to Europe, the cable between Egypt and Europe. All these are supported by the government, and we do cooperate with the United States on the basis of common values, visions, and interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. In a Christopher-style sentence, focusing still on the energy area, I think, Turkey.
You know that Turkey is a neighbor of us, and you know that we have faced a situation of aggression revisionism, I could say, in the first years of our governance. But yes, we had 3 difficult years with our neighbors, you know that. You know, first of all, the crisis we had in the borderline of Evros, when Turkey weaponized thousands of illegal migrants and sent them towards the Greek territory. We had the incident with the route race vessel around the Greek islands. Yes, we had violations of the Greek airspace and territorial waters in several cases, but I have to say that the last 18 months, things have been much better. And you know that despite the fact that Turkey's revisionist positions are still on the table, Greece has started a rapprochement process with Ankara. And to my opinion, this is the most, let's say, responsible option for regional stability. Yes, we believe that Turkey has a significant position in the region. Yes, we would like Turkey to join in every multilateral scheme or project across the neighborhood. But if Turkey wants to do so, she has to accept the international law and to respect good neighborly relations. We cannot discuss with Turkey for any reason concerning the energy cooperation if Turkey does not accept that there is a state named Republic of Cyprus, if Turkey cannot accept good neighborly relations. So this is our big problem. And yes, if Turkey wants to show a good face, I want to ask you something. What's going on with the so-called application to join BRICS? I mean, how on earth could we discuss with a country that is a NATO member for decades, with a country that is still, let's say, a candidate state to join the European Union, at least Turkey still is a candidate country, and at the very same time, Turkey would like to join BRICS, to sit on the same table along with the Russians, the Iranians, etc. So, to my opinion, I think that the Western, let's say, world should send a clear message to Turkey, which is, yes, Turkey is an important factor for regional stability. Yes, Turkey is an ally, is a partner with everybody, but Turkey should define its own priorities vis-à-vis the Western values. She has to decide where would she like to stand for the future. If Turkey is ready to make the right choice, I think that Greece and the other countries of the region would have no problem in working with her. But what Turkey would like to do so, I have no idea about that.
Excellent. Thank you for that response. Worthy, I think, of one of our diplomats. George, I want to come back to you. We've talked quite broadly, and I think there's been an awful lot of politics in what we're discussing, but central to this theme is energy. Energy in many ways is a proxy for geopolitics, but let's focus on energy for the moment. And I wanted to take advantage of your broad strategic vision in this area. And if you can take us through, we're in the middle of an urgent diversification away from dependence on Russia towards alternative sources and routes for the flow of energy. How is that going, that process? Where are the key bottlenecks, and what do we need to do to overcome them?
That's an interesting question.
You've got 2 minutes.
Yeah, I want to pivot and speak to. Last night, Ambassador Aguilar bumped into the CEO of one of the large Greek public companies who is making investments in green energy all over the world. And they discussed possible investments in North Macedonia because I think economic diplomacy is absolutely critical in the Balkans and plays an outsized role, and it's going to be necessary. Greece is probably the largest investor in North Macedonia, and that is what we should emphasize in a relationship. I see my friend General Houpis is here, the Greek Chad. The Greek Air Force flies over North Macedonian skies and protects them, and that is what we should emphasize. So in the totality of the circumstances, we have missed opportunities, but there's also a lot of things that are going right, but we need to emphasize those. But we need to speed up the process because leaders in these countries in the Balkans need to satisfy a population that is looking to move out, that doesn't see hope and opportunity, and we need to understand that and be better at it. Energy. For years and years and years, Gazprom, Lukoil have used energy and turning off the spigot as a geostrategic tool in an extortive manner. The simple thing is you need to provide alternatives so that countries have options so they're not shaken down. And I call it, we need to deleverage Gazprom and get Russia off of Europe's neck. So how do we do that? Well, energy diversification, energy transition, and decarbonization. Ambassador Aguilar and I have spent a lot of time trying to get the interconnector from Greece to North Macedonia. That would reduce Russia's leverage in that country. That's a net positive. It would lessen carbon emissions by 60 to 65% and nitrogen by 80 to 85%. I don't know why we haven't already built this thing. Those are the things that we need to do. This interconnectivity, as Greece is the intake place, as they have the existing infrastructure to bring in all sorts of energy, including renewables, and then through investments in their grid. And we need high voltage transmission into Europe and Northern Europe, in addition to working with the TSO operators and the energy ministers, and I spent a lot of time doing this, is this interconnection. They will take the Greek-Bulgarian interconnector from 3 BCM to 4.5 BCM. Those expansions are incredible. We have a new FSRU in Alexandroupoli. That is important. We have to make real the vertical corridor. The existing infrastructure was to bring energy from Russia south. We now need to bring it into Greece and go north. The Ukraine-Gazprom agreement is expiring at the end of the year. How is Ukraine going to keep the lights on? Can we really rely on Russia to be able to do this without being extortive? You know, this is a geostrategic tool for them. We have to make sure that there are alternatives. So how do we do this? There's a 63-kilometer bottleneck in Bulgaria. We need reverse flow. We need compression. There's tremendous storage capability in Ukraine. That is beneficial. So it's really about interconnecting from North Africa, mainly Egypt, Israel, Cyprus, both in terms of LNG, nat gas, and renewables. And Greece is a top 10 country in terms of renewables. 59% of their electricity comes from renewables, and it'll be 80%. So that transition, I applaud Greece's leadership on it. But to be able to interconnect Greece with Bulgaria and Romania and Moldova and Ukraine, and then go westward, not only, you know, helps these countries with transit fees, it gives them alternatives, and not just with energy and electricity and data center and logistics and interconnectivity of railroads and roads, and making improvements on borders. This leads to trade. We should do this with ports. 90% of the global economy travels on a ship, which Greece dominates that industry. This is very important to solving inflationary issues, food scarcity issues. It is about cooperation, and energy is the key in the region. I want to be very, very clear. For decades, Russia has used this as a geostrategic tool, and we need to eliminate that arrow from their quiver.
Excellent. Well, I think that's given us a super sense of the gravity of the situation for a perfect place to finish off this panel. There isn't a perfect place. We could have gone all day, but that's as good a place as any. So please join me. We're going to explore all of these themes in later panels, which I'm looking forward to. But for the moment, please join me in thanking what's been an excellent panel. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. It's always a pleasure.
Well, it's been great. It's been great to have you. Thanks. I think we need to take our lives in our hands and stand at the precipice. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, energy is never very far away from the conversation in this region or anywhere else, frankly, but for now we're moving on to growth and competitiveness in the region, the country and beyond. And we have another excellent panel to come and join us on the stage. So I'd like to invite up George Zervos, who is the Secretary General for the Management of Sectoral Programmes of the European Regional Development Fund, various other parts of Europe. Basically, he's the guy with his hand on the purse strings of the European funds here in Greece. We have George Pagoulatos, who's the Ambassador of Greece to the OECD and the Chair of the Friends of Southeast Europe group at the OECD. And we have representing the business community, Nico Gariboldi, who is Vice President and Thessaloniki site lead for Pfizer. Gentlemen, please come and join me on the stage. George, thank you very much. Take a seat wherever you prefer. Nico, hi. Nice to meet you. Hi. Thanks very much.
Hello.
Okay, when everybody's settled, we can get started. Would you like to close up? That's it. So let's start with George. Prospect for Southeast Europe, Northern Greece as a pillar of stability in a fragile region, and sustainability goals and business growth. George, take us away, please.
We're both George, so.
Okay, let's start with you because you're closest to me.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure and honor for being here in this event organized by The Economist, which constantly deals with critical global regional issues. Today, we will focus on boosting growth and competitiveness, a key issue as we navigate a time of challenges and opportunities. Initially, about the prospects of Southeastern Europe. Southeastern Europe is a region of enormous potential, a crossroad of peoples, cultures, economies that is estimated to offer a unique blend of opportunities. The region's strategic location, rich natural resources, skilled workforce make it an important player on the world stage. However, to take full advantage of the above, structural challenges have to be that historically hampered progress will have to be addressed. Infrastructure deficits, political instability, and disparity. For northern Greece and Macedonia. Northern Greece, especially the region of Macedonia, emerges as a pillar of stability in a wider region that is often characterized by geopolitical tensions and economic uncertainties. Its strategic location as a crossroads of Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean makes it a critical hub of trade, energy, and logistics. These investments of the last 4 years from the NSRF contributed decisively to the transformation of the region's supply, especially the investment in Alexandroupolis. The general NSRF programs, due to their financial weight, scope, and multi-annual programming, play an important role. In the previous periods of governance, our country was lagging behind in terms of absorption, while there were issues regarding the effective use of European resources. So now we have solved that. We increased absorption, which was achieved as Greece rose to the first place among EU countries in terms of cumulative payments. Also, we had the improvement in the efficiency of procedures and enhancing transparency in the management of programs. We had the new NSRF activated because of the consistency of the Greek authorities. Now we have launched the new NSRF 2021-2027. A key reason is that the investment made to address the consequences of the pandemic for SMEs in terms of strengthening their reliance and restarting their operation should not be lost. It is characteristic that through the single program, PANEC, resources of 4.5 billion euros were channeled to SMEs, and because there has recently been a debate on whether SMEs benefit from NSRF and whether two quantitative data are excluded, I need to say that 374,000 SMEs have been benefited from NSRF. That is 51% of SMEs. I repeat that the main policy choice of the Ministry of National Economy and Finance is the continuous support of SMEs. The first funding from NSRF amounting 1.35 billion aimed precisely at strengthening the competitiveness of SMEs. More than 21,000 proposals were submitted by SMEs with a total budget of 2.5 billion. More generally, looking into the future, it is clear that Southeastern Europe and in particular Northern Greece provide prospects of significant growth and stability. However, a concerted effort is needed to address the challenges of the region and exploit the financial opportunities presented. The resources of NSRF 2021-2027 are not just some financial instruments, they are catalysts for change. By strategically using these funds, we can promote a more competitive, sustainable and inclusive Southeastern Europe, ensuring that the region thrives in an increasingly complex global landscape. In the past, we didn't have any reforms, so the needs were not met. Occasionally, some needs were created which were not real. Today, we need to work together, government, businesses and citizens, in order to enhance competitiveness and sustainability in our region. The future of the region is based on our common efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Let's go to the other George.
Και τώρα
Θέλω να ξεκινήσω εστιάζω.
Would like to start by focusing on the Balkans and the southeastern Europe. Since the Thessaloniki summit in 2003, the course of the Balkan countries towards the EU began. The Athens Summit 2023 confirmed this commitment. In OECD, we have an important program for Southeastern Europe. The OECD regional products since 2000 plays a crucial role in supporting economic growth and reforms in the economies of the regions, including the Western Balkans. We support all countries in Western Balkans, even those that are members of the EU. Via the OECD standards, we strongly support the development of these countries. It is a program that is supported and financed by the EU and promotes the financial development of the Balkans. I need to underline something. Europe has always been a transformative force for candidate countries. We have seen that during the accession periods. For example, we see what how Greece has changed in order to become a member and how much it has changed after becoming a member of the EU. The acquis communautaire is not a vision, is a reality. Western Balkans is a field of competitions, unfortunately, and we have seen that in their story is a field of conflict of nationalism with disastrous results. That is why we need to maintain the pro-European and pro-NATO orientation of the Balkans. That is why We promote via OECD the convergence of the countries with EU. We need stability in the region. Western Balkans have taken steps forward, but they do lag behind. The per capita GDP increased by 80%, but it remains to a 38% of EU average. Croatia and Romania increased their per capita GDP, but still they are lagging behind, and we will welcome Romania, Croatia and Bulgaria in the next widening of OECD. Reforms and competitiveness are at the core of these convergence policies promoted by the EU and OECD in creating a positive macroeconomic environment, an environment that can receive more investments from the developed countries of the region, and dealing with the informal economies. So OECD promotes various projects for the development of the private sector, integrity, green and digital tradition. There are some specific objectives set, giving the opportunity to the countries that follow these tools to learn from the experience of other countries and have victories in various sectors that encourage people to move forward. In these tools, we include the competitiveness indices. There are challenges that remain that have to do with the governance, the state, transparency and integrity, limited infrastructure and low digital literacy. Another problem is brain drain. 1/4 of the population born in Western Balkans in 2020 lived outside the Balkans, and regional cooperation is needed as well as with the EU member states. These are requirements not only to solve regional issues, but to promote the integrity of the country.
Thank you. Apologies for needing a second or two to catch up with you. Nico, we've heard about the importance of solidarity funding from the EU for Greece. We've heard about challenges to the region as a whole in terms of productivity. How does it feel from the business perspective? You're with Pfizer here in Thessaloniki. Give us a business perspective on these issues, please.
So first of all, thanks for the invitation for this summit. Thanks to The Economist for the invitation. I would say every time that I go to this event for talking about the Pfizer case, I'm really happy and proud, because in some way this is matching really a lot, I would say, all the good conditions that we are commenting always about Southeast Europe and also Thessaloniki in particular. So in some way, I think that our organization found really the ideal conditions for making this investment. So this is really important. And just for giving you some ideas of this investment, consider that we started the operation in 2020. And in some way, the business case was really built around all the things that we are commenting now. So human capital, for sure, was the first condition that we took into consideration. So I heard earlier talking about the biggest university in Southeast Europe. We discussed about the capabilities that we are finding here. Also the support of the government. So this is also, from a tax perspective, was also something that we really found useful for developing our business case. And in some way also all the support that we are having from a digital perspective. And for sure something that it's also has been stressed even today, so the strategic gateway to Europe, for sure, of the location of Thessaloniki and Southeast Europe, and also in some way the fact that it's in the middle of east and west of the world. So I think that in some way, as I said, this was really something that pushed the investment of Pfizer in Thessaloniki, in Southeast Europe, and in some way, the case is a big success. So considering that, as I said, the initial plan was hiring more or less 200 people with the digital capabilities. Now we are having the plan of closing with 1,400 the next year. And this is in some way the practical, I would say, explanation of the success of this story. And also, for me, it's perfectly aligned also with how the economy in Greece is growing. Because as you know better than me, now the driving sector, for sure, the first one is tourism, the second one is health and pharma, then we have digital, we have business services. And if you think about our investment, is including at least 3 of them. So health and pharma, digital, and also business services. So in some way, our success is boosted also the success of the Greek economy. And also, I think in terms of collaboration with the policymakers, I think that really and also our company, I would say, suggestion has always also here aligned with the discussions today. So continuing in some way to invest in understanding the economic impact of sustainability. So this is really important because in some way investing in these sustainable practices and renewable energies, these create new opportunities, new capabilities, and really can drive growth in some way. For me, other 2-3 key elements for continuing this success are for sure boosting the workforce, I would say, productivity. So this is really key. So for me, really, the success of our investment is about people. But this investment has to be continuous. So we have to invest in education, we have to invest in development, and also one word that I really like is adaptability. So things change very quickly. And for continuous to be in some way successful, you have to adapt to this. Another area that also, as I said, we should continue to invest are some critical capabilities or skills that I think are really connected to the success of our investment. So one is for sure digital innovation. These capabilities are driving not only the growth of Greece, but of all the countries across the world. If you look at the biggest companies of the world are from US, and they're about digital and technology. So these capabilities are really critical. And also, in some way, for me, something that it's more, how can I say, a mindset, is entrepreneurship. That this is something that we found in Greece. I'm Italian, so it's also an Italian somehow way skill. But this is a key because in some way, being entrepreneurial means also taking risks, having a vision. So also, really, this creates growth. This creates growth, and this creates also opportunity. And also, for sure, as I said, the continuing collaboration with the institution. So I think that from a policymaker's perspective, we always expect the right balance among, I would say, tax competitiveness and the revenue for their public service. So I think it's a way that they should create, as they are doing, a favorable, I would say, environment from a tax perspective, because also this is important for the companies to invest, to have stability, to continue also to invest. So I would say really these are for me the biggest strengths and also the priorities that we should work, I would say, with the institution for making even more successful the case that we are having.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. I'll come back to you. There's a lot that you raised that I think is of interest. We should go into a little more detail. But before I do, I'd like to come back to George Pagoulatos, that George, and ask you about Greece's position as you see it. I don't want you to be undiplomatic, but this is a very varied region. Greece has had a particular trajectory over the last 20 years or so, and particularly over the last 6 or 7 years. How do you see Greece's place and influence in this part of the Balkans and in this region more generally?
Well, starting from what I mentioned, Greece's commitment to the European path of these countries, it is clear that there is a strong interest on the part of Greece to that perspective. In terms of economic cooperation, in terms of stability in the region, in terms of good neighborly relations, all of that passes from a successful European path and from the important conditionality that this involves. So on Greece's part over the last 2 decades and more, nothing has changed in terms of this commitment. It is clear that we're not in 2000 in terms of the complexity and the challenges that we face. It is clear that unlike 2000, where Europe appeared to be the only destination of these countries, today we have a competition of other geopolitical forces in the region that has intensified. And we heard just in the previous panel the important implications of this competition in terms also of energy dependence that could affect strategic choices and could undermine the European and the Euro-Atlantic commitment of countries in the Western Balkans. On the side of Greece, nothing has changed in terms of this commitment, but it is clear that the European Union is a club that has its own rules and its own standards and its own European acquis, which is part of the whole process of seeking to accede to it and be a member of it. So Greece will continue to support this process under the conditions, of course, of respecting the European acquis, the rule of law and international law. I would say that the whole European project has been based on the capacity of low politics to defeat high politics. Europeans started being built in the ruins of nationalistic wars in Europe through the power of economic interdependence. And it is the benign effects of this mutual economic, win-win economic interdependence that allows countries to overcome the toxic legacies of nationalisms and conflicts and be able to build a future of common cooperation. And we can see the same forces of economic cooperation at work in the Balkans. It was mentioned how many of neighbors from Northern Macedonia come down to Thessaloniki for their summer holidays. The amount of investment, Greek investment, especially countries like Serbia, Albania, North Macedonia, is a factor for economic cooperation. We should not allow nationalisms that are rekindling as part of not just geopolitical competition, but also domestic politics and the revival of populisms come on the way of the mutually beneficial project of the European and Euro-Atlantic course of the Western Balkans. And Greece will continue to support this course.
Excellent, thank you. I'm fascinated by this opportunity for Greece to play a leadership role in the region. You're next. And I wonder whether the administration sees itself in that light. You know, Greece has been, over recent years, a model citizen of the European Union and has done very well economically in terms of consistent growth, consistent policy approach. Do you see, does the administration see itself as a leader, a potential leader in the region, an example that others can follow?
Η ερώτηση... Η ερώτηση είναι...
Well, the question is complex. Greece plays a leading role in this region. It has been a member of the European Union since a long time. It is a pillar of stability, as Mr. Pagoulatou said, and it can become a leader in this region in order to achieve very many important things. I refer to the investment in the port of Alexandroupolis in order to ensure energy sufficiency. It was a very important investment for the broader area of the Balkans and Southeastern Europe, not just for Greece. It was not a mere investment in the energy sector. It was an investment that ensures sufficiency and political stability in the broader area. In any case, however, any investment cannot be an independent investment, a mere investment. In order for an investment to be sustainable, it needs to meet some other conditions. There must be other investments in the field of infrastructure, environmental, innovation, and human resources. A project may require other infrastructure projects, and there must be interconnectability infrastructure and other investments in the field of trade, environment. and human resources. Human capital is a crucial, and it is important to have a qualified workforce that will be able to work in these projects, such like in the investments, for example, in the IT, in the digital, in the research and development fields, which ensure that the broader field in the future will be able to develop and to move ahead and to ensure economic growth and development in the human resources. Therefore, an investment must be accompanied by other investments in other fields, the ultimate goal being always sustainability.
One of the issues that you raised in your introductory words, which is, I think, of tremendous importance, is skills. The labour market here in Greece, in particular here in northern Greece. Where are the shortcomings? And what is your degree of optimism that government action is moving in the right direction in terms of filling those shortcomings?
I think, as I said, for now, sincerely, as I said, we are really happy of the investment that we did. And also, we found even more skills than we thought. So, as I said, we started with a plan of 200 people. Now we are almost to 1,500. But in some way, I think that also the strategy that we made for getting the right capabilities was really great. So because in some way we were aware that here there were capabilities. So the business case that we made at that time really took into consideration different cities in Greece, but then we landed in Thessaloniki for the Aristotle University, Macedonia International University. So we were already aware that there were capabilities. So the strategy since the beginning was let's connect with the universities. First of all, especially for junior talents. Consider that at the beginning, most of the strategy was hiring the new generation of these capabilities for Pfizer. So this connection in some way was really needed since the beginning. Part of the strategy for differentiate and also for hiring the leaders of this organization were a little bit different because we said, we know, as also commented by colleagues, that Greeks went away, unfortunately, for the crisis of 10 years ago. So someone was mentioning, if I remember well, 1/4 of the, I would say, population or the skilled population went abroad. So part of the strategy was making the connection with this network of, I would say, people who went away and expatriated in other countries. And this was really successful, also supported in some way from the government, because 15% of the population of our organization is coming back from abroad. And not only from countries that are close to Greece. So we are talking about US, we are talking about Germany, Netherlands, we are talking about also Australia. So people are coming back because in some way they found that...
Are these people who had to come back and you recruited them here in Greece, or are they people who came back to work for
Pfizer? Right. For this opportunity. As I said, because in some way they found the opportunity that they were searching abroad at home. And so this was really key. And as I said, they are taking back expertise, really high-level expertise, and also a global network. Considering that this Pfizer is a global investment, so we are in Greece, but we are working with all the globe. So we are making more than 250 global projects across the world. We are serving more than 50 countries across the world. So this was needed. So this was the strategy, but also it's a way, as I said, and this is the dialogue that we are having also with the institution, with the Ministry of Labor, of the Education. So we have to make even stronger the connection, because in some way this is a pipeline that we will always need. And this pipeline should be for sure skilled, adaptable, as I was commenting earlier, and also following a little bit the trends from a global perspective, not only from a Greek perspective. Because multiple times we had people that we were hiring that missed a little bit some capabilities because they were used to work on digital in Greece, but we needed global capabilities. So for me, as I said, my message to the institution is continuing with the quality of education that they are already providing, but also having a plan for the future for adapting them, and also for making a stronger connection with the university, especially in curriculum development, because we can also provide to them insights and input for developing them.
Of course, this is often a forgotten area of skills development, that you don't only need skills to get a job.
Correct.
You want to get new skills while you have that job. And I think increasingly large companies like yours need people to acquire new skills while they're in post. So there's this sort of during career training that's becoming a very important part.
Just for only a small comment.
Yeah.
So we have really a sophisticated program internally. So in our company, considering that we have a lead for learning and development, and we are having an adoption of this program of upskilling internal that is 98% of population. And this is not mandatory. So we are providing this training, but this is the generation and these are the capabilities that they are also aware that they have also to upskill. And they're spending on average 2 hours a week on training, on learning activities. And this is key. This is really key for the success of the organization.
And that's working.
That's working.
The organization.
That's working.
Right. I'm sure it works for the individuals.
Yes,
as well.
for sure.
Okay, George Pagoulatos, let's stick with this theme, but broaden out from Thessaloniki and Pfizer, and talk about skills in the Western Balkans in general, and this idea of a brain drain, but also, you know, in some cases, people coming back because prospects for work, prospects for standards of living are improving around the region. Do you want to give us some comments on that?
Yes, the greatest challenge, I think, in the Western Balkans, and this is a challenge that countries face that are faced with structural economic problems, is how to break the vicious cycle of low investment and employment opportunities, brain drain, low incomes, low wages, acceleration of the brain drain, deterioration of the investment and entrepreneurial climate, low growth. You have to intervene, and you have to intervene in 3 ways: directing investment to these countries, and a lot of European money is directed to the Western Balkans; directing the know-how of international organizations, the European Union, the OECD. We OECD members are learning a lot inside the OECD in terms of improving every single indicator of our macro and micro economic environment and the structural preconditions of economic growth. But it's also about domestic institutions. So how do you build the domestic institutions that make investments stick, that make them viable, as the Secretary General said, that drive the economies towards the twin digital and green transformation, and both of them are mutually serving, because digital transformation also allows for an acceleration of the green transformation in terms of lower carbon emissions, and ensuring that the politics do not undermine all this process. So this, also gives you a sense of the magnitude of the project, because you need to have all these factors coordinated and working together. And you need to have them at work and establishing their results before they're able to emit a signal to the expats of these countries, who are by definition the best and the brightest, usually, that things have changed and they can come back. And that is what we saw at Pfizer. For example, many of the Greeks of the brain drain during the crisis are coming back. They're coming back not just because of the opportunities that Pfizer is offering and the reskilling and upskilling opportunities and a fantastic investment on high technology and high skilled areas, but also because of a very credible macro environment, because of a government that is emitting a signal that it has turned the page after 10 years of crisis. And this itself, turning the page and emitting the signal and sending this message abroad, requires dozens and hundreds of concerted actions of every single part of the government machine in consultation with the private sector to be able to allow for a new beginning to be established. So, this gives you a sense of how challenging this project is, but it also establishes a clear sense of direction where it should go. And the good thing is that the international organizations, the European Union, the OECD, great actors in the region like the United States, the neighboring countries, Greece, are playing a coordinated role in supporting this upgrade and establishing this sense of direction very clearly in the Western Balkans, in an area where, as I said, geopolitics compete with domestic politics in undermining important and valiant efforts, ending up keeping the best and the brightest away. We have to turn the page, and we have to work harder to that direction.
Thank you. You summarised very well the complexity of this. You know, it's a polynomial problem. So many things have to happen at the same time. And I think one of the elements that one needs to emphasise is also these things need to be sustained. So it's not enough to get an indication of direction. You need to move in that direction for a period before anybody really takes it seriously.
They have to stick and they have to maintain their dynamic, their positive dynamic.
And this, I guess, is one of the successes that Greece has had, because you have had this sustained period of an adherence to very coherent policy framework, and you know it shows in the state of the nation at the moment. But well, that sounds very, to use a Greek word, hagiographic. It sounds as if I'm perhaps a little overly positive about Greece. So I am going to correct that ever so slightly and point out something that I raised this morning when I opened the session, and that I'll repeat now, which is Greece has been growing above the average for Europe for a few years, and we expect that trend to continue for a few more years. But it remains, you know, we talk about catch-up growth in economics. Greece is still trying to catch up with itself. So Greek GDP per capita, purchasing power parity terms, is still some way below where it was in 2007. So it's still making up ground on where it had already arrived over a decade, you know, nearly a decade ago. So, over a decade ago. So, how do you, I mean, in some ways, Greece feels like a big success story, and yet you see these statistics that say it's still catching up with itself. How do you see that? Is Greece locked into this process where it can claim to be ahead of where it was, and you know, forging away on growing on its own terms? Do you think?
Well, we have the statistical data from the OECD and Mr. Pagoulatos for Greece and Western Balkans. Yes, there is growth, but we need to see the starting point. After a 10-year crisis, the indicators subsided. Unemployment from 9% reached 90%. The GDP decreased. A lot of areas became poor. We have started a recovery process that will take time. We have mentioned earlier that green transition and transformation are the policies of EU. Green transition does not help only the environment and decreasing emissions. It actually helps the sustainability of businesses. So we need to see structural issues that are systemic issues, more or less, of the Greek economy. The non-balance between the educational system and the demands of the market. We need to take steps there to connect education to businesses. We give incentives. The economic environment is better than 5 years ago, but there is a lot of work to be done. Well, we need to have brain regain. We need to have investments, especially in innovation sectors, in order to have growth. The development of the economy should be long-term and solid in order to avoid the problems we had 10 years ago.
Thank you. I want to stick with you for a second. And it's very clear that in this success story that Greece has championed over the last few years, the European funding and Europe, the European context in general, but specifically the flow of European solidarity funding into Greece has been critical and substantial. I mean, Greece in GDP, percentage of GDP terms, is the biggest recipient in Europe of RRF funds, for example. So I wanted to focus on one area of that, which is something you mentioned, which is absorption. We hear about multilateral funding and grants and so on all around the world, and often the problem that's ignored is that you can offer a country resources, but if they can't absorb those resources, it's as if the offer wasn't there, that money gets left on the table. Another area of tremendous success, I think, for Greece has been that it has overcome this challenge. It's very difficult to absorb all of that funding into all of that diversity of projects. What's the secret? How did Greece change in such a way that it has been able to take in all of this funding and put it to use? Is the credit the government's? Is the credit the business sectors? Or should it go somewhere else or be shared?
Using the resources does not concern only the government of businesses, but all stakeholders. The available resources are huge. We have already mentioned that at this very moment we take an effort, and the problem is with the implementation agencies. They need to implement these projects within a timetable and present the expected results. The work is important. There is progress, undoubtedly, in the implementation agencies. They are the key, actually, in order to achieve these objectives. We have simplified the systems. For the first time in the last 2 years, we have an interface between all databases. In the past, for a company to get funding, had to submit paperwork. Today, everything is done electronically, and they don't have to submit the taxation data because there is an interface with the taxation office. There is an interface with Ergani, that is the employee status, etc. These reforms offer transparency and accelerate the procedure, and they assist the final recipients take advantage of the financing and implement. I repeat, not all problems have been solved, but steps have been taken forward in the last decade in order to have sustainability in the investments made. And if I have time, I need to say the following. In the last programming period, it was necessary for businesses to create at least one job. But that had a lot of requirements. According to OECD, to create one job after an investment in an SME had a cost of 60,000 euros. Seeing the actions implemented, this cost for one job was twice as much as the one provided by OECD. So we had to solve that. So the new standards were simpler in the procedure so as to have better use of the EU resources, either from NSRF or FSRU.
I've really enjoyed that conversation. There's clearly a great deal of expertise and eloquence, I think, on the panel. So thank you very much for your assistance in that. Please join me in thanking our panel. Yeah, let's give them some applause. They deserve it. We're in a break for coffee, about half an hour. Let's try and be back prompt for 10 to. Thank you very much.
Γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
HEDNO is being modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. Hedno.
Από αυτή τη σεζόν, εσύ κερδίζεις. Τα αγαπημένα σου σπορ και διοργανώσεις είναι όλα στη Νέον. Δες τα κανάλια Nova Sports και Κοσμοτέ Sport μόνο με 21 ευρώ το μήνα επιπλέον, μαζί με παγκόσμιες πρεμιέρες των καναλιών Nova Cinema και τα περισσότερα κανάλια για παιδιά. Από αυτή τη σεζόν, τα έχεις όλα με τη Nova, τον απόλυτο αθλητικό προορισμό.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow, but we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Envipco, συγχαρητήρια στην Texan για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Hedno is being modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. Hedno.
Από αυτή τη σεζόν, εσύ κερδίζεις. Τα αγαπημένα σου σπορ και διοργανώσεις είναι όλα στη Νέον. Δες τα κανάλια Nova Sports και Κοσμοτέ Sport μόνο με 21 ευρώ το μήνα επιπλέον, μαζί με παγκόσμιες πρεμιέρες των καναλιών Nova Cinema και τα περισσότερα κανάλια για παιδιά. Από αυτή τη σεζόν τα έχεις όλα με τη Nova, τον απόλυτο αθλητικό προορισμό.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
is being modernized with smart grids, with automated systems, with upgraded services, with modern functions, with digitalized solutions, protecting the environment, offering upgraded customer services in order to report a failure online or via your mobile phone. Get quick answers online for the majority of your requests. Apply online for the connection of your electric vehicle's charging infrastructure to the grid. Get fast and prompt responses through a digital assistant. A power system of innovation. A power system of improved services. One power system for all. Hedno.
Από αυτή τη σεζόν, εσύ κερδίζεις. Τα αγαπημένα σου σπορ και διοργανώσεις είναι όλα στη Νέον. Δες τα κανάλια Nova Sports και Κοσμοτέ Sport μόνο με 21 ευρώ το μήνα επιπλέον, μαζί με παγκόσμιες πρεμιέρες των καναλιών Nova Cinema και τα περισσότερα κανάλια για παιδιά. Από αυτή τη σεζόν τα έχεις όλα με τη Nova, τον απόλυτο αθλητικό προορισμό.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Please begin to take your seats. We're going to start the next session. Welcome back from coffee. For those of you still to come in, please come in and find your seats. Settle in and we'll get started straight away with the next session.
Παρακαλώ, καθίστε στις θέσεις σας, είναι ώρα να ξεκινήσουμε.
How are we doing? Okay, let's get started. A little later, we'll be hearing from Kostas Hatzidakis, the Minister of Economy and Finance for Greece. But before we do, let's give an opportunity to the leading opposition parties in Greece to put their case and to explain to us their visions for economic policy in the country. So for our first session, I'm delighted to welcome up onto the stage Haris Mamoudakis, who's an MP for Syriza Progressive Alliance, and Paris Koukoulopoulos, who is the head of the finance sector for PASOK Movement for Change. Gentlemen, please come and join me here on the stage.
Οικονομικού τομέα του PASOK. Θα ήθελα να τους καλέσω και τους δύο στο βήμα.
Hiya. Very welcome. Please take a seat.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. Afternoon, I think. Excellent. Well, it's nice to see you. And at the cost of being both rude and provocative to start off with, could you clarify for me which of you is the representative of the leader of the opposition?
I represent the leading party of the opposition in Greece, Parliament, and Mr. Koukoulopoulos, the third actually party.
Do you agree with that?
I guess so.
Okay,
I represent Syriza, Progressive Alliance, and Mr. Koukoulopoulos.
But if one goes by opinion polls, which of course aren't everything in life or in politics, Syriza is no longer the second party in Greece according to popularity ratings of the population.
We had very recently, elections, in the national level elections, that people categorized us in the second position. This is something that happened even this summer. Okay, we're listening, we're analyzing deeply the metrics and the photography of the moment. This is actually what Gallup is doing, and something that we're concerning about that. But politics. It's like everything is changed. It's changeable. It depends on other and sometimes outdoor conditions. So in this kind of this autumn is going to be really interesting, I think, for the total political system in Greece. I mean, the holistic approach of what's happening actually in Greece right now is something really interesting.
Okay, well, somebody mentioned this morning, and I think it's true, that the very concept of change is changing. Everything's getting faster, and things can spin around in minutes in politics these days. So anything where we are today isn't necessarily where we'll be tomorrow. Both of your parties are in important times, times of change, times of readjustment. I hope we can talk about that in a bit more detail later, but before we do, I'd like to give each of you the floor to take us through your thoughts about economic policy, Greece's economic policy, where we stand, where we should be standing, and what should be happening over the years ahead. Let's start with you, please, Vassilis.
Okay. I'm just wondering if I should use the English language or the Greek language.
That's entirely up to you.
Yeah.
My Greek is perfect.
I'm sure about that. I trust, the translation department right here. Okay. Let me speak in Greek, actually, in the beginning, in order to be more accurate in what I'm saying. And also for principal reasons, as Mr. Kokolopoulos just said. Νομίζω ότι
I think that we are at an exceptional coincidence at socio-economic level, and the role of the opposition is quite important for the developments in the country. Many times is said by the government that the lack of opposition creates problem to them. But let's see what is the term around economic policy. What is economic policy? Is the redistribution of financial resources, the implementation of tax policy, and fiscal sustainability and economic development of the country to be assured in such a way to the benefit of social interest. Is this the case in our country? Is this the case in Greece in the last years? And in combination with this tool, RRF, that is, the RRF case in Greece is characteristic on where the country is heading to and the mistakes of the past that are repeated. And be more precise, to be more precise, RRF, as you know, it is an opportunity for our country of 18 billion for direct grants and 13 billion of loans. It is an opportunity even though there were a lot of mistakes made. What are the criteria for the allocation of those resources? What are the criteria used as a state? How these amounts are distributed? These are rhetoric questions because there is a structural deficit of transparency on how these resources are allocated. And an example of that is that we asked the Parliament to have a monitoring via an inter-party committee. What is more transparent than that? To allow the Parliament and the citizens to see where these resources are allocated to, or how they are allocated. This opinion of ours was rejected, which means that the government doesn't want the citizens to know about these funds. With regard to other issues, since we have limited time, there are a couple of issues I want to touch upon. We are before a difficult condition is the elephant in the room. Climate crisis, that is, which creates a condition of change in our country. The culture of maintenance is not part of our culture. So we experience the lack of maintenance with Daniel, the wildfires and the floods. So in that part, the Greek economy should be harmonized with the environmental needs. And we see ESG in the private sector. Environmental responsibility moves ahead with actions forward. I think the state should see things more serious aspect. Sustainable development goals were important for the whole world and Europe actually are still pending, where they were not included in the laws. Even though we believe that all legislation text should include the goals for sustainable development, that was not the case in Greece. So we need to understand what is happening around us to get the messages from the people and the financial policy to focus on Europe, and development opportunities are there. But we need to have a fair allocation of public resources we were short of during the past years. Thank you very much.
Give a little more detail on something that you said about the impact of natural disaster here in Greece. And you seem to be suggesting that it was the size of the impact was partly to do with the degree of preparation or lack of preparation by the administration. Could you give us a bit more detail about that? What do you think should have been done that hasn't been done to somehow lessen the impact of these natural disasters that Greece has suffered?
Actually, I mentioned that because I'm also responsible in the opposition party, major opposition party of Syriza. I'm responsible for infrastructure and transportation.
Right.
And I'm a civil engineer as well, studying in London. So let me speak in Greek in order to be more accurate. But
the issue I mentioned, and I think that in a public sphere it is well discussed, is the fact that when we have a climate event like Ianos, for example, should have alarmed the state to avoid similar circumstances, but it was repeated later. So we had the infrastructure collapsing in Thessaly. We talk about anti-flooding infrastructure. All infrastructures in Thessaly collapsed. That was a reference point. That cost a lot. And I said it cost us all because it has to do with all of us. It has to do with the whole Greece. Daniel affected the whole Greece. Unfortunately, in 2020, the government did not learn anything from Ianos. Then we had Daniel. And since I see what is happening with regard to implementation nowadays, I see that nothing is happening. We try to solidify our infrastructures. And I heard the Prime Minister, a year after the destruction, to announce measures that have already been announced a year earlier. So nothing new. I think that by finding solutions in Thessaly will be a role model for us.
Rude question.
Okay.
And I want to get it out of the way so we can stay friends.
Don't worry. You know, whatever you're going to ask, we're going to stay as friends.
Okay, let's see, shall we? Your leader is a very wealthy man. You spoke about the role of economics being the redistribution of the national wealth in a fairer fashion.
I hope that we're going to stay friends.
Yeah. For your leader, his wealth and his wealthy lifestyle is part of his national persona. This isn't something that he, attempts to elide or to hide. He is that person. Mm-hmm. Is that contradictory on the one hand? And on the other hand, do you think it is a difficulty for your party in its appeal to the Greek public?
I'm wondering if I should speak in Greek or in English now. But okay. I want to be honest with you. Obviously, there is not an alignment of the lifestyle of the leader of Syriza with what this party used to represent in the past. But from the other hand, nobody can be, accused of what he's got and his past. Definitely, this kind of alignment is not an easy case, and we are facing that. We faced in the previous elections, European elections. So definitely it's not an easy case. But I strongly believe that in politics, no matter how much money or wherever you come from, the main impact, the main issue is to try to make the implementation, your words to become an implementation, to be loyal on what you are saying and try to make, people's life better.
Excellent, thank you. I think we managed to get through that. I think we're all right. Okay, well, let's move straight across then to Paris. Your thoughts, please, independently of anything you've heard so far, responding to the same initial question, which is where you view the deficits in economic policy under the current regime, how you would like to see that change, how you would change it if you had the opportunity.
Before anything else,
I would like to underline that The Economist, with its prestige, contributes to making Thessaloniki and the Thessaloniki International Fair a focus around Greece. So I'd like to thank The Economist and to tell you that your presence is significant. I won't insist on that, and I will answer to your question. Today's conditions, economic conditions in Greece, seem to be ideal. Actually, we can't even remember better conditions in the past years. We have the largest financial project and we have a low service of the financial debt. We have banks that got rid of the red debts, and things are going very, very well when it comes to the income, Greek income, thanks to tourism that is doing really, really well. However, in spite of this good image, there are clouds that are thickening from everywhere. So in the financing sector, at the peak of the best financing period after the war, with resources exceeding 70 billion, the competitiveness of the economy is sinking, as shown by the official data of the trade deficit. And at the same time, we can't catch the levels of 2011. And the most worrying factor is that the surpluses that we managed, we're not sure whether we will be able to maintain them after 2026. And of course, all international organizations, World Bank, OECD, etc., see that there will be 1% growth after 2026. So there will be issues. So this is the big picture in the budget, in the financing sector. Also, in the transport sector, there are many inequalities across the country. And vertically, I would say that there are two elements that I will share with you. First of all, that Greeks have the second lowest purchasing power after Bulgaria. across Europe, which of course has to do with some oligopoly practices that still prevail in Greece. That's what the Bank of Greece says. And of course, when it comes to investment, we are among the countries with the lowest investment, which is really causing trouble when it comes to the participation of the people in the society, and also child poverty, that is. And another element is the horizontal inequalities. So what is not included in tourism is shrinking. So apart from the tourist sector, everything else is shrinking. So given this image, it is clear that today's government, with its political choices, can only guarantee an austerity without end. But of course, this is a good scenario because there is even worse than that. Well, I don't want to say more about this, but the good scenario is austerity without end, without an end. So there must be a change. Not with some minor changes, but with a specific persistence in some things. We're not asking the government to start sharing, distributing money, but it needs to focus on specific fields. We need to attract foreign direct investments. We need to strengthen the medium and SMEs entrepreneurship. And of course, we need to reinforce the agri-food sector in combination with tourism. So how we will do that? With specific tools. First of all, we need to see how the money cost will be reduced because it's still high for investments. Also, we need to reduce the energy cost because there is a mess that has been caused by the government in this field. PASOK has a very specific proposal that has been proposed 4 years ago, which would have much better results for all people involved, for citizens, for foreign investors, etc. And there is another important factor, the transportation cost. Railways are completely inexistent from the RRF, but still it is the most environmental friendly and the cheapest means of transport. So from our side, there is a comprehensive proposal on all this. So I will conclude with something that I consider very important. After what I've said, okay, Mr. Aboulakis spoke about the transparency. We share with it when it comes to the RRF, but there are two more parameters. There hasn't been any consultation with the public as regards the RRF. I mean, with the social partners, with the regions, there hasn't been any consultation. And the second thing is that there are very specific questions about the priorities. So according to me, it's not just about transparency, but it's a political issue because, okay, Greece, like many other countries, have this problem, but we need to set priorities. And it's not possible. There are two big giant energy corporations to make photovoltaics and get 0% loans in order to install photovoltaics panels. We know that the profit margin for the photovoltaics, I mean, the risk, there's a very low risk. risk when it comes to photovoltaics. And why not just spending money on the storage of energy? This year only, we wasted a lot. We disposed of quantities of energies, and the grid hasn't been upgrading, and as a result, it's not easy for houses to install photovoltaic panels. So, okay, we're talking about renewable sources of energy, but we need upgraded grid for that. We need the storage capacity, and we need social consensus. And the government doesn't do well at all in these three fields. It hasn't done anything for the storage, for all these fields, and there are only five companies that are involved in the energy. The self-administration, the small companies, they cannot leverage the renewable sources of energy because the whole capacity belongs to five companies. So I will conclude by reiterating something that is very important. After what I've said, of course, while the government presents some figures, okay, we have nothing against these figures, but I've told you what is coming in the future. But what is important that after all this investment period, the government cannot say what will change in their life, in the life of the citizens in the 3 coming years. So with everything, with the package of 70 million, we have really very clear priorities, energy, democracy, for example, and what I've said before. So I think that our proposal would change a lot in the daily life of the citizens in the coming years. So there is an alternative, and in Greece the problem is a political. And of course, when it comes to social cohesion, which of course is indispensable. Okay, public health, public education are the priorities. So we need dynamic growth rates, not for 1 or 2 years, but for many years, in order for Greece to overcome all these problems, and very serious redistribution of the money. Thank you.
It's interesting you used the phrase austerity without end. That's a familiar phrase to me coming from the United Kingdom. We have the similar, it's a dividing line between left and right in many parts of the world at the moment. I have to say, it's very interesting that outside Greece, this administration, the Greek administration at the moment, one of the things investors and probably many policymakers around the region and the wider world like about this administration is that they have been fairly orthodox about managing the fiscal deficit and about wrestling down what is a very heavy debt burden in Greece, which is another way of saying austerity. So would you relax those policies? Would you be more relaxed about borrowing? Would you be more relaxed about allowing the fiscal deficit to expand?
I insisted a lot on growth because I think that it's the key word, Greece. Okay, I think we need to go beyond the political division, the disagreement between the political parties. The growth rate in Greece has been 1% for many years. Of course, this is the average. Of course, during the crisis, the growth rate was much lower, while in others, much higher. But overall, in 50 years' time, this is the growth rate, the average growth rate. And the main problem, the main weakness is the direct foreign investments. So that's a why I insisted on the fact that if we want to talk about investments, okay, in the tourism sector, for example, we need to extend the tourist period, and we need to connect the primary sector, and because of course. We cannot have Dutch butter in the hotels in Crete when we have excellent quality or butter of excellent quality. But of course, that implies that the butter, the Greek butters from different producers will be certified, etc., etc. So in this way, we will connect the primary sector to tourism. That's one thing. And the other thing is that we need to have organized costs that hinder investment, bureaucracy also, because it's impossible for big investors to have to wait 5 years in order to get all the licenses required. And on the other hand, we insist on things that we consider important. For example, energy cost may be attractive and competitive for such for investments. Secondly, the money cost. Okay, we cannot accept the interest rates that are granted from the banks right now. It's impossible for the banks to. We cannot accept that banks now distribute bonuses to their high executives while they have so high interest rates. And unfortunately, okay, in the past we had a problem with transport, with the carriers, but. Okay, apart from the road transport, we have the sea transport, where, of course, Greece has a pioneer role, but we also need to further develop not only road transport, but railway. And alongside with tourism and all the rest, we need to create a brighter future for the citizens. Harry.
Turn to you with really the same question. This balance between careful fiscal management, responsible, we call it responsible, that's a bit of a loaded word, but orthodox fiscal management and the desire and possibly the need to invest now for future growth in terms of more borrowing, slightly more relaxed approach to the fiscal deficit. What's Syriza's view on this? I imagine it's changed over the last 5 or 6 years, but where do you stand at the moment on this balance?
Let me say, first of all, that the image of the Greek finances is not so attractive right now because the public debt is over 400 million euros, and the balance of import-export has still a deficit. And of course, this is a high concern for the government, because if we do not eliminate that, this problem will continue persisting and causing problems. And of course, okay, we talked about the resources, the RRF, how it is distributed, and also Paris spoke about the regional development, competitiveness issues, etc. However, I think that the largest issue that is closely related to what we say is the centralization of the market. So in the last 10 or 5 years, to be more specific, we have the fields of construction, tourist sector, transport works, banking sector, except from a fifth pillar or action. Okay, there is centralization. The centralization is crucial. We cannot talk about this balance if we not manage to solve this issue. In all Western markets, of course, there will be stakeholders on an equal foot, but from a centralized market, there is a big gap between a centralized market and the others that lag behind, which of course doesn't help at all the economic system, and it doesn't help the public finance and the private sector as well, which needs to be strengthened, which need to strengthen its presence outside Greece.
It's a privilege, really, to have both of you up on the stage today, and I'm keen that if there are those of you in the audience.
May I add something? May I add something? Okay. Something else. Okay. Because in the very short time that I had, I couldn't develop it. But this is very important for Greece. It's how it perceives its role in Europe. Okay, I think that everyone will understand what I'll say. Because, okay, we have the highest energy cost. I'm talking about electricity cost, which is has an extremely high cost. I won't say more, but I will just say the following. There is a dialogue. There is a disagreement between the government and the citizen about who developed the target model. Okay, it was voted by Syriza, but it is being implemented now. This target model is, if it is implemented strictly, it may cause to extreme situations like the one we experience right now. But the issue is not who voted for it, but the fact is that the country was not prepared and it did not negotiate with the European Union in order to say that, okay, this cost cannot fit to all the countries. It must be implemented in different ways in different countries. Okay, in France, for example, the energy cost is 75 euros, and here we have a 200, and in Germany it's 95. So the other day, the Minister of Energy said to me that, yes, you're right, and we need to raise this issue to Europe. I'm not denouncing anyone, but I'm just wondering, okay, Europe said we're going to have target model. We should have gone up to Europe and say, yes, but okay, this target model cannot be implemented in Greece as such, because it rushed to implement this without thinking, and what is going on with the energy cost is a proof. We need to be more realistic, more pragmatist, and we need to be more patriot. We need to speak less and work more. Because if we see clearly our role in our Europe, I think that we'll get a profit from it, and we will not waste time in disagreements without result.
We've got more time and more questions.
You're insisting.
What I wanted to do was open the floor to our audience, because it is an unusual opportunity to have you both here. There's a gentleman very keen over there in the middle with his hand raised. Please tell us who you are and then give us a question. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
My name is Andreas Kondogouris.
I could hear you through the earphones. Can you not hear me?
You've got that privilege.
Ah, okay.
I will continue in Greek because I think our participants are excellent. My name is
Είμαι ο Ανδρέας Κοντογούρους. Θα ήθελα να προσθέσω. Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω για τα πολύ σημαντικά σχόλια σας. Θα ήθελα να ρωτήσω ποια είναι τα βασικά εμπόδια για τους ξένους επενδυτές. Είναι το νομικό σύστημα? Ξέρετε την περίπτωση της Microsoft στην Παιανία και πόσο χρόνο χρειάστηκε προκειμένου να πάρει μια έγκριση για μια τεράστια επένδυση, μια άμεση ξένη επένδυση. Αν εσείς γίνετε κυβέρνηση, το νομικό σύστημα είναι από τα βασικά εμπόδια. Τι θα κάνετε εσείς? Τι θα κάνετε ως προς την ανάπτυξη της ελληνικής κεφαλαιογοράς? Τι πιστεύετε με το θέμα των ομολόγων για μεσαίου μεγέθους επιχειρήσεις? Το σύστημα των εμολογιών, διαπραγμάτευση εμολόγων δεν λειτουργεί. Πώς σκέφτεστε να μεταρρυθμίσετε το σύστημα? Θα δουλέψετε με τις τράπεζες, με τους brokers, γιατί βλέπουμε ότι οι Έλληνες επιχειρηματίες επενδύουν στην Ελλάδα. Ναι, εντάξει, υπάρχουν πολλές ερωτήσεις που ογείρουν κάποιες ανησυχίες. Για παράδειγμα, ποια είναι τα εμπόδια για τους ξένους επενδυτές και τι θα κάνετε εσείς αν γίνετε κυβέρνηση? Και μετά μπορείτε να απαντήσετε και πιο στη συγκεκριμένη απάντηση σχετικά με την αγορά των ομολόγων. Νομίζω ότι η απάντηση βασίζεται σε...
Obviously, the lack of the responsible speed of the legal system in order to achieve any decision that should take place. This means that we need a legal system that should be more stable, steady, and speedy. Because obviously, when somebody wants to invest in Greece, one of the first points that he will mention and he will focus is how, if something takes place, something occurs, to be sure that he's going to be judged fast and fair. I don't want to mention the second part, but for the time of speed, obviously, is something critical. The second pillar is based, in my opinion, is based on planning. Here in Greece, we have this huge, I'm talking as an engineer more right now. When you want to invest something, the holy Bible of the investment is the place that you are going to invest, the rules and the norms of your investment. This means in kind of the construction manners, it's like also the whole planning, the approach, the total approach of your planning, I mean, what you're going to need and what kind of use of the building or the investing part is based. So planning and judging system are definitely the two hazards right now that unfortunately we don't have the chance to be more attractive to foreign investors. And actually, Paris said it before, we seek for investors from abroad, and we want to be more competitive in order to achieve that.
Can I ask you why the legal system is slow and what you would do to speed it up?
This is the $1 million question, I guess.
You can answer it for free.
I'm sure. Look, there is some, about the legal system, why so slow? This is the rhetoric question. Okay. It's like we have to go back at least 5-6 decades to find the answer. I mean, even before the dictatorship in Greece, even in the 50s, it's not an easy answer. It's also related with the quantity of the judges, the conditions that every case is taking place, and also, I think that also with regulations. Regulations is a problem. And here in Greece, the main issue should be, it should be one law that you should say that, well, this law should say that all the other regulations and laws should be implemented, should be done. We have this problem.
Okay, thank you.
Να πω
your answer, please.
Σε αυτό το πολύ κρίσιμο ερώτημα, αφού
And on this.
This critical issue, that is what we seek in Greece, direct foreign investments. So I believe instead of having paper exercises, let's see what is happening elsewhere and what others say about us. Two ways to accelerate investments. The first is what the United States, Canada, and some other European countries do, decentralization of decision-making. Well, an investor in the United States goes to the mayor or the governor and talks to them instead of the central government. This is not the case in Europe. Nonetheless, it's not easy to build from one day to the next because institutions are rather weak. Because local authorities don't have this kind of executives. I come from local government, so I would like it to be that bold and take such decisions. So what do we need to do in that case, since this is not feasible yet? Well, we have central procedures from the government, central government, fast track, and we need to accelerate justice. The World Bank 12 years ago in its report, and if you read all these 12 years, they say the same thing. Lack of competitiveness of Greece is due to lack to slow judicial system. That is a problem for investors. It takes time for them to reach certain decisions by justice. So in the end, they forget what they come here to invest in. So you can imagine. So it takes 10 years for them, so they don't come here. Well, a word of justice is the key word, and we should accelerate it. And it concerns all levels of judges, from lower level ones to higher level ones. That is the main answer. Along with them, I think what the gentleman who asked agrees. Well, to be competitive in energy and in loans, in borrowing money. Money needs to be cheap. And transport also need to be enhanced. That is what interests most foreign investors.
A lot to do, a lot to keep you busy when you're in government, one or the other. Are there any other pressing questions from the audience? Anybody itching to ask a question? Don't see any hands up at the moment. Good, that means I can ask the next question. As I mentioned earlier on, both of your parties are in important moments of transition. You're heading for a leadership, through a leadership process. And I think, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but one senses that Syriza is on changing ground, is changing its position along the political spectrum, if you like. Your radical roots are being left to one side and you're moving more towards the centre, it feels to me.
Centralized, yeah.
Yeah. So my question is, why?
Why? I think that I'm going to prefer the Greek edition.
Feel free, feel free.
Προφανώς.
Evidently, Syriza, Progressive Alliance, it is a ship that it is built on its way. We are on the years we try to understand what is happening, to listen to the messages. The radical part you mentioned earlier is decreasing, and now what prevails is a pragmatic approach of things. What is happening around the world with important questions, environmental issues, economy issues, international factors. So the left, the European left, in the wider sense of the term, should see what is happening right now. Artificial intelligence will change the landscape, not only in our country, but globally and in Europe. Investments, infrastructure will change. Even the work issues will change. So the progressive space should have a clear position for all of these. Yes, we do experience this transition in PASOK. They have an interval elections procedure, and probably in Syriza we might have the same. That is why I say that the fall will be quite important for this progressive sector of Greece. So we have conditions for a different approach compared to the past.
Sorry.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, social democracies in our nowadays have to answer two questions nowadays alone: climate change and inequalities. For Greece, we have an additional topic: demographics. So we have these big issues plus demographics. If we cannot give persuasive answers, we will see the extremes becoming bolder and people not coming to vote. I believe in democracy. We believe that prosperity of the Western world after the wars is the other side of coin of liberal democracy. The example I chose with RRF and the energy were not random. Democracy, real democracy, gives real answers to climate change and in everything. When you allocate the benefits to all, make the whole society producer of res, that will help the society move forward. So if we have such a situation and not only have 5 companies involved in res, so if we disseminate this social benefit, we will decrease climate change, acceleration, and find new wealth allocation. AI plays a big role in everything. It's quite important. Either we talk about railways, education, smart systems, AI is omnipresent. We need to see how to solve these issues with AI. I think that Giddens has written that 2 or 3 years, an exceptional article about the big challenges for democracies. I do like this approach. In Greece, we have the demographic issue. We need to tackle it in a different way. Because if we tackle that, we will have a totally different reality to talk about.
Manifesto for social democratic politics over the coming years. And that AI point, by the way, yes. I know you're trying to tempt me, but I'm not going to bite because that's a whole day's conversation. But I did want to, I was going to ask you, but I'll ask you instead. It seems to me that we have a phrase in English that Syriza is parking its tanks on PASOK's lawn. You're moving towards trying to appeal to the same constituency in Greek politics. Do you sense that? Is that your view of the strategic changes in Syriza's direction? And if so, does that worry you?
Κοιτάξτε, εμείς τώρα δεν θέλω να ανοίξω αυτό το θέμα. Εμείς έχουμε...
I don't want to tackle this issue right now. We have elections, internal elections for a leader in a few weeks. I think our leader will take decisions in this part of social democracy. PASOK is a stable force in the field, and that is the starting point. Cooperation is important, and I agree with the government for many issues. In this era, we need to promote cooperation at all levels. And I will agree with what Mr. Mamoulakis said earlier. The Greek people, but not only them, don't believe in words. They were disappointed in the past, and now they need actions taken, and that is what we are going to do. Participation is rather critical, so we will discuss things the day after the elections. We have a lot of joint view with Syriza in many issues. We have different points of view in others. With regard to weapons, we have disagreements. We need to have defense industry. That is what Nea Demokratia agrees on. So we need to see where we agree, all of us, and cooperate. We need to find a way to tackle the deficit. We support all the efforts of the government for the defense expenditure to count differently from the in GDP. With Syriza, we have differences in that. We must not be frivolous. We need to be open-minded and see what is happening around us. Let's welcome the minister.
The concentration that we were saying.
Indeed, no one's listening to us anymore. It's shocking. We will welcome the minister in a second, but before we do, let me thank both of you, first of all, for sticking with me for a little longer than we had scheduled.
And pleasure.
But I think it was a great opportunity for us to dig a little deeper into some of these issues.
Indeed.
And you've been very open with me and very eloquent in your responses. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our panel. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you.
You're right.
Thanks a lot. Thanks. Okay, let's move right along. A little later than advertised, but here with us, I'm very pleased to say that we have the Minister of National Economy and Finance for Greece, Kostis Hatzidakis. Please come and join me, Minister. You're very welcome. And alongside you, I'm pleased to welcome up onto the stage Alexandros Exarchou, Vice Chairman of the Board of Directors and CEO of Intracat. Nice to see you again. Please join us. Hi, good to see you.
Good to see you.
I understand you had a bit of a disrupted journey to get here.
Exactly. There was some delay in my flight, and then I had another obligation.
Right, okay. Well, it's excellent to have you here now.
It's my pleasure.
It's a pleasure to welcome you, see you again here on the stage. Let's not waste any time. Let's jump straight in. Let me hand over to you to give us your thoughts, please, on the Greek economy and how you hope it's picking up speed.
Ευχαριστώ για την πρόσκληση.
Thank you for the invitation.
First of all, let me say that 59 minutes ago, the announcement about the GDP for growth came out for the second quarter by Elstat and by Eurostat. Greece ranks second at the European level when it comes to growth rates. Those who are against may think that this is not really crucial, but for those who monitor closely the developments can confirm that Greece, of course, did not reach this position, this second position, without efforts. So this indicator shows that Greece is among the countries with the highest speeds overall. I will not get into detail about all the indexes. We presented recently the tables demonstrated that we rank first in 7 indicators. But I will say only that in terms of unemployment, we have the fastest rate in the 5 last years, and we have established 500,000 new jobs in Greece. So assume that the population are 10 million, and therefore the creation of 500,000 job positions in 5 years is quite important. So what is the mix of the economic policy that leads to these results? The economic policy mix is based on economic freedom, encouragement of creativity, and justice, social justice action. So these are the main titles, but what I mean by that is, okay, when we talk about economic freedom, I'm referring about the drop in the taxes in many different ways. I remind you the revenue, the property tax, the NFIA, the dividends. I also remind you the reduction of taxes for families with children, the tax of stock market exchanges, and the bonds of the public state, which are with free interest, and also some other tax cuts. The transfer of property also from parents to children is interest-free. Okay, I mention all this because some people contest all this, and they're wondering what are these tax cuts we're talking about. So these are among the tax reductions, among others. And in tomorrow's presentation of the Prime Minister, there will be announcements of more tax cuts. And of course, this is going to be positive not only for the citizens, but for the economy as a whole. Last year, we didn't increase any tax. I'm talking about 2023. We even had tax cuts. However, the revenue from the taxes increased by 9%. Therefore, the mix we implement is working. So the second pillar, encouragement of creativity and entrepreneurship, we facilitate and we simplify the establishment of enterprises. We have a reform for the labor market, the labor law, that is. It was passed when I was still a minister of labor, and it reinforced the Greek competitiveness. There are some other interventions that we are now only implementing in order to reinforce innovation and to encourage mergers in order to become more productive and more competitive. Of course, so when we talk about justice, we mean that we are interested in the employees and the workers that get the minimum salary, which from 650 moved to 830 euros. So this is a significant increase that exceeds the inflation rise, which is 16%. While the increase of the minimum wage is 27%. There are increases also for the average salaries, not only the minimum ones. Also, an effort is being made to eliminate tax evasion in the first quarter of 2024 from the VAT, with an inflation of less than 3%. We had income from revenue from 10.7, so that means that there is a big improvement in the tax evasion. And also there are some other actions regarding the tax evasion. And currently there are 11 initiatives that are underway in this field. So these are the three pillars of our policy. I seize the opportunity, since Mr. Exarchou is here with us. Very briefly, I will talk about the banking system of the country. You know all too well what the situation of the banking system was in the last decade, or even in 2019. One of the major banks in Greece experience severe problems. Currently, I think that we're all satisfied because our banks are now entering a new phase. They have positive evaluations by the competent supervisory bodies of the European Union, and the disinvestment went very well, and it was dealt with in a great interest by the investors. Of course, all these things are very recent, and they apply to all four big banks. So at the same time, since we're interested not only to have a very robust economic system, but also a banking system that is in favor of the citizens and the SMEs, and of course all those who are really in need the banking services, we also promoted the so-called fifth pillar of the banking sector. That was pending, especially with the Attica Bank, and this thing was closed with an agreement with the Financial Stability Institute, an agreement between two banks. I'm very happy because this process was implemented with full transparency to the benefit of the banking sector, the economy, and the citizens. And we're here to monitor closely all the developments in the banking sector And on the one hand, we have in mind the banking sector. After what we've experienced in the last years, we want it to be robust. And on the other hand, we want to have competition. We want to have more and more banking services and products and opportunities for the companies, the enterprises, and the Greek households. So that's all from me at this stage. It's not really introductory remarks. It was much more than that. So, thank you.
For that. We would like to come back to that fifth pillar question and that process of the merger in the banking sector. But before we do, let's pass over, Alexandros, to you and your opening, more general thoughts on this area, please.
You will allow me to take this one in Greek?
Of course.
So what we heard from the minister describes the situation of the last years after the financial crisis we all experienced. Undoubtedly, the conditions in Greece have changed since, and we, as group of investors, have invested over 300 million in Greece, precisely because we saw that the conditions that were described by the ministers created indeed great opportunities. The Greek assets that went through the crisis were dealt with by everyone at very low prices. So we saw that there was opportunity to buy assets in Greece at a low price with an extra value. So if we see the example of the two cases that were mentioned by the minister, these banks, the Attica Bank that is, it had reputation issues, and the perspectives were very negative. But until yesterday, I would say, the situation of this bank was so bad and so difficult that people were starting talking about bailing in, bailout, and all these things that were discussed about the parliament. Which, of course, brought us back to the situation of the crisis. So these banks were left aside in order to save, if we may say, the other four major banks. So we left these two banks aside. And when people ask me, what made you invest in these two banks? There's only one answer. And we said the following. We said that, okay, an economy like the Greek one, with its growth rate, with its current growth rate, which wants to create a very important, favorable environment, it cannot rely only on four banks. We are among the countries with the lowest number of banks in Europe. Therefore, we said that, okay, the economy as it is perceived, as it is visioned, cannot rely only on these four banks. Therefore, we considered that it would be interesting to get close to these smaller banks, which had indeed problems. And we said, okay, what are the conditions under which they can be saved? Of course, this exercise was far from being simple. And the money that was required for this process was over 300 million euros, which is not a low figure for an investment in Greece if we compare it with all investments in the banking sector, which are much lower. So in our case, we're talking about two regional banks, actually. And the money we spent was the one I told you. But the result, I don't know if there is something similar in Europe, because we have two banks. and we need to remind you the situation of these banks. Okay, but now, after the merger of the banks, so now we're talking about one single bank and no longer two, the Attica Bank. Now it's in the best situation ever because they are adequately, they have adequate capitals. Their capitals are not based. The capitals are from no loans. The red loans are less than 3%, and the geographic spread is quite important, thanks to the merger, of course. Across, we cover the whole country almost. So, with the capital and with the increase in the capital, which will come shortly, will make it possible for this bank to increase its capacity to offer loans to companies to develop. Therefore, mostly SMEs, because these SMEs not have this access right now in the other banks.
Later about the importance of SMEs and what this deal means for them, but we had two members of the opposition on stage just before you both came up. And one of the common things that they share about their comments on the way this government has proceeded, I'm sure you disagree, but their sense is that there's a lack of transparency in many of the operations that the government is undertaking, and the application of resources, the deployment of resources around the economy is being done not in a transparent way. And they were not the gentlemen who are with us, but generally the opposition has been quite critical of this merger in the banking sector. Do they have a case? What do you? I'd like both of you to respond to this. Let's start with you. What's your view on the transparency of this process?
Of this concrete process, you mean?
This concrete process, yeah. Alexandros.
Well, I'll start in an orthodox way, I have to say, in Greek, sorry.
Okay, I will say, I will start with in an orthodox way. When I heard that the agreement of the shareholders of Attica Bank will pass through the government, I was really surprised. Remember that, Mr. Hatzidakis. I called you that day and I said that you were completely right after this process was completed. And the reason why this process went through the parliament in order to make it clear. Okay, I will share with you two figures. The Pankritia Bank, before the merger, had 53% non-performing loans. That is red loans, as we commonly call them. So it needed to have provisions of 350 million. It needed an increase of 70 million in order to maintain the same position in terms of red loans. So at the same time, it had 1 year earlier, it had received 100 million from an increase in the capital and another 50 million from HSBC. So it had already increased its capital by 200 million. But in order to survive, and it needed another 500 million. And this would not be sufficient to fight against the road loans, because in order to do that, it needed 700 million. In the Pankritia Bank, as it is known, the state did not have a share. So the only way out was an individual, a private individual, to increase the capital, to bring capital. So I will remind that the Thrivers participated in the Pankritia by covering the first increases, and the old shareholders could not collect 100, let alone 30 million. So there was no one who would go and invest this money. Therefore, the Pankritia, it was a matter of time for Pankritia to die, to be lost. Because its real condition would lead it to was leading it to its closure in a violent or non-violent way. So what about the Attica Bank? The Attica Bank had already 2 share capital increases, 220 share increase, 450 the other one. So it needed another provisions of 300 million capitals in order to cover the red loans, its red loans. So the ministry decided to establish Hercules 3, which gave the possibility to these banks to be consolidated. And Hercules 1 and 2 helped the other 4 banks to be consolidated. So and it did that in order to maintain the stability of the banking system. However, the smaller banks were left outside this Hercules system, and it was impossible for them to fight against the road loans because, as I told you, it needed huge capitals. So the Greek government introduced Hercules 3 in order to save these 2 banks, and that was by far the cheapest way to do that, because you should have this. You should have in mind that the consolidation of the 2 banks in terms of the road loans was 50%. So the 2 small banks needed 50% less than the other banks. So it was clear that these 2 banks had to get into the Hercules 3 in order to get the money they needed, because private money was not possible for saving these 2 banks, because, of course, Mr. Hatzidakis, sought private investors, but I know very well that there was no one who would be ready to place money on that. So there was a discussion about whether this deal was good or bad, and I will answer. Oh, okay, it could be much better, and we tried to negotiate with the ministry in order to have even better terms based on the fact that we got into these 2 banks before the introduction of the Hercules 3. So we were waiting for a miracle, maybe, similar to the Hercules 3rd, but of course we expected something more. The negotiation with the public state was very difficult in our case. I think that the balance that was achieved was okay. It was quite okay, but it was less than what we expected, to be honest with you. And what was done for the Greek banking system make us really proud. And also, I looked at the shareholders of the Pankritia the other day, and I told them the other day that this is the best solution for the Pankritia is the merger. There is it will give it a possibility to create profitability, to have profitability through this merger. And of course, at the same time, this merger will create the conditions that will attract investors. I will conclude now. I will say one thing. Until the completion of the merger, any quests from our side, from the minister, to look for serious investors for the new bank was in vain. But from the moment the agreement was announced and the investors, both Greek and foreigners, realized the size of this agreement, I can reassure you that on a daily basis we have big funds, we have big banks, foreign banks, that are interested in participating in the increase of the share capital. Of course, now there's no more need but of course maybe in the future. But of course the participation of funds and foreign banks in this will surprise you.
Minister, very briefly, because we are pressing for time, your response to that, please.
First of all, I need to agree that if the government did not activate Hercules 3, the rest wouldn't have happened. There was no light at the end of the tunnel. Even the Bank of Greece was clear on that. We went to the parliament just because there was a discussion around what was happening, and we didn't want to hide anything. We negotiated with Mr. Exarchou. He's talked about that. We discussed for months. When we went to the parliament, I showed them two documents. The first was of the governor of the Bank of Greece, a letter to me that I submitted that for the minutes because we wanted transparency. The letter said, if you don't move forward with this agreement, there will be negative consequences on the economy, the average Greek citizen, and the banking system. Nobody questioned this. The second document I submitted was a document of J.P. Morgan, which was a consultant of the Fund of Financial Stability, and I had asked it before we proceed with any agreement. Since a year we didn't have an interest, we wanted to make sure, in order to avoid having people saying this and that, that there was no other better offer than the one we had. So we did as is the case abroad. Nobody was interested in purchasing the bank, and no foreigners were interested in purchasing the banks or investing in the bank. So the question to you is the one I asked the MPs, what the government could do. Could it ignore the document of the governor of the Bank of Greece? Could it ignore also the document of J.P. Morgan, which says that there is no other reliable investor for these banks? So that is why I submitted those documents, because we wanted transparency. Σας ευχαριστώ.
More we could talk about, a lot we didn't touch on, but I'm afraid we are out of time. I'm extremely grateful to both of you, particularly for you, the effort you've made to get here. We really appreciate it. We're no less grateful to you, of course.
It's my pleasure.
Please join me in thanking both of our panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move right along to our next panel. We're turning back now to energy, which we've talked about on various occasions during the day. It is hugely important in its own right. It is, as I said earlier, also something of a proxy for everything else, particularly for geopolitical relationships around the world. So I'm really delighted to be able to invite a stellar panel to help us look at the energy landscape in Southeast Europe, starting with Theodoros Skylakakis, Minister of Environment and Energy for Greece. Minister, it's a pleasure to have you back again. Matthew Bryza, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs, former US Ambassador to Azerbaijan, and a member of the Board of Directors of Overgas. Matthew, please join us too. Bojana Achovsky, Secretary General Gas Infrastructure in Europe, and George Satlas, Executive Officer and Board Member at ICGB AD. Please come and join us. It's a pleasure to have you all with us. Nice to see you again.
Same here.
Take a seat, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, I don't know, given how timings are working out, how much time we're going to get for a detailed Q&A afterwards. I warn you of that so that if there are any specific points that you're hoping come up in discussion, maybe bring them up now in your introductory statements, just in case we don't have time later. Let's kick off then, of course, with the Minister. Your thoughts, please.
Well, thanks first of all for the invitation and the ability to address a distinguished audience that always is here in the Economist conferences. I would start saying that in Southeastern Europe these days, in this summer, we have faced an unprecedented situation where without any rises to energy costs, the basic energy costs, we had at days very high prices of electricity. Some of it is due to the change in Ukraine after the detailed and destruction of Ukraine's energy infrastructure. Ukraine has become an energy importer from a net energy exporter, at least from as far as electricity is concerned, and also the fact that the EU electricity, the pricing system, in cases of lack of marginal supply going down, the marginal demand, can give absurd prices which make no economic or social or any other sense. This is a problem that we have to address. It's partly a problem of lack of connectivity. It's partly a problem of the algorithms that actually decide that connectivity. You cannot have Austria and Hungary having 500 euros difference in electricity and believe that your system is actually working as it should have been working. This is an issue that we have, and energy security is the same as extreme energy prices because of demand and supply. If you have extreme energy prices, you have energy insecurity. That's my first observation. The second observation is that our effort in terms of LNG has gone well. We now be able, and I can tell it definitely, to have a commercial operation of Alexandroupolis by the 1st of October. And this gives us additional energy security, and it gives especially our neighbors additional energy security. And this is what we could have done, and we have delivered that with the Greek taxpayer giving a significant amount for that wider energy security in the region, because this investment would not have happened without the Greek taxpayers' contribution. So we have paid our due amount in terms of that. Now, in terms of energy security, what we also give to the wider region is a very fast delivery of renewables in Greece. Greece is extremely competitive in the development of renewable energy. Now, within our own system, we have close or more than 60% share of in the electricity of renewables in terms of quantities, and this is going to grow, and it's going to grow very substantially. We are already one of the 10 in terms of our market, 10 first countries in renewables in the world, and this has led to overachieving our CO2 goals, and we are offering these lower prices to the wider region, and we will continue to offer them, but we need more interconnections because the European electricity system is not functioning in a way that it is according to the wider principles of the united economic space that we have in Europe. You have big differences in prices that are systematic between countries, and the investments in production are not the way to resolve that. Local investments in more production in electricity are not the way to resolve that unless you have the same connectivity all around Europe. And this is something that the European policy must realize, because if you don't have the same connectivity, then you have a distorted market. And that can happen for historical reasons. You had more connectivity between Western and Eastern Europe, but 1990 is 34 years before. This cannot be the future of the European energy market, because it violates the fundamental principles of the united economic space in Europe.
Excellent, thank you very much indeed. That's really fascinating, and the challenge that Europe faces in, I mean, we've said that energy supply, energy security is a proxy for security in general in Europe, and I think Europe has been confronted by this crude reality given the situation in Ukraine, of how important this is. In terms of the problems, you've been very clear in setting them out. What would you like to see at the level of Brussels? Where should its priorities be in addressing these structural problems?
First of all, we need a lot more. First of all, we need the realization of the problem. It's impossible to resolve a problem that you are not admitting exists. This is something very difficult in politics, and it happens all the time. You have a problem, people say, do we have a problem? We don't know if we have a problem. Now you see the problem. The first thing is to admit that the problem exists, that it is not normal for, in the center of Europe, of 300-400 euros differences between two neighboring countries. And this is something that we cannot address in the south, 1,000 miles south. It must be addressed by a European policy. The second is the realization of that the model that we have is based on frictionless transactions. You know, in economic policy, we have what we call heroic assumptions. Heroic assumptions.
Oh, I know.
Heroic assumptions in terms of the classic economic model are perfect information, zero transaction cost, and zero transport cost. That's the heroic assumptions of the basic economic model on which Western capitalism is based and Europe is based. Now, what we all realize is that, of course, we cannot have these heroic assumptions, so we compromise on them, but we can compromise up to a point. The point is when you have absurd results. When we pay 900 euros with the same cost one day and 150 with the same cost the other day, then these heroic assumptions, the compromise is breached. The basic compromise that we all have is breached. And then you have to act. We'll see.
Okay, thank you very much. Matthew, let's move along to you.
Sure.
You wear many hats. I want you to remove just about all of them for the moment, but just keep on the regional hat.
Sure.
And give us your perspective, please.
Good, and then maybe I'll focus on natural gas, as I know Bojana will, but there's nothing more to say about electricity than what Minister Skilikakis said. My intervention will have some good news and some bad news. And the focus is going to be about how Europe is doing in diversifying its supplies of natural gas away from Russia to remove, as Ambassador Tsounis so powerfully put it, the Gazprom boot from Europe's and Greece's neck. So on the positive side, when I first met now Minister Skilikakis, we were recognizing problems that existed, economic problems on the bilateral US-Greek agenda. We had a very pragmatic approach. You were amazingly pragmatic and focused on details and the strategy. But back then, in around 2007, there was nowhere near a consensus in Europe for what we've heard consistently about natural gas today, about the need to diversify supply, especially here in Greece, where for political and other economic reasons, Russian suppliers or Russian-affiliated suppliers had special relationships with private companies that had media outlets that really skewed the perspective. That's finished. And so now where we are is where there has been great work by the European Union and member states in achieving much more connectivity on natural gas interconnections. It took a while. Back in 2006, when Russia first instrumentalized or weaponized natural gas supplies by cutting off the supplies to Ukraine and therefore Bulgaria and the rest of the EU, a lot of the US's NATO allies were uncomfortable in competing with Russia and thought maybe we should just quietly let Russia, like Germany would say, be a reliable supplier. We in Washington had had a different perspective for about 8 years by then. We had been working with our friends and allies, so with the governments of Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Turkey, and companies, primarily BP and the state oil company of Azerbaijan Republic, to help them, the investors, the oil companies, and the governments, achieve a network of oil and gas pipelines from the Caspian Sea that would provide diversified supplies, not only to Georgia and Turkey, but eventually to the European Union. For a while, when we would try to persuade our EU allies that it made sense to embrace these projects and then start pulling together Europe's own regional interconnections, we were often met with a response of, well, thank you very much for your interest in European geoeconomic policy. Now, please go home. But that began to shift, really, of course, in 2014 with Russia's first invasion of Ukraine, and then, of course, after the full-scale invasion in 2022. So Europe moved with great speed, especially Germany, that had been most resistant to confronting Gazprom in Russia. Germany moved to put in place regasification terminals for liquid natural gas that then gave Germany and the northern parts of Europe, along with Poland that has similar capabilities, and Lithuania, access to global supplies of LNG, which fortunately now are traded in a liquid way, both on the spot prices and then with longer-term contracts. So you don't have those distortions that the minister was talking about in Europe's electricity markets in gas to that extent. So that's a really good news story. There's the strategic awareness now of the need to diversify supplies. There's a strategic awareness of the threat posed by Russia by design, by weaponizing or instrumentalizing supplies of natural gas. And Europe has done, I think, a pretty good job in building the interconnections, though of course more are needed. So what's the bad news? The bad news is I don't think that Azerbaijan is going to be able to meet its target under its Strategic Energy Partnership Agreement with the EU of doubling supplies of Azerbaijani gas into the EU by 2027. That's for a few reasons. One, there's not enough investment going into Azerbaijan's upstream to produce those volumes, and that's because the signals being sent by the European Union are contradictory. On the one hand, there's a desire to double these supplies into the EU. On the other hand, there's a desire to phase out natural gas as quickly as possible. That makes it really difficult to finance new infrastructure because the people with the money are saying, well, wait a second, if the European Union isn't going to keep on buying natural gas, let's say during the 30-year lifespan of this project, I may not get repaid, so I don't think I want to invest upstream in Azerbaijan or midstream or in the pipelines. For example, the expansion of the Trans-Adriatic pipeline, something the US strongly supported, by the way, for years. To double the supply of Azerbaijani gas, were it available, into the EU, the capacity of the pipeline carrying that gas into the EU space, so to Greece and then under the Adriatic to Italy, must double. My understanding is to expand that current 10 billion cubic meter connection by 1 billion cubic meter, so from 10 to 11, or from 11 to 12 actually, there's about $200 million in investment that's needed. That's doable. To expand, though, by another, let's say, 2.5 billion cubic meters, that's a much more expensive investment. You need about 800 million euros because you need to add compression stations and ones that run on electricity rather than natural gas, which is a much more expensive new generation of compressors. So I'm pessimistic about it being possible to reach that doubling of the capacity and the volume of gas from Azerbaijan to the EU. But the good news is the vertical corridor, as we've been talking about. There's a great opportunity, obviously, for Greece and Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova, and beyond to bring in LNG, not only to Alexandroupoli and elsewhere in Greece, but maybe even from Turkey. But my last point is, there's a big problem in the monopolization of gas transit between Turkey's state-owned company and the Bulgarian one. And we'll talk about this more, but the one more issue to put on the table for the question period is the Bulgarian energy system and natural gas system is still it's dominated by state monopoly, which leads to inefficiencies, non-transparency, lots of influence by Russia, and too much dependence on coal. And so as long as there's this monopoly-to-monopoly relationship between Turkey and Bulgaria, the ability of Turkey to contribute to the diversification of supply via liquid natural gas will be limited. And that sets, inside the Bulgarian system, that lack of reform really sets a negative example for the Western Balkan states that we all hope will soon join the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. That was excellent. Let's move straight along to Bojana Achowski, Secretary General, Gas Infrastructure Europe. Your thoughts, please.
First of all, thank you for the invitation. Very interesting to listen to the two speakers before me. I will start from where the minister left it, or part of what he said in relation to the problems with the electricity system, which is not the case with the gas infrastructure, because gas infrastructure actually is very reliable. I represent here and speak on behalf of 70 companies, which are European gas infrastructure operators, so LNG terminals, pipelines, and gas storages. Gas infrastructure is extremely reliable, and it provides an extremely high level of security of supply, which we've seen very well in the past 2 years, indeed. So our LNG terminals are providing 40% of gas, which is imported to Europe. The storages are storing 1/3 of the annual gas consumption. We operate also 260,000 kilometers of pipelines. And although many of you are aware that actually the system in Europe was built on the way that it was transporting gas from east to west, right? Mainly, right? And this is something that we also manage with our efforts, let's say in the past years, to make sure that now there are flows through west to east now. And of course, for the moment, as a tool, we are providing this with natural gas. But in the future, there will be possibilities, of course, for decarbonization. And I know that next panel is going to discuss a lot on that, because the infrastructure, the gas infrastructure, is something that is an extremely valuable tool, because a lot was invested, and with a more minimal investments on that, on repurposing, we can use this network for different types of energy, let's say. In relation to the region, indeed, Matthew already mentioned some of the complexities. The regional has lacking some interconnectivity, which is important to look at that and to have a proper investments on that. Of course, there are countries not in this region, but more going to Slovakia, Slovenia, basically Czech Republic, also Austria, which geography is your geography, right? So they do not have direct access to LNG. And that's why such kind of developments as a vertical corridor, it's extremely important to have a possibility to receive an LNG from those countries which are really making efforts and investing in such kind of perspective. It's good to see the efforts between the different countries from the region on the perspective of the vertical corridor. It's extremely important to mention here that every specific country which is part of this initiative needs to have a specific financial investments in this regard, because some of the countries already managed to have, but some others or some other projects still needs to have financial support to increase the capacity for the vertical corridor. This is extremely important. It's good to see that indeed Alexandroupolis is going to be operational as 1st of October. Basically the other thing which is good to mention here as something as expansion and support to the diversification of the whole region is the fact that Bulgarian, by the way, although that I'm working in Brussels, Bulgaria is also having an expansion of its gas storage, Chiren, which is going to have also a possibility to, the region to have a possibility and access also to a gas storage. This is the situation for the moment. Indeed, the gas infrastructure is providing a huge, impact towards the security of supply. Indeed, sometimes I'm having the feeling that the policymakers are taking this for granted, which shouldn't be the case, because a lot of efforts and a lot of investments was done in this perspective. And basically the way that we managed the whole crisis, the energy crisis, and after that what happened with the invasion in Ukraine, was taking a huge effort from our side, from the infrastructure operators. Germany actually is a good example in these regards, considering that almost from one day to another in political level, they took the decision for having these LNG terminals, the FSRUs, and they really showcase that when there is a political will, things can happen very quickly. So now in Europe, you have like 38 terminals operational, so being FSRUs and also LNG terminals. And basically this is something that helped very much, because when the crisis started with the invasion, especially the Repower EU document, which was issued by the Commission, indeed put very big pressure on us, also with the level of the storages which was supposed to be filled, so LNG terminals, which was supportive. So security of supply, indeed, this is something that we contribute to the maximum, but it's also good to look, let's say, on the targets that we have in future. And it's also good to see here that the region is also looking on this perspective. The vertical corridor, we hope it's also going to be, having a possibilities to see in future for hydrogen readiness. IGB project, which we were expecting for quite a long time, it's good that it's also operational. It's a game changer that started on 1st of October 2022. It's good to see also the efforts which the region is putting on the perspective of decarbonizing by having biomethane, hydrogen on their infrastructure, and also considering CO2, which is probably more of a European, West European perspective, but hopefully also something to be considered here. And let's do not forget that security of supply and decarbonization actually are the different sides on the same coin. Let's finish this way.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective, and I'd like to come back to that a little bit later, perhaps, because, you know, they're two sides of the same coin, but actually that means they're on opposite sides of the coin. There's an implied contradiction, which I think we should explore a little later on. But before we move on, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to reflect on the specific case that Matthew raised about this bottleneck between Bulgaria and Turkey, and how that, I mean, any system can only go as fast as its slowest member. And if this is a choke point in this whole project to integrate European energy supply, that's a problem. So I wanted to give you an opportunity just to give us your thoughts about that.
Well, in relation to diversification and also to decarbonization, I believe it's similar, but every different country is having a different speed, correct? So we should not underestimate the fact that, you know, there are different possibilities to invest in different countries, and also the decision, the regulation, and, you know, their specificities from country to country. As far as for Bulgaria, I hope, so in principle we have now different sources, which is good, right? Because 2 years ago there was, well, we were having a contract with the supplier, and that was the only possibility for Bulgaria to get gas. Now it's improving, let's say. We have different projects, we have different resources. So basically, yeah, I know what Matthew is speaking about. It's a very tricky and sensitive topic, but I hope that a solution on this perspective is going to be found.
Okay, I don't want to get you into trouble, but I didn't want to move on without.
I think it's probably more a question for the politicians. I don't know if you agree on that.
Totally. Okay, well, luckily we have a politician on the panel, so that's always a good thing. Let's move along then to George Satlas, Executive Officer and Board Member at ICGB AD. You can reflect on what you've heard. You can give us your own individual thoughts on this area. Please go ahead.
So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in this panel with these esteemed speakers. I was very glad to hear their views on the subject, both on electricity and on gas. I can reflect from inside the gas transportation industry, being executive officer of IGB, a project that started 2 years ago. We all know how the situation is in Europe and how things evolved, what happened 2 years ago with this crisis invasion of Russia in Ukraine, and how this affected the prices. Fortunately, we're lucky to see that Europe reacted, used a lot of sources, used the storages, used different sources of energy. We have seen that actually Southern Eastern Europe came to the scene like it wasn't like that before, but now it was a useful source for Europe, even for providing of natural gas. And what we have seen the development of actually corridors. The one with the southern corridor that is used to transfer Caspian reserves to Europe. The other one is Eastern Mediterranean corridor that will be used to explore new resources in the Mediterranean Sea. But also this initiative that Boyan also referred, and my previous colleagues, the vertical corridor. And what is this in reality? Because we are part of this, is a collaboration of the operators to try to ease the transportation of gas from south actually to north, but actually inside Europe. This is a very tricky, let's say, situation, because we have a collaboration between 7 countries and 10 operators. We're trying to move gas from Greece to Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Moldavia, Ukraine, Slovakia. And as far as the situation is right now, We have conducted the incremental upgrade with market tests, trying to find binding offers for the long term. This appeared to be a bit disappointing because we didn't receive any offers, but that's how the market is sometimes. And what we need to do is we need to react on this. So we had even a discussion yesterday, because we all worked here for half a day with all the operators to see what our reaction will be to this. The good thing is that we're collaborating. I mean, the level of collaboration is to the max inside this vertical corridor initiative. However, we need help, and the issue here is that Europe is a bit reluctant to finance, let's say, gas infrastructure, which is understandable because we are on a way of decarbonization. However, gas is more or less a transitional fuel. We have seen in Greece that how we turn in renewables, in Bulgaria the same. Okay, Greece is moving with a great pace. And gas is helping with this because the renewables, they cannot stand by their own. That's the situation. Now, we have the LNGs. It's very good that with the start of the gas year 2024-2025, the LNG of Alexandroupolis become a reality. And this will help also to have more sources of gas. This is crucial. We are waiting for this. But on top of this, we need to find, and this also, this FSRU Alexandroupolis, I have to remind you that it's a joint effort. It's not only Greece, it's Greece, Bulgaria, there are 5 shareholders in this, all right? And the same is for ICGB. Yeah. ICGB is a perfect example of collaboration. Okay, it's a project that started very early, it finished a bit late, but it came on the right moment. Sure. We had Bulgaria, which is 50%, and also Greece and Italy, who have governments, who have also corporations like Edison. And this shows how is the way forward. Because the thing is that we need to evolve by building infrastructures where needed. We need to act rather than react. And we need to see how this will shape into a more sustainable energy. Grids are important, but as Boyana mentioned, gas infrastructure is very reliable. So we need to use it, and we need to reuse it maybe. So we'll invest in transporting in hydrogen, but for the moment we don't know how this will evolve. Okay, we will be ready. But this is for the common good. So, and the consumers, they see also the effect on the final prices.
Okay, thank you. Well, we've covered a lot of ground in your introductory discussions. We do have a few minutes for some questions. So, first of all, I want to come back to you, Boyana. You've talked before about 5 future-proof corridors in the region. And in light of all of the questions that we've been discussing and some of the obstacles that have come up, it's an intriguing concept, future-proof. Tell us more about these 5 future-proof corridors.
Yes, thank you. There is an initiative called European Hydrogen Backbone, where many of our member companies are actually members of European Hydrogen Backbone. And it's a fantastic opportunity to discuss, let's say, the hydrogen projects and all the development, let's say, on what we as infrastructure can do. So being a project with repurposing the existing infrastructure, then also our storages, which some of them are able also to store hydrogen. It's actually kind of a technical thing, you know, to make it, but it's not impossible. We also recently started to work a lot on having answers, and the European Commission asked us to provide a whole report on the matter on how to decarbonize also LNG terminals, which is also something very specific and not very easy to do, but there are options. So there are different corridors indeed for hydrogen. So Southern Corridor, there is a one which is Northern Baltic, also Southeastern. So basically, these are the corridors which are developed depending, of course, of the map. And they are the projects which are already on development phases. There are projects in the pipelines, as I said, also for storages, where you can see, let's say, how is the progress and what kind of connectivity also that could bring. Some countries indeed are much more involved and much more developed in these regards. Many other countries are looking more on the options and as my colleague said, basically on the perspective of having something for the good future. But saying this, is important to mention that first we need to understand how the hydrogen market is going to work, right? Because it's not very well developed for the moment. It's going to be extremely costly. But indeed, the targets of the European Commission are there. The willingness is there. There are also possibilities of having, finding investments on the matter. There is a hydrogen investment bank which supports, but the regulation, it's also something tricky and needs to be really very well ensured. So last year what happened is that by the end of last year we've got the hydrogen regulation developed by the European Parliament and adopted by the Council. So the message here for the politicians, because they're entering to a new mandate right now with the European Commission and the European Parliament, is to make sure that what was debated and what we as infrastructure operators work together with the policymakers from the previous mandate is now going to be properly implemented, let's say. To make sure that there is a well-functioned hydrogen market. And just to sum up with all the hydrogen projects, let's say, we have a hydrogen map. And you can see there are 130 projects from the TSOs, 30 for hydrogen storage, and a more limited number for LNG, but it's quite an interesting deliverable to check.
Thank you, that's fantastic. We are short of time, we've got 5 minutes or so, so I just want to put, it's tough to fit all of this into 5 minutes, but something that you raised, Matthew, so I want to put this question to you and to Minister Skylakakis, because you can give us different answers from different perspectives, I think, on this question. This extraordinarily difficult question of phasing over time. All investments are difficult because you have this risk of what, the timeline for the investment. Energy is a special case because not only do you have huge timelines, 30 years or 40 years to exploit an asset, but you also have all of the geopolitics, all of the changing politics, country by country, region by region, also over time. So it's an extraordinarily complex and difficult area to work in. You mentioned, Matthew, this problem of how you get investment into a project that may be vital for the first part of a long-term strategy, but is going to be dead by the end of that strategy. How do you do that? So let me start. I'll come to the Minister to finish us off, but first of all, for you, can you reflect a little on the complexity of that and how you deal with it?
Yeah, it's a great question. By the way, I just wanted to say how great your questions are throughout. So thoughtful. And thank you, Nectaria.
Well, thank you very much.
For a great event.
I'm sure everybody agrees.
They are. I ponder this all the time, and I obviously am not a huge shareholder in any oil and gas company, so I have the luxury of being detached and not so frightened by this. But I don't know how these investment committees, have the calmness to take these decisions because of what you say. It's unpredictable what the market's going to be like in the next 10, 20, 30 years, so you just have to do it. So in my experience, what I've seen is that often, if you have the right mega energy infrastructure investment projects, ones that are more or less going to make financial sense, which is what we did in the U.S. government when we were supporting those Caspian pipelines. We had our price models, we had a sense of what the capital expenditures were going to be, and the oil companies agreed, and they decided to invest. But the other thing that happens is once that big infrastructure is in place, the politics often come around, as do the markets, right? So the great thing about, let's say, the natural gas market in Europe now is that prices are liquid, unlike the electricity prices, because there's sufficient supply and sufficient interconnectivity. So the big risk of the sort of price shocks in electricity that the minister was talking about, for electricity, they've gone away because of these infrastructure investments themselves. So it's kind of a not a chicken and egg. It's like when the chicken lays the egg, then the thing works out.
Yeah, it's interesting that you reflected there on US policy on this, and I want to come to this policy perspective from the point of view of the government and from the point of view of regional politics. How do you go about setting up the conditions that allow these vital strategic investments to take place when they may not always make financial sense?
Well, the best way to go around is not to be impressed by the word strategic.
I'll stop saying it. Go ahead.
I could stop there.
Yeah.
Whenever I hear the word strategic, I get gooses on my skin. I prefer to have sound financial investments in the long run. Take into consideration the long run. For example, a hydroelectric plant or a pump storage plant can last for 100 years. A battery can last for 15. A natural gas pipeline can last for 50, 60 years. And it can transfer without a lot of money molecules that are green. An electricity line can last for a very long time. You have to replace cables at some point, but a lot of money you pay upfront to get it installed. So you look into viable financially and commercially and environmentally solutions, and then you add geopolitics with a very, very with a big question mark in your mind, because geopolitics have one disadvantage. They can change within a year. A country can go from here to there. Everything you believed about a country can go south because of elections, because if you are not a country with elections, because some forces within change, because changes of alliances. So do it in a conservative way, financially, environmentally, economically, and then add the geopolitics afterwards.
Excellent, wonderful, that's super. Okay, we're going to move on now to, we've been talking about moving carbon around. We're now going to be talking about how you take carbon out of the system. So please join me in thanking what's been an excellent panel. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Of course. Is it possible not to take a family picture? Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks a lot. Okay, while our panel leaves the stage, thank you very much, Minister. Thank you. Thanks. We'll be in touch. Let's move straight along to our next panel. And this one is about opportunities from decarbonisation strategy. Once again, we have a super panel, which I think we're all going to learn a great deal from. So I will invite them straight up onto the stage, given tightness of time. The first one is Alexander Zduku, who is the Deputy Minister of Environment and Energy here in Greece. And then we'll be hearing from the business sector via Maria Rita Galli, who's the CEO of DESFA, and Athanasios Paspaliadis, who is the Thessaloniki Industrial Complex Manager, Hellenic Petroleum and RSSOPP. I apologize, I have no idea what that stands for, at Hellenic Energy. Please come and join me on the stage. Thank you very much. Hiya.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Very nice to see you again.
Very nice to see you too. Hiya.
Nice to see you again.
Good to see you. Hi.
Good afternoon.
Whoop. Okay. Well, from natural gas and pipelines and burning carbon to decarbonisation. As we said in the last panel, two sides of the same coin. They have to work in tandem with each other or we'll all be lost. But let's kick straight off with the Deputy Minister. Please give us your thoughts.
So as we're speaking about, first of all, very nice to see you again. Thank you very much for the invitation. Hello, everyone. I always like, Alistair, when we are talking about an issue like the opportunities on the decarbonization, to see, first of all, the big picture, the state of play, and try to connect these pieces that we have on the table, on the puzzle. What do we have first? First, we have economy. So what we see that global economies, for example, they are growing, I believe, much more slowly, maybe, than the previous decade. So, and as we are struggling in a way with high inflation, this obviously is an influential point on the topic we're discussing first. Second, the wars. The wars, either we like it or not, they're driving changes in global energy markets. And obviously, they influence, and we have experienced that, the prices, the availability of key commodities like oil and gas. Just consider, for example, that the parties that are involved in the Gaza war are affecting the Strait of Hormuz, which is a crucial route through which around, I don't know, 20% of the world's, I think, oil supply flows. So we have to be careful in these things unavoidably influence our plans. From a political point of view, we have to see what will happen at the United States and whether we will experience again withdrawal, let's say, from the Paris Agreement. But let's see also another piece on the table, the European Commission. I think that the re-election of the President, of Ursula von der Leyen, I think that this is a guarantee that Europe will continue the effort to fight climate change, to promote the Green Deal. However, there are two new topics on the table, which is competitiveness, and this is very important, and the resilience, I would say, of the European industry. Remember, we have talked about that also the previous time. I think that this should play a bigger role in the coming Commission. What else we have? We discussed that before. In natural gas, we see Russian gas still flows to Europe, either by pipeline or LNG. Regarding renewables, it's a good story. We have many nice things to say here. We see record growth year by year in renewable energy installations, but at the same time, I think that renewables have grown faster than electricity markets can adapt. And that's why currently Europe is facing major challenges, Greece as well, like zero or negative electricity prices, like grid congestion, curtailments. We also see high interest rates, which may affect the investments in renewables. Regarding technology as well, which is related to the previous point, I think that when we talk about energy transition, is obviously a transition between technologies. And here we see, that's good, that we are shifting from long-established technologies like photovoltaic and wind farms to new technologies like battery energy storage systems, like offshore pump storage, hydrogen, alternative fuels. This is very challenging, very promising. We are all, of course, in favor of that. But again, the technologies have issues that we need to deal with. And in terms of funding, I would say, and finish with that, I think that we need even more resources to continue our efforts to a larger scale. I think that a good step towards that was the Social Climate Fund, which is a new financial instrument from the European Commission. And this will allow us to allocate these funds to more vulnerable citizens, to use them for energy efficiency stuff. And another point, Alistair, is the following. We see that Europe, when we talk about the Green Deal, has so many rules sometimes, and so many targets sometimes. And because of these rules, because of this bureaucracy, I feel sometimes that this transition becomes more expensive. Because we are delaying, because we need to look to check boxes, rather than do what makes sense. And what makes sense is something that China, for example, understood it a lot of years ago, 15 years ago, I don't know. It saw that this transition is an opportunity. Is an opportunity for what? To build new industries, for instance, to export these products, than, I don't know, drive what we say our low carbon world. So, and it pursued this strategy, it pursued this with intent, it pursued with money, and this is where it is today. America also got there too. Climate policy for America was also about diversifying from China. That was, I think, the first intention, about access to minerals, about jobs, about investments, and it was a secondary benefit to see CO2 emissions reductions, for example. But I think that Europe is still wrestling with these questions, and we see that although climate action is now indeed making a real progress, like, for example, the areas in renewables, as I mentioned, my belief is that it still hasn't fully reached the mainstream. It's not yet a top priority even for an average person. When you take decisions at a political level, or at a personal level, or at a consumer-oriented level, people usually put other things as priorities, like health, education, whatever, and not as much as climate issues and green transition. So I think that Greece will continue, obviously, to pursue its targets and its goals. Our approach, we currently have on public consultation our revised energy and climate plans and targets by 2030. We maintain our high ambitions as a country to green our energy system. This is a priority. We actually aim even beyond the European average targets. However, we want to take a more practical and a more cost-effective approach on that. How? By using mature technologies, as other kind of technologies are still in need of being matured. As our approach is expected, I think, to reduce costs by 30% by 2030 and by 40% by 2050. And I would say without compromising the energy transition success. Of course, now for us, the priority, I don't know if the Minister has mentioned on that, is shifting our focus to energy storage. battery, energy storage systems, pump storage, hydrogen, obviously. Maria is doing a great job on that. So I think what is important to say as final key messages is that Greece, it is a success that it has become a leader during the past 5 years, especially in the renewable sector, and especially emerging from, I don't know, a long financial crisis. So it has achieved a remarkable progress on that. Greece is also positioning itself as a key energy hub in the region, in southeastern Europe, in the eastern Mediterranean. And here there are a lot of projects on the table that are being matured, our infrastructure, interconnection projects, and also, and this is also important for me, Greece's energy transition is also focusing on creating jobs, on improving living standards, revitalizing areas that before were used for other purposes, coal mining areas. And you know, Alistair, sometimes I also find myself, we energy technocrats, we are living in our own small world, talking about how many megawatts are installed, how many CO2 emissions, and we are away a little bit from the real world. So sometimes I think that this should be transformed as how we make the lives of people better, how we ensure that they warm their houses, how we ensure that they have low electricity costs. Yeah. So we need to work a little bit better on the social dimension of all this stuff.
Okay, thank you. I mean, that's a very tough can of worms to open, because I suspect around Europe there are an awful lot of political constituencies that believe the best way to bring down the cost of energy is to dump all the green policy. I mean, it's a horrible thought, but that is, you know, there is a strong movement of thought in around Europe in particular, and in America, a bit of a counter-reaction to the whole green agenda. But thanks very much for that. Let's move along to Maria Rita Galli. You can reflect on what the Minister said to the extent that that's what you want to do, but also please just give us your thoughts on the topic.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, of course, for having me here again. And of course, I would like to, let's say, follow up on what the Minister was just saying, and let's say, focus a bit on the industrial perspective and the company perspective, on the real concrete opportunities that the energy transition in Greece has already created, and the one that we see are on, let's say, on the path of being developed. Let's say, being Thessaloniki, I've been looking a bit at, let's say, the regional perspective as well. And what struck me, if looking at our own investment plan, is how much, let's say, the energy transition has benefited northern Greece in terms of attraction of big investment. In the last 3 years, in the midst of the whole energy crisis and all of the things which have been going on, a lot of investment are happening in northern Greece in terms of supporting the energy transition and getting out, of course, of the coal industry. And these investments have been, of course, in renewables, but also significantly in new gas-fired generation, which is the most advanced technologies, the most advanced combined heat and power generation of the latest generation, which are being built or are just commissioned in Komotini, in Alexandroupolis, in West Macedonia. New combined heat and power will be built to replace heat produced by coal. All these new investment in, let's say, what is today the cleaner of the fossil fuels also triggered infrastructure investments. So, let's say, in our overall investment plan, more than 600 million are being spent in this region between pipeline and compressor stations, and pipelines which have also short-term benefit not only supplying gas for gas-fired generation, replacing lignite, but also supplying distribution grid in area in the northern part of the country where it's still cold, and where, let's say, gas brings a cleaner way of, let's say, warming the houses or supplying energy to the industries. So this has already, you know, significantly benefited in terms of potential of, let's say, opportunities, investment opportunities, new job opportunities, which are coming with the energy transition. And opportunities that the industry, sometime, let's say, I was thinking about what the minister said about, let's say, financially viable investment. Of course, when you are a company, this is your absolute dogma. You don't want to invest money if you're not convinced that the investment is financially sustainable. And let's say the big bet that all the players of the value chain have been doing in an ecosystem way has been betting on infrastructures that can have a future and not only a transitional role. The new CCGTs that are built in this area are all of the latest generation and are all using turbines that can burn significant quantities of hydrogen, from 50% in Thessaloniki to even 75%, if I remember well, in the Evros in Alexandroupolis. And all our new infrastructure are ready to transport hydrogen to these new power plants in the future, and connect with the regions, and again the angle of the coal regions. Let's say in West Macedonia we will have the first pilot project for Hellenic Hydrogen to produce hydrogen with dedicated renewables that can be transported to the new combined heat and power of the region, where again a very significant blending will take place. So also, let's say, on the molecular perspective, there is an ecosystem which is developing that is not going to work with hydrogen tomorrow, but let's say the industries who have to take investment decision today are making sure, or well, making the best that, let's say, our ability to foresee the future give us to do whatever can be done to make sure that these assets serve today's needs, but also the needs of the long term in terms of, let's say, providing a cleaner energy for the entire region. And let me add only one very brief consideration about the fact that, let's say, when we consider the cost of an energy system, and I've been in the gas industry, unfortunately, many, many years, but we very often forgot the cost and the value of flexibility. There is a hidden cost in the flexibility that until we have sufficient flexibility, we don't put a price to it. And so far, a lot of flexibility is provided by gas. Every day we see a swing between gas and the wind that can be even 40–50% of the daily demand. We have weeks like the last one, in which we had almost no wind, and we had 70% of the production coming from gas and even a bit of lignite. And maybe the day after we will have a lot of wind. Today we are not suffering from the cost of this flexibility because the system is still capable of managing it. But of course, with the increase of the swing, we will have increasing needs of flexibility. And of course there are batteries, of course there are pump storages to come, but they will take years. And in the meanwhile, we will start to see emerging costs of flexibility that can be very, very big. So it's really important to understand that sometimes we don't see these costs because today they are part of the gas system, but if we need to increase this flexibility support, this will trigger costs that today we are not accounting for.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it comes back to what we were talking about in the previous panel, this complexity of synchronizing all of these different moving parts to bring about, to engineer a really profound transition in, you know, the way, I don't want to be too pretentious about this, but the way our species gets from day to day. This is a massive transition that we're undertaking. Let's move on to Athanasios Paspaliadis I'm going to let you tell me what RSSOPP stands for. It sounds like a brand of brandy, but I'm sure that's not what
No,
it is.
it's a legal term that follows the company, so it's
okay.
nothing, so it's a legal
I don't
term.
need to worry about it.
So, okay, don't worry.
Excellent. All right. Well, let me hand straight over to you then, please. Give us your thoughts. Perhaps you'd like to give us a little detail as you speak about the Green Hub North project as well, because I'm not sure I'll have time to.
Okay, I will discuss about the projects. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Ross, and I have to let you know that Hellenic Energy is a company that works closely with the government and the society and provide fuels throughout its history. At the moment, we already have installed a plant in Kozani that produces 204 megawatts of power, which delivers 350 gigawatts of energy, of clean energy per year, which is equivalent to 75,000 households. On the other hand, for Thessaloniki industrial complex, the refinery and the chemical plant here in Thessaloniki, we're designing, with a phase of designing, to replace the electricity that we use from the grid with green electricity that is coming from photovoltaic plants, plus batteries, as the Minister mentioned before, plus hydrogen that can be produced from the green electricity that will be produced from the photovoltaic plants, or ammonia. Of course, everything will be performed in a viable manner, and if the market is such mature to proceed with such investment. The thing is that we will proceed to the point that we will provide green electricity to the refinery and to the installation, so we can benefit from the CO2 reduction, which is a significant number of 150 kilotons per year. And if the market is mature, because at the moment we're in the process of feasibility study, this feasibility study is conducted with economic terms, and of course the capital expenditure is such, then we will proceed. Recently I've read that a similar project in Scandinavia that got the green light stopped because of that reason, because of the lack of a market. So, and another advantage of Hellenic Petroleum, in specific for this installation here in Thessaloniki, is that we have experience. We have experience to deal with complex market. The oil market is very complex, and we're dealing that throughout our years of operation here in Athens, in Greece, and of course not only in Greece, but in the whole Europe. So we have experience how to deal with such projects. It's technical and economical project, and with very different, I would say, they don't cooperate together. So we have to find a way how to deal with these issues. So we're in the process of designing and having these parameters in our minds, and then we will proceed accordingly, as we did with all the projects in Greece. On the other hand, we had provided the sustainable aviation fuel here in Thessaloniki, and of course in Thessaloniki Airport, Macedonia Airport of Thessaloniki, since 2022, 3 years before the legal obligation, which is coming to power on the 1st of January, the sustainable aviation fuel. And we have plans to expand these to other, not only to Thessaloniki, but also to Athens, and to help all the airport providers, the airlines and the airports to proceed to the new regulation by 2025.
Excellent, thank you. Well, thank you for being concise, but you gave us a lot of detail there as well. I regret to say we don't have time to explore any of these areas. So much we could talk about, but time is a cruel slave master. So please join me in thanking what's been another excellent panel. Thank you all.
Thank you, Alistair.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I'll see you again. Okay, let's move straight along to our next panel, which is another area of extraordinary importance, particularly here in Greece, but all over Europe and elsewhere in the world, which is the contribution of infrastructure to a more resilient economy and society. Infrastructure, its role can't really be overstated. So we're going to explore that now with a couple of fantastic panelists. First up, we have Christos Staikouras, who's the Minister of Infrastructure and Transport here in Greece. Please come up and join me, Minister. It's a real pleasure to see you again. Thank you. And Stefanos Agiosoglou, who is the CEO of Public Road Transport. Please join us. Hiya, nice to see you again.
This time you got it right, Alistair.
Yeah. Of course. Would you like to sit at this end? Because we're all a bit more compressed. Please feel free and take the podium.
Θέλω για ακόμα μια φορά.
Once again, for one more year, I'd like to thank the economist for the excellent initiative, allowing us politicians to demonstrate what we have implemented from what we promised and what we're planning to implement, especially in a field which was correctly considered as to be very crucial at the European level. And that's because, among others, both at the European but also at the Greek level, there has been a concerted effort in the last years in order for our country to exit the crisis and to get back to the recovery and to the sustainable development route. The transport the infrastructures in general is a very important field, and it presupposes, of course, at the European level, hard work and efforts. The contribution of this sector into the creation of job positions and the reinforcement of social cohesion is essential because it reinforces the domestic market through public works. It creates infrastructure that facilitate the trade among the regions, the Greek regions, and also among Greece and other countries. It integrates new technologies that modernize the services to citizens and businessmen. It reduces distances between cities, neighborhoods, people, and it is a pioneer in terms of decisions in order to reduce the climate change. All these parameters are also the criteria that we take into account in the ministry collectively as political leadership during the period of planning of any intervention. We are trying to make sure that any new project and service contributes to the interconnectivity and accessibility and to the reinforcement of the economic sustainable development, and also contributes in terms of environmental sustainability to high resilience. And all this, and I will continue, I will not stop reiterating that, within one specific with specific capacities, because of course there are many opportunities but limited capacities. So efficiency and effectiveness are for our ministries keywords, when even if whether it's for new projects or for smaller scale projects implemented across Greece. Allow me, because I have the pleasure to speak through the Economist initiatives across the country, allow me to focus on Thessaloniki. First of all, the metro of Thessaloniki. In 86 days from now, the metro will be delivered to the citizens with persistence and methodology. All of us together, we achieved the target that was set in order to deliver 13 modern stations, this modern metro of cutting-edge technology with great capacity, and also the depot of 52,000 square meters. And also, as we said yesterday, the expansion towards Kalamaria neighborhood will be completed in the second semester of 2025, because it has already reached 89% of completion stage. The study of the metro, of the completion of the metro of Thessaloniki for 2040 has been recently presented. So we kept our promise, last year's promise. As for the urban transport, this is of course part of the citizens' reality and the constitute main obligation of the government. They are considered to be a social asset, and they are supported as a social necessity. We're planning to restructure the urban transport, and we expect this new plan, which will integrate the metro of Thessaloniki, to also to promote the sustainability principle, and of course the use of a safe and efficient road transport. We create the conditions that will allow us to have a clean fleet here in Thessaloniki in 3 years from now, while 3 years ago the average age of the fleet was 17 years. So in this direction, since the beginning of July 2024, we have 110 electric buses, thus renewing 1/3 of the fleet. The tender of SETH for the lease of 200 new buses is underway. There is a provisional contractor for the lease of buses for 3 years, with a timeline to be completed in 2025, and the public consultation for the large tender for 700 new vehicles of anti-pollution technology is underway. Many of them will be used here in Thessaloniki, provided, of course, that we obtain the necessary funding in the future. And also, we recruited people with fixed-term contracts of drivers, increasing considerably the number of the drivers. As a result, today, literally today, there are over 300 buses. That is 16% more than last year, the same day. Conclusion, we kept the promise that we made last year for Thessaloniki. Third, flyover. There was a mistrust on this project 1 year ago. I think that the level of mistrust has been decreased to a great extent. And the problem caused to the traffic in Thessaloniki do remain significant, but less significant than last year. Also, there are 250 people working, and 80 machines are used, and according to estimates, the works will be accelerated very shortly. And as a result, based on the contractual obligations, the delivery of this road project will be due in March 2027, in line with our promise made last year. So today, the time spent of the citizens on this road is still high, but it's less than before. And that's because all of us together, we, the citizens, the local authorities, we have transformed the transport here in northern Greece. Yes, of course, we need to do more, but of course, when we implement large projects, of course, these affect the daily life of the citizens when these interventions take place in existing roads. As regards the railway network, last year we promised to seek funding from the European Union in order to reinforce the investments on the Greek railways. And yes, our top priority is in northern Greece, and that's because we want to leverage and to link the Alexandroupoli, Kavala, and Thessaloniki ports with railway and Europe. Because as we discussed in Athens, the new two corridors go through ports of northern Greece. So in this direction, we have achieved significant results within 1 year. So there has been a great interest from the private sector for the tender of the project Toxotes Nea Karvali. The European fund will be 212 million euros. And 1 month ago, we secured 520 million euros for the coming 4 years from the last call of Europe, the CEF 2, Connecting Europe Facility 2. There is also another project, the upgrade of the Thessaloniki Promachonas Railway, 112 million euros. Please allow me to also mention the amount when I talk about the project, and also the upgrade of the Pythio-Lymeni railway connection, 187 million. So the largest part of the funding that we got goes to northern Greece. That is, 750 million are the resources that we secured in the last 12 months for investments in the Greek railway. And of course, in the next call that will come out in the coming months, we will submit another good proposal in order to further reinforce these investments. And don't forget that here in Thessaloniki, there will be a meeting, and I apologize for not being able to attend the works of this meeting, because there is another meeting in order to see the results of the tender for the 6th pier of Thessaloniki and the suburban of Western Thessaloniki, because our priority is to implement it quickly and, of course, always in line with the needs of the local society. provided, of course, there is funding. And also road projects. Last year, we promised to update some specific roads. If you go to the drama city, everyone will tell you that they need an upgrade of the road linking Drama to Amphipoli. So after the submission of comments from the pre-selected contractors, there will be a second round. In order, we will draft the tender of the binding offers, with an expected due date November of 2024 for this road. The provisional contractor will be designated in the beginning of 2025, but the estimated due date, completion date for this project is 3 years after the signing of the contract. And I will conclude with okay, I talked about the transport, and now we'll conclude with some very significant works, in my view, which sometimes are not getting a lot of publicity, like the flyover, for example, but they're very important for the daily life of the citizens and for the families with kids that go to school and they need better services. So we will build, we're going to build the justice buildings in many cities, school units, 17 school units in the region of Central Macedonia. We will upgrade some existing buildings. We will build a primary school, and then we will restore the external ground of the building of the Papanikolaou Hospital. And then we have an energy upgrade and energy-saving upgrades of the General Hospital of Thessaloniki Agios Pavlos. So that is what we are doing. That's what is underway. So in 1 year from now, you will be able to assess us. So with all these projects and with planning of other interventions, we're going to upgrade the infrastructure in Thessaloniki and in northern Greece as a whole. We improve safety, security, quality of transport. We increase the competitiveness of freight transport, and we lay the foundations for new business initiatives. And of course, we increase social cohesion, and we strengthen the country as a whole. In the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport, we continue to work in a methodical way, and we implement our plan in a sincere, in a consistent, in a responsible, and in a realistic way. Thank you.
Minister, I know you're short for... If you need to leave at any point, please go ahead and do so. Don't feel, no worries at all. Okay. Now that he's gone...
The two of us.
Yeah, just the two of us. Tell me what you think about what you just heard. I'm sure you've got things that you want to talk about on your own account, but I mean, that was a long list of promises, of achievements. How do you feel about what you just heard? What's your assessment?
Actually, that was the list, not of promises, but of achievements.
Yeah.
Only achievements of what it was announced last year.
Right.
And now it's already done. But are you going to allow me to speak in Greek? Of course. Because I feel in Thessaloniki that I have to do that. Και να ευχαριστήσω για μια ακόμα φορά και...
I'd like to thank once again The Economist, because every year I think that it gets better and better, both here in Athens, in terms of speakers, in terms of audience. So what the minister just said is exactly what the ministry has achieved, indeed, in the last year. And believe me, I will give you more details. And I think that in the field of transport, we have achieved. Today we announced that the works for the electrical buses charging spots has been completed in Athens, and we have a tender underway for the new projects for charging buses in the depot in Athens. So as regard, okay, because we do make investments, we do bring buses and new vehicles in order to fully renew the fleet, but in order to do that, we need investments, because unless they are completed, the transformation of the fleet will not be useful. So based on what the minister said for Thessaloniki, I will continue to also say a few things about what has happened in Athens, where actually from now to next summer, the fleet of Athens buses, consisting of 1,600 buses, will be renewed by 80%, and it will be more green also, in order to better serve the needs. So we'll have more than 900 new buses circulating in the roads of Athens. 140 are already circulating, and slowly and surely we have new buses coming in. And Alistair, I'd like also to add a new dimension on the when we talk about investments, because of course the main aim is to replace our fleet, to make it more green, to make it more flexible and more qualitative in order to better serve the passengers. But at the same time, the replacement of the fleet creates not only the need for the infrastructure, but also the need for auxiliary works, which open up new opportunities for resources, because we have the spare parts, we have the new technologies for the maintenance of these new buses, and all this together give many opportunities to the local society, to the local companies working in this field. And I would like to also add something which is even more important. The company of buses in Athens, all these years, which had very old fleet, 19 years old in average, paid a lot of money for the maintenance of this fleet. But in the last 40 years, it has obtained know-how in many fields of engineering for the maintenance of this fleet. Of course, all our efforts consisted of doing the maintenance, but now with a new fleet, with the new technologies, all this know-how that these people have from the maintenance can be sold now to the market. And while we have a new fleet, the people can provide these services, they provide this know-how, thanks to this know-how that has obtained all this year through the maintenance of the old fleet. So this is something that has been achieved through the replacement of the fleet, and of course it will get even better.
How do you deploy that expertise that you've mentioned when you don't have the fleet? So is this people who are going to travel to places where the expertise is required? Do you bring other people's buses here, fix them and send them home? What do you do?
Και τα δύο.
We'll do both. We'll do both. Actually, okay, we do have infrastructure and we do have the know-how in order to make different parts, different parts of the fleet. So we can do it either in-house in our facilities or to deploy crews of specialized people who are trained to do this job whenever there is need. So this is something that we could not do until now because all we did was to do maintenance of our existing fleet. But from now on, we can do it, we can provide this know-how to other industries.
Well, I have to say, I'm ridiculously excited about the metro in Thessaloniki, and I don't even live here. But I can't wait to take my first ride on it. So that's something for me to look forward to. We're going to move along to our next panel.
Whenever you come to Athens.
Electrical bus is amazing.
Yeah, I look forward to that too. Athens is another favourite city in Greece. I'm not going to say which one I prefer. Let's leave it there and move on to our next panel. But before we do, please join me in thanking you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you,
Thanks a lot. It's a nice, easy one. Okay, let's move right along to our next panel. Again, it's a bit of a shift in direction, but in a sense, we're sticking with infrastructure vital to Greece's development and performance. This time, it's financial infrastructure. So to help me explore this topic, I'm very happy to welcome up on the stage Takis Theodorikakos, who is the Minister of Development for Greece. Please come up and join us. Nikos Papathanasis, who is the alternate Minister of National Economy and Finance in Greece, and Panagiotis Mourgos, who's the Managing Director at Texan Environmental Management. Gentlemen, it's good to see you all again.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We've met, we're virtually old friends by now. Thanks a lot. I'd ask you about your wives and your kids, but maybe this isn't the time or place. Let's move straight on with Takis Theodorikakos, Minister of Development in Greece. Finance, growth, and the RRF for Greece. The RRF has been such an important contribution to Greece's fiscal resources. Let's hear your thoughts, please, on this.
Thank you very much for your invitation to participate in this fourth Thessaloniki Forum. Κυρίες και κύριοι, αξιότιμε κυρία Αναπληρωτή.
Ladies and gentlemen, alternate minister, representative of the business community, dear friends, it is a great honor and joy for me to attend the fourth Thessaloniki Metropolitan Summit and participate in this specific panel because attracting investment is under my capacity, the capacity of the Ministry of Development, and circular economy is one of the most important, attracting all the more investments in our country. And it is a great joy because I have with me my friend Nikos Papathanasis, alternate Minister of National Economy, responsible for the resources of NSRF and RRF, since these resources are important for attracting investment. So the funds are at the hands of Mr. Papathanasis. It is a great joy that in this panel we have a an exceptional representative of the business community from circular economy, Panagiotis Mourgos from Tehan Environmental Management, who has contributed in showing that our country is an attractive destination for American investments, especially in circular economy. Talking about the recovery fund, I would like, since I address to all of you in the Ministry of Development, we work methodically and intensively in order to plan and present in the weeks to come the new sustainable productive model for our country. We believe in showing, promoting and signing such a model. The main pillar will be modern Greek industry, in the framework of which we work in order to have an holistic approach. From RRF, we have decided the upgrading of 20 industrial parks in which we promote projects of infrastructure and green economy of 45 million euros, and our will is to invest more money from other financial tools that will come along, so as from a sustainable economic model for the country to promote the business activities that need to be further developed in our country, with allocation of activities in different regions. It is rather critical to study and promote competitive edges for specific business activities per region and enhance them as a state in all ways possible. We have decided to use for serious investments that we hope to attract in the times to come, more tax incentives, so we will have cooperation with the Ministers of Finance in order to enhance these activities that will have multiply effects, satisfying this new productive model for the country. In this framework, sustainable development, balanced development in all regions of the country, and green transition will be the main characteristics of this new productive model for our country, since Greece has a lot of competitive edges, especially in green transition. In order to understand the importance of European tax European Green Deal, in which Greece hopes to become a role model. The Green Deal aims at activate in the next years an amount of 1 trillion euros of sustainable investments throughout the EU. This amount, of course, corresponds to private and public investments in order to have a green, competitive economy. In the Ministry of Development, we want to create a more attractive environment, underlining the opportunities of growth in different regions, aiming to attract new funds from abroad mainly, so as to have more money pouring in the Greek economy that will leverage more capitals. Of course, I would like to underline that problems that continue to exist in the country with regard to the attraction of investments are willing to solve them right away. Greece, in the 5 years of our government, has attracted investments and has proven that it is a country investment friendly. We have issues nonetheless to solve, and in the weeks to come we will have some reforms. The Minister of Development and the Secretary of Investment will be the host of investments in the country, so as to create one-stop shop and not investors have to deal with 2 or 3 or 4 agencies, promoting thus bureaucracy and corruption. So we will have one-stop shop, and increase investments will increase the revenues for the state and create new jobs. Additionally, allow me, before I finish, and having the representative of Tehan with us, I would like to underline, and I think that all of us will understand that in politics, we are judged by the results. Tehan invests in circular economy, and by coming here, they show that they trust this government, and the investment has multiple effects on the economy and the environment. So we have a friendly, investment-friendly environment, and we tend to act, not say things. I say all this because I remember Mr. Morgos in December 2019, when I escorted the Prime Minister in my capacity as a Minister of Foreign Affairs in the first visit of the first recycling plant outside the United States. The group Tehan, in order to move forward with this investment to create 90 jobs, now they have created 400 already. This is a positive example of a foreign American investment in the circular economy sector, and express my wishes that further investments will follow. Before I rest my case, I would like to say that the Ministry of Development, have no doubt about it, will give a picture, a real picture of a ministry that promotes a sustainable, productive model for Greece, actively promoting social cohesion, regional balance, which is necessary to achieve regional cohesion and prosperity without exclusion for all citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Let's move right along to the alternate minister before we come to Mr. Mourgos to give his profound thanks for the lovely words that were delivered to you here from the minister. Alternate Minister, Mr. Papathanasis, your thoughts, please.
Thank you very much, Alasdair. As you said, after so many times, we feel like family together. We meet very, very often, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to be here within this esteemed panel with my friend Takis Theodorikakos, Minister of Development, Mr. Mourgos. With Takis, we have shared many thoughts, and I think he addressed a lot of them. But since last time in Athens we spoke in English, let me switch in Greek. This panel is Greek, and
distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, this is the fourth summit that takes place here in the summit of Thessaloniki. It gives us the possibility to talk about significant events. And Thessaloniki is a reference point, which is related to the economic growth. So it gives the possibility to the minister to talk about the economic growth and the strategy for the future. So today we're very close to very significant events. The first one being the first assessment by the DBRS Morningstar, which was the first evaluation assessment company that gave us a better ranking and gave the way, and that was followed by other similar companies. And so we managed to have, given our exceptional strategy by the Prime Minister, we were led to the upgrade. And of course, upgrade means a lot. And let me talk about this. I'm very pleased to be here with Mr. Mourgos as a representative of the entrepreneurs, because this summit, the summit of the economists, mostly addresses economy-related issues and gives us the possibility to talk about issues related to economy. So the DBRS is one thing, and the second one is the speech of the Prime Minister tomorrow. Both events will show the way we're moving towards, and of course, these events follow the announcement that Greece in the second quarter of 2024, the first country in the Eurozone in terms of growth, and the second one in the European Union. So this, of course, is not accidental. Economy is a very strict thing and requires a lot of discipline. Therefore, this is a result of hard work which lasts for years and has specific characteristics. And let me tell you what those characteristics are, and then I will talk about the public investment program, which is underway, and together with Takis, we discuss it, and the Ministry of Development, where I served in my previous term, has a very significant role. Mr. Krekas, a former minister, is present here, because the Ministry of Development okay, let's say if the Ministry of National Economy is the brain, the heart is the Ministry of Development, and the Ministry of Development assumed the responsibility for the high prices and also made sure that we have rules in order to monitor the market. And of course, every time we took a measure, we needed to take a measure from the competition committee, because, dear Alistair, it's not very easy to control the profit rate of one asset. We are the only country that does it, and we are the only country also that has imposed so many fines. So the main characteristic in the five last years is the reforming character of this government. We said from the scratch that we want to change the production model in order for people to start believing, trusting the government. And in order to do that, we needed to convince people that we mean it. And that's why we started. You know, there is also a reaction. So we started in our DNA is to trust the private sector, the certified accountants, the engineers, to trust in general the private sector, and to always try to create a buffer zone between the public and the private sector by transferring activities outside the public sector. So that worked, and Greece became an entrepreneurship-friendly country. And now we're talking about growth. And what is this growth about? And I think the Prime Minister explains it in the best possible way. Growth means that we create hope, we create jobs, and we give the possibility to young people to start their life and to start creating their life. With the high demographic problem that we experience, the only way out is the growth, because in the last 5 years we created 100,000 job positions annually for 5 years. So apart from the hope and prospect, we also create the increase in the available income, and we also give the possibility to companies like Pfizer, Microsoft, Team Euro, etc. We give the possibility to many people that left Greece to come back because based on the last census, the things were not good, so we cannot afford to lose any Greek. So growth creates job positions, and to ensure growth, we need reforms and a proper strategy, a proper operation of the state. And that's what we did. That's what the structural change of the government was about. We gathered all the tools in one single spot, all the financing instruments, that is, in order to better plan and in order to have a more effective implementation of these instruments. So the National Public Investment Program, which is an umbrella which contains the RRF and all the national and European funds. And in this way, it allows us to have a better implementation, better utilization of these funds, and we avoid overlapping. So we have the best plan, and in 2025 this plan will be even higher, and in 2026 even higher. What this means? That means that these funds create job positions. So starting from the Resilience Fund, where we also had a very good news 2 days ago, because we had a preliminary approval for the fourth installment, payment of installments. So we're now working on the fifth claim. So with the 1 billion that we will receive, we will receive 50.5 of the RRF. So we will be the first country in Europe in terms of absorption of funds and the implementation of the landmarks, milestones. That means that is translated into our strength to make reforms. So that's why we're very open, because we're making a discussion about the new programming period, 2028, 2034, in which there is a skepticism from some countries about whether they want to include reforms. Greece is among the countries that wants to include reforms in this new programming period, whether it is a national strategic reference fund or other European funds. I think that I have no more time, so I will conclude. I don't know if we all have, there's going to be a second round. So I will conclude by saying that the ESPA, we were among the 3 top countries, and of course we implement all the things, and of course since we're talking about circular economy, Greece does have a strategy. In 2019, for the first time, it established a policy based on 4 axes: green transition, digital transition, skilling, upskilling, and competitiveness, and support to the enterprises. And this policy is being served and will be served until the end, because this, alongside with reforms, will bring new job positions, hope to everyone. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mourgos, I'm sure you have your own points to make, but I'd like you to play the role as well on this panel of commenting on what you've heard from the representatives of the government. They've been very generous about you. That doesn't mean you have to be very generous back. So let me hand over to you. I'm afraid I will have to ask you to be brief because we are very low on time, but please, your thoughts.
Well, instead of being generous, I would prefer to be fair. Minister of Development, alternate Minister of National Economy and Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor today that we participate and we support the 4th Thessaloniki Metropolitan Summit as a silver sponsor, a summit that has a special identity. It deals with economy and development that are important for Greek economy and its cohesion. As businessmen, it's important to know that there are rules, that there are structures, so as to be able to promote our business plans. It's important to say, not generously, but in fairness and truth, that Greece is an attractive investment destination. We see that in figures and we experience it because business is risk, difficulties. We experience crises, various crises all these past years. We have a war in our continent, and we have a war in our neighborhood. We have experienced the pandemic, so we see that there are many crises, repetitive ones, that need us to be cautious when we plan and actually always estimating the cooperation of the government. There is always one objective: Greek society, and creating jobs. We have promised in the Prime Minister and in the then Ambassador of the US, Mr. Pyatt, that we will create paid 90 jobs. We have already created 400 of them, and by 2026 we will have 1,000 additional, making our company a big one. This is critical because society is in crisis, so businesses in cooperation with the state and to help all of us, all members of society, to have a more fair allocation of wealth. This is important. That is why businesses need to have social responsibility to show and support society. We as group have created an innovative program of 1 million euros we offer this money and the state decides where to go, because and the citizens vote where these citizens go, where this money goes: environment, local societies, education. So it's important to have good cooperation with the state, and in that way we promote cohesion and synergies with everyone. It's important to see heads of ministries to have common objectives, because development is a common objective of all of us, and it's important that people are there to create added value in the Greek society. We as entrepreneurs continue to invest. We as investors have a 2-year investment plan of 50 million, so as to make our country, which has a lot of competitive edges, to create new jobs and create new income for all. And it is important, and we are glad to see all these people here today. We also see that circular economy and investment is a sector that interests us all. We will continue doing our best. We believe that the government and state are there to assist us, and we want to be fair in whatever we do. We will always be there in partnership with the state in order to create new jobs and promote social cohesion and prosperity. Thank you very much.
Let me give an opportunity to you, Minister, to come back with any thoughts on what you've heard.
Thank you very much. Ζήτησα λίγο πρόσθετο χρόνο γιατί
the presentation of the thoughts of the two previous speakers gives me the possibility to share some ideas. I think that the most important achievement of the government in the past 5 years is to establish real trust-based relations between the companies and the state. And this is something that we need to preserve in an environment that is particularly unstable. Mr. Mourgos mentioned that, and it's a very essential. One of the missions of the Ministry of Development, as mentioned by Mr. Nikos Papathanasis, was to address issues related to the market. I say that I want to be very fair and honest. The legislation that was passed by the government of Mr. Mitsotakis with regard to the control of the prices is the strictest in the world. We need to realize that it's very difficult to say to entrepreneurs that they cannot profit more than they profited in 2021. So if someone among them had losses back then, imagine now. So additionally, during my term, I multiplied by 5 the fine for the exceedance of the profit. So this is a very strict legislation, and it's implemented, and it has results, because it's the 4th month in a row that the supermarkets have 1 to 2% lower prices than the same month last year. So there is a creative cooperation with entrepreneurs, and there is, but also there is a enforcement of the law, because law is the most important thing, and it needs to be implemented. This is a clear message to everyone. Of course, the main mission of the ministry is to produce, to generate wealth and to attract new investments and to establish a new production model. And very shortly, in a few weeks from now, we will have the new strategic model focused on entrepreneurship and industry. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Back to you, Minister. Just very briefly, you mentioned at the very start of your intervention previously that Greece has a competitive advantage in green transition. What did you mean by that? What are the competitive advantages that Greece has in that regard?
Are you addressing the question?
I believe it was you who mentioned it.
Green transition is among the most critical elements of the production model. I think that Nikos knows very well all the investments that were made recently since he was in the Ministry of Development and he was dealing with the circular economy. I said previously that we have a strategy. Our strategy starts with the green transition, and I want to stress that right now Greece is among the top producers of green energy. Over 50% of our needs are met by green energy, and we want to reach 90%. Of course, we have achieved the milestones earlier than the targets, because in the last 5 years, we have accelerated the process. So we have 3 times more use of the renewable sources. But we need to say that we could have covered all our needs by today. But dear Alistair, we went through a financial crisis, and the investments during the financial crisis have had nothing to do with the current ones. And if you calculate the European funds, because of course I spoke with 12 million of the public investment programs, 8 out of 12 are European funds, so 2/3, that is. So the Resilience Fund has a coefficient of 37 in green actions. So 37% of all the funds concern green actions. The same thing applies for the ESPA 21-27. So over 35% of the funds go to green transition. If our grid was stronger, we would be able to cover more space. But as I said, we are among the top countries in production of green energy, and we aspire that this will continue, because we think that green energy is the cheapest one, and it is what we want for the next generation. And Kyriakos Mitsotakis was the first one who, coming back when he visited the United States, he talked about the decarbonization program, and we monitor this closely. It is being monitored, and we think that this will continue because green transition is. We have a long way ahead. And the green transition.
All kinds of cables and wires. We should finish the session. So thanks very much, gentlemen. Yeah, we need to pose. Excellent, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. See you again. Okay, let's move along. We now have a conversation with Alexis Paisis, who's the Deputy CEO at PPC. And we're going to be talking about navigating the energy transition amidst the climate crisis. So, Mr. Paisis, if you are with us, please come up and join me on the stage. Here we are. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Thanks very much. Take a seat, please. So it'll take a second or two for the room to settle. So while that happens, just give us a thumbnail of PPC.
PPC is the Public Power Corporation, It is the largest utility in Greece. It is, in fact, the biggest utility in southeastern Europe with the acquisition of the Enel Romania. We're expanding. We are changing our energy mix quite rapidly, trying to follow the market trends. A significant part of what I'm going to say today is how we feel the transition in the country and within the company, and where we're going to get there. And with what means, what are the tools?
Right.
Which of our tools are obsolete, and which of our tools are functional? I myself, I lead the conventional power generation part, which means that whatever dispatchable unit needs to service this journey falls under my responsibility. But the company has a very vast portfolio, and in any case, it is an extremely challenging period. Especially in terms of climate change being a climate crisis at that point in time. And this is my personal opinion, that okay, all these things took place because we could foresee climate change, but then this caught up with us and it became climate crisis. So, the real content
of what the way with crises, isn't it? We foresee them for ages and then suddenly it's become a crisis, and
I think
we realize
in many cases we ignore them.
Yeah.
At this point in time, we may have foreseen the crisis or called it, climate change, or some of us, ignored it or denied it. But especially this year, we must accept that it's here.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say about PPC and its attempts to navigate the energy transition. So please go ahead.
So I have three things that I want to say. I want to be very brief because I've been here for some time, and I mean, you should be exhausted yourself.
I'm beyond it.
So three things, three topics on this agenda: the journey of energy transition from 2010 to today. What's the impact of climate crisis as we see it now? And what's the role of dispatchable power plants that are there to ensure not only that, the energy mix is satisfied in a way that is technically possible, but also to ensure security of supply. So, a couple of things. I mean, the system requirements as they are today are somehow governed by
Sorry, could I just interrupt you? Could I ask everybody just to keep the conversation down for a second? Sit down if you're near your seat, and let's give Alexis a proper hearing. Thanks very much. Go ahead.
So we have system requirements that are, some of them are technical, some of them were created by mandate because decarbonization is a necessity, but there is a mandate that imposed it. So on one hand, decarbonization is what takes place, and sustainable means are what are introduced, but at the same time, this introduces a very high demand on flexibility of dispatchable units and makes the system more vulnerable, so it requires somehow to improve the resilience of the system as it's being transformed. On the other hand, there is a great need for energy security, and we are lucky enough not to have incidents, but this is exactly what I said, lucky enough not to have incidents. Our northern neighbors had incidents this summer, blackouts.
Yeah.
And while all these things are happening, we must have an affordable system. So you understand that this is a challenge, And in many cases, I'm within experts that, sorry to say, cannot distinguish kilowatt hours from kilowatts. So we need to land this aircraft and make it realistic and approach this transformation in a way that will make it secure and will get to the target end state, which is a clean, renewable mix. So if we go back to 2010, 2010, the evolution of the energy, I'll just be very brief and I'll skip the slide quickly. But the idea is that if we go back to 2010, our energy mix consisted of about 45% coal, lignite, and about 5% of renewables. Today, we're sitting at about 40% renewables, and these are the official figures of IPTO. So we are sitting at 40% renewables and around, how much is it? Less than 10% lignite. So at the same time, we have, 2010 we had 20% gas. Today we're at about 30% gas. And then you have something stable that is, this is somehow misleading, and I will address it on the next slide. Hydro plants were about 10% of the mix historically. Now they've reduced slightly, but we are looking, the bulk of our plants are reservoir plants. So this doesn't address drought. I will address drought in a future slide, but always this stable 10% of hydro plants was misleading and made everybody think on the energy part that weren't aware of real facts regarding the water uptake of the reservoirs, that there is no drought issue. Everything was fine, and it's not. And it's not, this is not a transit of 2024. This is something that has been developing for the last 10, 15 years. We are on a stable deficit year by year. I will address it in more detail very soon. So our mix, half of it was coal. Now a lot less is coal. And the reason for coal, lignite, and the reason for this happening is the market. It's no longer viable. So the evolution of prices, MCP or CO2 prices or natural gas prices, matches very well the way that this transformation of the proportions of the energy mix has taken place. Just observing at the prices, it all makes sense. And then I saw a graph from Bloomberg on the upper right-hand side, where we see a simulation of Greece, hourly simulation for a year at 2040. And two things are very interesting. The magenta part, that is the curtailment part, and the gray part, that is the dispatchable energy part. So dispatchable plants are going to be there. And dispatchable plants are going to need flexibility and resilience, not required, let's say, 10 years ago. The more renewables we have, the more demand there is on the performance of dispatchable plants. So we must ensure that technically they can cope and somebody pays for them. Because the market as we have them today, the way that it's transformed, cannot self-sustain the fleet that is required to do two things. To produce for these integrals of the gaps that we see on the energy mix, and to ensure security of supply. Security of supply means that you have a plant being available for 50 hours of operation per year. And since in Greece we experience these peaks due to tourism and the climate crisis and heat waves, we must be prepared to maintain the tools that we have in order to ensure security of supply. So if we go a bit more into the impact of the climate crisis, we have the scarcity of natural resources, and the main scarcity is water. We have transient demand patterns that are created by heat waves, And also this, if you take under consideration the increased occupancy that we have during the summer months, makes this even more intense. And of course, you have the disruption of energy supply because you have other transients, such huge waves and storms. Last November, we experienced such incidents that are very stressful for the energy system and very stressful for transmission, very stressful for distribution, for everybody. So just focusing on hydros, the loss on hydro generation this year is about 1.5 terawatt-hour compared to what happened 15 years ago. And the drop is stable. So if somebody observes data, we can't deny that we knew it was coming. Mm-hmm. The second thing is that this year is the worst hydrological year of the last 25 years. And the last one is that we're entering the next hydrological year with 850 gigawatt hours less on our reservoirs. So what made the system not understanding the problem, which was the capacity that we held on the reservoirs, is not necessarily there this year. We have issues. We have issues, and the water utilities have issues. Water scarcity is here. And we are on the second year. In Spain, they are in the 5th year. Mm. So we must not ignore it, and we should act quickly.
What does act mean? Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, I think that it's better if we address the last issue on the energy system.
Let's do that.
And then we'll go back on what ACT means, yeah. Because giving a hint on my answer, if acting mean and it does mean infrastructure, you understand that infrastructure, public procurement, design, coping with all these things takes decades. So we should act now and prepare an infrastructure for the future. And this is how I will address the issue with this final slide. Now, as we discussed, the dispatchable plants that are there to create an environment of ensuring that power is there and cover for energy as much as it's required, today are of 3 types in Greece. One is obsolete. And I have it here not because I want to present it in the energy mix, because I want to have it printed on the minds of the audience that lignite is over. It's over because it's not economic, it's very low on efficiency, but it has not been designed to cope with the technical characteristics of the dispatchable units that we need today. So we have really something that we're managing the end of its life cycle. And it's absolutely certain that the life cycle of lignite plants is a couple of years from today. Mm-hmm. There are many issues that unfortunately cannot keep the plants as plants that are there to ensure security of supply, or they are in reserve, because coal and lignite plants are depending on mines. And you cannot have a mine open for redundancy. So just to finish with this, our load factor last year was about 21% on the lignite plants. They were designed for 60. This year is about 11. Next year will be half. A year after will be none. Mm. And this is correct because, every technology has its life cycle. It was designed for certain things, and it's not required anymore. And I'm going to the second part of dispatchable plants that is extremely interesting, is hydro plants, hydro and PHS. We understand that, drought creates issues, but the only way to cope is to put more effort in building more hydros and PHS. We don't have the flows, but we have the heads, which means that, there is potential still in this country. On one part, to continue developing reservoir power plants, hydropower plants. On the other hand, to cope with the fact that, the profile of the hydro plants is today to work as peaker units and complement this with open loop or closed loop PHS plants. And finally, natural gas. Natural gas, while we create the next generation hydro infrastructure, is really the only tool we have. So there is a diversified unit portfolio from many entities. There are new units under construction. There are possibilities for upgrades. I mean, you understand that in natural gas, we can talk about from reciprocating engines to combined cycle plants. And all these things are very useful. Of course, because the volatility of the gas market, in many cases, when prices are relatively low, plants are not profitable. We have this uncertainty of the utilization factor that, for any business is an issue. So we have 3 technologies today. One is completely non-compatible with our needs, and 2 are compatible. And my key takeouts, and to conclude what I wanted to say in the position of our company, is that lignite energy has completed its life cycle, and it's projected, our generation is projected to reach 0 by 2026, mid-2026. That new hydropower plants and new pumped hydropower plants are mandatory to have a healthy mix, and that we must ensure the economic viability of natural gas power plants, because for a long period of time, they will be there to cover the gap.
Right. Excellent. Well, thank you very much for that. And we have seconds, really, before our next session. But I would like to know, I mean, you said that the gas will be part of energy markets during the energy transition period, and that economic viability of natural gas power plants is inextricably linked to the market transformation mechanism. What measures, either from the private sector or regulators or governments, should be taken to make sure that gas plants do remain viable during this period?
Okay. I can somehow answer 2 ways. The first way is to find other means, apart from the market participation today, to complement income. And this, this is the second part of the answer. This, in most cases around European Union, is some sort of capacity mechanism. And otherwise, they will disappear. No business will maintain something that is on losses. So it is absolutely necessary for security of supply reasons to reconsider in great detail our needs for some capacity mechanism, because at this point in time it's required. And as lignite phase out takes place, this gap will be visible, because now it's not.
Right. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. There's so much detail there, and we could spend an awful lot more time talking about it, time we don't have.
Thank you.
Join me in thanking our panelists, please. Thank you very much. We have to have a picture taken, otherwise we're not allowed to leave the building.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, you'll have noticed, I'm sure, that food has been delivered to your tables. What a luxury. No food's been delivered to my table, but I don't want you to feel sorry for me. I'll get by, don't worry. If you see me collapse somewhere up here, someone come up and peel me off the ground. We're going to move straight along. The reason why the food's been brought is because we're going to have our proper lunch after our following sessions. The reason for that is because we have Geoffrey Pyatt on the line, and we are desperate to hear from him, and he's here ready to join us. So we're going to move straight along into our next session. I hope you enjoy the food that you have while we listen to Geoffrey and engage him in conversation. So okay, well, we'll start off just with Geoffrey. We'll speak to him, hear his words, and have some quick words with him before we bring up the rest of the panel. I'm fine, by the way, so I'm just going to carry on through with this panel. There's no problem at all. So let's connect to Geoffrey. He is, by the way, I'm sure everybody in here knows Geoffrey. He's participated in our events. on the strength of his role here previously as ambassador from the US, but he's now US Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Resources at the Bureau of Energy Resources, the US Department of State. Jeffrey, I know you're with us. You need to open up your camera so we can see you. So we don't have your image at the moment, Jeffrey. We can't hear you, but I know that you're there. Let's see if we can stretch our arms across the ocean and get Jeffrey online.
Your vessel will be in just.
You're going in the right direction, Jeffrey, because we could hear you.
I said Ambassador Piat will be. Ambassador Piat will be here in just a minute. My apologies.
No problems. We still can't see you. Aha, we can see your chair. That's a big step forward. All you need to do is sit in it.
Yes. Yeah. So as soon as he gets here.
We have sound and vision, Jeffrey. Feel free to take a seat.
Is entering the room right now. My apologies for the delay here. I am so sorry, everyone.
Don't worry, it's fine. We're just tucking into our sandwiches.
Yes, sir.
Hello. They're ready for you.
Right in and right on, sir.
Here we go.
Hiya, there's a familiar face. It's good to see you again, Ambassador.
Hello, Alistair. Good to see you, and good to see that room. I wish I was there with everybody physically, but it's great to be back in Thessaloniki, at least virtually.
You just want to get your hands on these delicious sandwiches.
I was going to say, one of my favorite things about Thessaloniki was the food. So I know that when I'm speaking after lunch, I've got a tough audience, but we've got a great topic, so I'll try to keep it interesting.
Okay, excellent. Well, take us away, Jeffrey. Our topic is how significant is the role of Alexandropoulos in times of turmoil. That's quite a narrow topic. I'm happy for you to widen that out, talk a bit more about general US policy in the energy area for Southeast Europe. So please take it away.
Sure. Well, let me do exactly that. Start big and then drill down to the Alexandropoulos project, which is just incredibly important. And huge congratulations to everybody in Prime Minister Mitsotakis' government who's been part of this, going back to my time in Athens, but also to Gas Trade and Kostis and everybody else who's worked to bring this to reality. First point I would make, and I always say this to audiences here in Washington as well, I, of course, was living in the European Union, in Greece, in the winter of 2022, when the war in Ukraine began, and we saw the weaponization of Russia's energy resources. I remember the profound anxiety that I heard from Energy Minister Skrekis, but also from companies who saw skyrocketing bills for their energy inputs, and consumers who were facing a sharp spike in the price that they were paying for utilities. I think Europe has been remarkably successful over the past 2.5 years in decoupling from Russia's energy and demonstrating to Putin that his effort to weaponize his energy resources will be unsuccessful. It was quite striking to me when President von der Leyen gave her first speech before the European Parliament after her re-election, where she talked about how Europe had suffered the effects of Russia's energy coercion in 2021 and 2022 and would never go down that road again, and the emphatic welcome that that message received from the members of the European Parliament. This has been a very important transatlantic partnership in achieving this goal. 70% of America's LNG exports in the months after the start of the war went to Europe and European markets. So American LNG producers played a huge role in helping Europe to navigate away from this dependency and vulnerability to Russian energy coercion. I think it's clear now that Russia will never again be seen as a reliable energy supplier. Europe and the European Union writ large is committed to full decoupling from Russian energy by 2027. This is harder for some governments than it is for others, but what's most striking to me is the determination to reach that goal. That means no Russian pipeline gas, no Russian LNG, no Russian crude oil, no Russian coal. It's here in the United States as well. Our Congress has appropriated billions of dollars to help facilitate our decoupling from Russian nuclear fuel supply, which was the one aspect of Russian energy that the United States had grown too dependent upon. So we're all working towards this goal together, and it's a great transatlantic success story, but most importantly, it's a success for European consumers and European governments, including the government of Greece that has played such a leadership role. Let me just talk for a second, and then I'll let you fire some other questions at me about Alexandroupoli. I'm incredibly proud of the work that happened on my watch, and Ambassador Sounis and the embassy team have sustained to build support for the Alexandroupoli FSRU. It is a truly strategic project. It was so striking to me. One of the last things I did as ambassador in May of 2022 was the inauguration of the works at Alexandroupoli that was hosted by Prime Minister Mitsotakis, but with President Michel, with Vučić, with Bulgarian President and North Macedonian Prime Minister. It was clearly a regional project, and it has been from the beginning. But what's really interesting to me is how the scope of that regional engagement has now expanded. The United States is all in on the vision that the Greek government has elaborated of a vertical corridor, which would go from Alexandroupoli up north through Bulgaria, Romania, into Ukraine. Just yesterday, I was talking with the American LNG company Venture Global. Venture Global is working with DTEC of Ukraine and has been working to identify cargoes of gas that can go from the United States through Alexandroupoli north as far as Ukraine. That's a vision that the United States wants to support, and it's a vision that is consistent with the role that Prime Minister Mitsotakis and his government has sketched out of developing Greece as an energy hub and an energy power for all of southeastern Europe.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for those words. You have underlined, and I think it was a striking development in Europe. You've underlined the speed with which Europe adjusted in the wake of Russia's attack on Ukraine and the disruption of energy supplies. And it has been truly impressive, and I think many people have seen it as an example of the possibility for swift action by the European partners when circumstances require it. But didn't it come a little bit late? I mean, couldn't Europe have made a more strategic move away from, or to diversify its oil supplies earlier than this? Were the signs there back in 2014 and even before that Russia wasn't a trustworthy partner when it came to energy security?
Absolutely, and I was part of those conversations with our European allies after the invasion of Crimea, starting in 2014, really counseling against deepening dependence on Russian energy. That's why we're so skeptical about Nord Stream 2. It's, of course, a tragedy that it took this brutal invasion, the war, the hundreds of thousands of lives turned upside down in order to create that level of clarity in Europe. But what I would emphasize is our shared vision going forward and the absolute resolution that I see among European leaders. There's going to be a new EU Commission, of course, but what's striking to me, and I've traveled in a lot of Europe in this job. I look forward to being back in Greece, by the way, in a couple of weeks in October. But I have found absolute unanimity of perspective among Europeans on the importance of now pursuing what the United States has supported for many decades, which is the diversification of sources and routes for energy, combined with the other aspect of this story over the past couple of years has been the dramatic acceleration of Europe's energy transition away from fossil fuels towards renewables. And of course, in many ways, the European champion of that effort has been the Hellenic Republic and the remarkable progress that Greece has made in the decarbonization of its economy and the accelerated deployment of wind and solar. That also means, by the way, that we can't just be talking about pipelines and FSRUs. We also need to be talking about power interconnectors and cables. It's why the United States has been so supportive of the work that Greece has been doing, for instance, with the Gregi interconnector with Egypt. In fact, I was with an Egyptian delegation and the Deputy Foreign Minister of Egypt just yesterday, talking about our strong support for this vision of power interconnections from Greece, north to Cyprus, to the Greek mainland, and then onwards to the European continent. Similarly, very, very supportive of the Great Sea Interconnector and the vision of connecting Cyprus to Greece, and eventually perhaps Cyprus to Israel, building out an architecture of power connectivity across the Eastern Mediterranean, focused on renewable, clean power.
We see, and you've talked about, and we've discussed today, some of the detail of all of that system of interconnection that needs to take place for many of these energy solutions to work, including the vertical corridor. And of course, bolting cables and pipelines together is one thing. Getting national governments to coordinate on allowing these projects to go ahead is another one. This is a difficult question, I guess, for a former ambassador to answer, but where do you see the political bottlenecks along this pipeline? And how should Europe go about trying to resolve them?
So we face exactly the same thing here in the United States. We're rapidly accelerating our deployment of clean power in the American West, where I'm from, California, huge consumption center for clean power. A lot of that power is going to be generated in western states like Idaho, Arizona. So we need to build massive transmission. Constructing those projects crosses different constituencies, different regulatory authorities. Europe faces exactly the same, and all the difficulties of our federal system are mirrored in the sovereignties of the EU member states. What's most interesting to me, first of all, Alistair, is the positive knock-on effect that comes from these cooperation projects. I should have mentioned as well, aside from our tremendous support for Alexandropoli, for the IGB pipeline with Bulgaria, and all that represents in terms of cooperation between these two large EU member states. But I would be remiss if I didn't also underline our very strong support for the Greece-North Macedonia pipeline and the possibility that that project has to deliver more affordable, more reliable power for citizens in Skopje, and the multiplier effect that that will have in terms of reinforcing what the two governments achieved through Prespa and the larger normalization of ties between Greece and North Macedonia. But it delivers practical benefits for citizens, because I remember having lived through the tremendous debates over the Prespas agreement, and there in Thessaloniki in 2018, all of the demonstrations against Prespas. But the practical cooperation, the practical benefits for citizens are what I would emphasize. And it's things like reliable, affordable power and heat for citizens in Skopje and in North Macedonia writ large, coming out of projects like that pipeline, that I think are the great benefit of these kinds of projects. I think you asked sort of what's the impediment? Of course, in every context, there's always somebody who has economic advantage from the way things are. I mentioned earlier the Great Sea Interconnector. This is a no-brainer from a price and benefit standpoint vis-a-vis consumers in Cyprus, but it's going to cost some upfront money to capitalize the investment in that interconnector, and it will disadvantage those who have made money off of Cyprus's existing status as an energy island. So you've got to go after those constituencies, and the same thing applies in almost every context. Again, we face exactly the same thing here in the United States. We have this dramatic acceleration of energy transition here in the United States. We are rapidly lowering the carbon intensity of our economy, even as we're growing that economy. But what does that mean for the coal workers who have been part of the historic energy economy in the central United States? What does that mean for workers who have to be retrained in order to take skills that, for instance, in the past were focused on fossil energy, in order to deliver the technical skills that we need to manage a vastly increased flow of electric power and the deployment of clean energy systems like wind turbines and solar cells and battery storage systems. So this is all about political leadership, and here too I would really applaud Prime Minister Mitsotakis, the vision that he has elaborated, but also the whole team at the Greek Ministry of Energy. I am just so appreciative of the leadership and the vision that Minister Skylakakis, Minister Skrekkas before him, Alexandros Sidoukou, who has been leading this charge long before it was fashionable in terms of accelerating the energy transition, but also the work that's being done, I know, at the state level in Greece. I've talked with Governor Gichikostas on many occasions about the vision that he has laid out, what he's trying to see happen both in Western Macedonia, but also the offshore wind projects that are happening there in the Thracian Gulf.
All of those government ministers have been with us today, so they would be. I'll make sure that your gratitude is passed on to them, or you can pass it on yourself when you meet them in a couple of weeks. Jeffrey, thank you very much for your time and your expertise. It's incomparable, irreplaceable for us. I know that you need to move on at some point fairly soon. So if you do need to leave while I bring our other guests up onto the stage, please feel free. We don't need you to hang around all afternoon.
Okay, great. I'll hang around for a little bit. It's great to see everybody. I was looking over the program. The Economist, as usual, has done a tremendous job of bringing in all the key players in this sector. So I will listen for at least a little bit.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Key players, including yourself, of course. Well, let me then invite straight up onto the stage to join the conversation Makis Voridis, who's the Minister of State for Greece, Viktor Parlikov, who is the Minister of Energy for Moldova, and Konstantinos Hadzi-Konstantinou, got there, who is CEO for Alexandroupolis Port Authority here in Greece. Thank you. Good to see you all again. I don't believe we've met, but it's nice to see you. So we had that very interesting, I think, set of observations by Jeffrey Pyatt. I'm going to ask Minister Voridis to add your thoughts, please.
The first thing I would like to say is to thank Mr. Pyatt for his whole work and contribution all these years. We have cooperated on various occasions, difficult ones, better ones, and our cooperation with Mr. Pyatt was quite creative and productive, and I talk about the whole attitude of the United States. This relationship is a deep one, and we have worked to deepen it even more. And I share and support his thoughts. I think what we have learned in a difficult way in the European Union is how important energy autonomy is, which is linked to energy security. This is a lesson learned. And all of us hoping that it never would occur, but conflict in Ukraine, invasion of Russia in Ukraine, and the need to support what is fair, to support people that have suffered a lot and lost sovereignty, the need to stand against this aggressivity created a lot of tensions, especially for the countries that depended on Russian gas. Germany suffered a lot and was influenced and needed to revise its energy strategy. That is something that we cannot forget. It's still happening. And if we could solve the Ukraine issue and stop the war, that is something that we need to bear in mind for the future, because it can happen again. What is also important is Greece has a role to play in this energy autonomy, and this is linked with another objective, clean energy. This is a second discussion. We need to marry two priorities, a geopolitical one and an environmental one. And we see here, and this is important, and thank Mr. Payet for recognizing it, that there is a clear strategic, geopolitical and climate thinking of the Prime Minister, Mr. Mitsotakis. Mr. Mitsotakis talked about clean energy, decarbonization, and talked about the need of differentiating energy mix, giving priority to renewables and taking advantage of natural gas. Speaking more precisely, and since we have a representative from the port of Alexandroupoli, I think that Alexandroupoli has played a new role, a new geopolitical gravity, to put it this way. And on this, we have seen projects underway that will allow natural gas to be stored and transmitted in Alexandroupoli. The use of the existing infrastructure of Alexandroupoli, the port is one of these infrastructures, and the railway is another one, and storage capacity will create a new framework that will allow us to transfer, store, and transmit gas from different sources to countries that have suffered from this war. We talk also about Romania, Moldavia, and these countries are now more protected and give them a political freedom to make the choices they want without being blackmailed by energy cuts. I don't know if we will have the opportunity to talk about infrastructures in Alexandroupoli, but this is the first framework set, and probably I will talk in detail about infrastructure in a second intervention, if there is one.
Intervention, an opportunity for you. Let's move on. The Minister mentioned, this interaction between sustainability and climate imperatives and geopolitics. And for you in Moldova, geopolitics is even heavier in the equation than it is here in Greece. So I'd like to offer you the opportunity to give us your introductory words, but I'm fascinated to hear what you have to say about the perspective of Moldova in this issue.
Thank you, Alistair. Well, first of all, I don't know if Ambassador Payet is still here, but it's been a pleasure to work with him. And indeed, what we had, the success that we realized is due primarily to the cooperation between all the countries. Now, first, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here. And as always, the Economist events are brilliantly organized with a very great collection of people and all the stakeholders at the table.
And we really stick to time. You can see ours.
For me, Greece is my second most visited country. in my mandate, after Romania, which is naturally our neighbor and most intense cooperation. And there is a reason for that. Yes, there is generally the intensification of the relations and the political relations between Greece and Moldova is about energy. The energy is at the core of it. And we'll have the visit of Prime Minister Mitsotakis to Chișinău next week, in a week's time. If we take from the energy, the most important, the core of it, is the vertical corridor and Alexandroupolis. And what I would like to mention is that for us in Moldova, much like as you mentioned, Alistair, it has been mainly the road of life, if you like. It was what saved us and what allowed us to make the choices that we want to make as a country, much broader than just the energy alone. Within the energy, vertical corridor, we were the first ones who tested it, who actually used it. We were the first ones to use the reverse flow on the Trans-Balkans pipeline, the IGB interconnector. We were the first ones also to bring, had some gas on the first cargo that came to the Alexandroupoli from the US. And most importantly, at times when we had no choices, the vertical corridor created a choice for us. And that allowed us to go from 100% dependency on the gas from Gazprom to 0% dependency on the territory that we control. And we're now buying all the gas on the European market. And of course, there may be some Russian gas in that. But one thing is important. For our consumers, if we compare the prices, the formula of the price that we have with gas in the contract with Gazprom at the times where we had no options, compared to that, we managed to buy gas on the European market, and even if there's some Russian gas in that, saving about 60 million euro to our consumers. We bought it cheaper on the European market than we have in the contract with Gazprom. And that is a result of diversification. That is a result of options that we have. If we talk about it now, even the risk of seizing the transit through Ukraine does not look that dramatic to us anymore, because previously that was a dead end. For now, even though we're still dependent with the still Russian gas flowing into Moldova on the territory that we don't control, on the separatist region of Transnistria, even if there is cease of transit through Ukraine, there's still the possibility, the technical possibility, to bring this gas to that region through Turkey and the vertical corridor. So again, the vertical corridor and the Alexandroupolis have created an opportunity already. That's already proven. Now, I want to talk, there's about 1 minute, I want to talk about two things: challenges and opportunities around the vertical corridor. I'll start with the challenges. First of all, it's the capacities. It's limited capacity. And so far, it's high price. So far, the prices that apply to traders are not very attractive to use this route. I will go into the details on my second intervention, if any. But the most important part is at the end of this vertical corridor is the Ukrainian underground gas storage facilities. And what we can do with the vertical corridor is we can actually do, and I'm going into the opportunities now, we can actually substitute the model, the business model that was previously only available to Gazprom. Because one of the reasons Gazprom had a very strong stance and very strong position on the European market was because they were almost the only ones who could use the buffer of the gas storage facilities in Western Ukraine to fill them in the summer and to quickly increase the supply in winter when it was needed. Now this model can become available to everyone that can bring gas from via Turkey or via Greece. And it is a matter of making this route attractive. I know this progress achieved yesterday in Thessaloniki between the transmission system operators. It now depends a lot on the proposals that they'll make to the ministers, and they will go to the Commission, to the EU Commission. I know that the Commission has to change some of its approaches to financing the gas infrastructure, but as a result, we can obtain an infrastructure that could allow the gas coming from anywhere in the world, Emirates, the United States, Qatar, whatever, to basically build the security of supply in Central and Northern Europe, even through Ukraine. I'll stop probably here, and if there's questions, I'll
okay, well, I'm going to come straight back at you with a question before we move on. We've talked about the vertical corridor and the ability to use Ukrainian storage infrastructure as previously Gazprom would have done to create a supply back into Europe. How seriously should we take concerns that Ukrainian infrastructure may not always be available?
Well, there's definitely, it's war, and there's no 100% proof in a war.
Yeah.
However, it a lot relates to how strong the air defense of Ukraine is, because de facto the facilities, the underground facilities themselves cannot be reached. I mean, you cannot destroy them either than with the nukes, and if nukes start flying around, then gas storage facilities is not the biggest problem on Earth. It's not the biggest problem on Earth.
Vertical corridor. Yeah.
Now, if we're talking about what can be hit realistically, it is compression stations. And there is spare compression stations in place, and there's ways of protecting them. Now, we should make it more expensive and more unattractive for Russia to target and to destroy them than to the effects that it will produce. And what has happened in the period when Ukraine did not benefit of or had a pause in getting some support from the US was that the air defense was so weak that the Russians have managed to take out basically their entire electricity infrastructure and were able to hit some of the targets on the gas storage. And that was enough to scare the traders. By strengthening the air defense, now they have the F-16s. That reduces a lot any risks associated with the usage of the gas storage facilities, because it's not about the gas storage itself. It's about the pumping infrastructure that can be relatively quickly restored.
Okay, that's a really useful answer. Thank you very much for that. Let's move on to Mr. Hadzi Konstantinou. That's not bad, is it? That's sort of close.
It's fine.
Yeah, okay, good. As long as you recognize your own name coming out of my mouth, that's all that really matters. Alexandropoulos has become probably, you wouldn't have expected it necessarily 5-10 years ago, has become a key to all of this. It's like the keystone in a bridge. It's holding the whole thing together. Give us, as CEO of the Port Authority there, give us your perspective on the role of Alexandropoulos, where we are and where we could be in a few more years' time.
Σας ευχαριστώ πρώτα απ' όλα για την πρόσκληση.
Thank you for the invitation. I'm very pleased to be able to talk about the place where me and my family have grown up. And of course, finally, its historical importance is being recognized now. Alexandroupoli was built around its port at the end of 18,000, and this 1800, and this role was reinvented after the end of the Cold War and after the accession of Bulgaria and Romania in the European Union. Of course, now, unfortunately, due to a war the war in Ukraine, turned the lights into Alexandroupoli as an energy hub that is called upon to play a very complex role which could not be imagined of by the people who built the city. This is a challenge even for the Prime Minister and the government who are now in charge of this initiative. And we received the mandate to develop the port and the surrounding area being as a public port in order for this geopolitical hub that is Alexandroupolis to develop in such a way that it gives substance and content to the policy implemented by the Prime Minister, that is the energy stability and climate of calm in the area. So Alexandroupolis, thanks to its port and the intermodal transport, because of course it has an airport, international airport, it has a railway network. And also it managed through intermodal transport to provide assets across Europe. The wagons depart from Alexandroupoli and reach Estonia, France, everywhere. These are, of course, things that we could never imagine of a few years ago. So no one had ever imagined the advantage of Alexandroupolis, which was mentioned by Mr. Payet, by the Moldovan minister. So this vertical corridor, the former European Corridor 9, is now the end of the TNT, and it provides a content to Alexandroupoli, and it remains to be seen what will happen in the future, because this is, of course, these are the first steps. Alexandroupoli grows, it grows fast, it attracts foreign investments, but it's not only about energy, because around the port and within the port there are so many opportunities, and it's very possible to create a transit hub. I will just share with you one figure. The land zone of the Alexandroupoli port covers 110 hectares. The land zone of Thessaloniki port is 160 hectares. And of course, if we compare the population of the two cities, it's like Alexandroupolis' population is like 1/10 of the one of Thessaloniki. So imagine the potential for growth of the Alexandroupoli, and as I said, through Alexandroupoli, Greece can play the historical role it deserves in Europe, and of course, our Balkan neighbors feel safe having this energy corridor. And I repeat once again, and that it's not going to be only for energy, it's going to be transport corridor, which once completed, once the war ends, it will play an essential role in the construction of Ukraine. I don't know if this first remarks covered your question, but believe me, there are many things that still need to be done, but also at an international level and local level, there are many people working in order to materialize all these plans.
You are invited.
I'd love to go. It must be fascinating, a fascinating place. There's something about men and big engineering projects. I don't know what it is, but we love to see all those machines, and So I would love to go. But I do have to ask you a slightly unfair question. Gas is immensely important, central to energy security in Europe, and an important transition fuel for the green transition. But the entire intention of using gas as a transition fuel is that we transit to something else. So, you know, it's a long horizon question, but over time, gas will gradually disappear from the system, from the energy mix. What happens to Alexandroupolis then?
Είμαστε πολύ τυχεροί.
We are lucky. We're very lucky because, okay, I will speak as an engineer now. The wind energy potential moves from Alexandroupolis and goes down south of Greece. Therefore, we have a wind energy potential, very significant one. So in the Rhodope range, the mountains that is, there is a complex of wind turbines which respect, of course, the wetlands that exist and the nature that we protect, and we will continue, of course, to protect. At the same time, in my other capacity as a CEO of the port is involved in the construction of wind parks, wind energy parks, that will be constructed on offshore. So it's quite a shallow sea, so it is possible to put the foundations of these wind parks on the bottom of the sea. Therefore, if we speak about the energy mix, the future of Alexandroupolis is very positive because it participates in the gas, in the wind energy production, and also all renewable sources, because there is also solar panels and very important wind turbine parks. So we're not unidimensional, and we're not afraid of this transition.
The answer had been negative, I would have felt terribly guilty about bringing that to mind. It's good to know that the town has a long-term future. Minister, you were keen to have a second crack at telling us about infrastructure issues in the town. Please go ahead.
I wanted to say, okay, I'll talk now about infrastructure, and then I'll say afterwards how all these are connected with the political role and the political plan of the European Union, which has an essential importance, a paramount importance. Okay, now we're talking about, here we're discussing about the pipelines, the cables, the pipelines, all this is a technical discussion. Behind this technical discussion, there are many important targets in political and moral terms. Okay, all these are done based on important construction projects, such as, for example, the FSRU in Alexandroupolis. This is a project for 180 million euros, which will actually be a new gateway for the American gas, because we're talking about the gas coming from Russia, but what we want to achieve is full independence. Okay, there is going to be storage of gas in this terminal, and through this infrastructure, we will be able to provide gas to other countries. And so this is a very important project. Another. Okay, in December of 2024, the operation of the terminal, the FSRU, will begin after the trials, of course. And then we have the interconnector, ISP, between Greece and Bulgaria, which is equally important to face. The problem is faced by Bulgaria, which experienced a very important energy crisis. This is an equally important project of 240 million euros. And the third one is the transatlantic gas pipeline, very important, significant, much larger, of course. 3.9 billion euros. Of course, 1.5 billion is the participation of Greece. So these projects, alongside with the transport infrastructure, that is the railway, the roads, create a new potential, energy potential. Of course, there are opportunities, job positions that will be created, but behind this, there is something much more important. That is that we will secure the energy autonomy, and this energy autonomy of all the states that will benefit from this will allow them to make free choices. I'm referring especially to countries that do not have a democratic identity right now, and countries that are either imperfect democracies or other regimes. Therefore, this work, these projects will reinforce democracy. As a result, the moral and political interests stemming from these projects are very important, and this is an aspect that we need to explain that there's much more than the energy autonomy per se, but we will ensure the energy autonomy and, of course, all the things that I said.
And privileges, actually, of hosting this conference here in Thessaloniki is that we get the opportunity to shine a light on the role of northern Greece in this particular region. Of course, an awful lot of the discussion here is international. It's about northern Greece's position as a hub and as a connecting area for much of the rest of the region. So I always enjoy that. I wanted to give a final word to Mr. Parlikov. Again, possibly an unfair question, but I'm sure that your focus at the moment is on the basic questions of energy security, assuring that the lights stay on in Moldova, and your regional role in keeping the lights on elsewhere. But we are in this tri-dimensional energy transition. On the one hand, we have the geopolitical imperatives that are forcing certain decisions. We have the technological imperatives, but we also have an economic and business imperatives, but we also have the green transition, the necessity really that we begin to address decarbonisation of our economies. Does Moldova have the bandwidth at the moment to really focus on that element?
Definitely yes. And following the crisis, again, it's difficult to say thanks to the war, but as a result of the war and the energy crisis that have dawned onto us, the level of the energy sector has been raised, and we have a dedicated ministry for energy, which was previously not there. And that gives already sufficient political attention and resources to the domain. That's why we have managed to progress wideband on decarbonization as well. And to put it very frankly, priority number one for us is, of course, integration into the EU market. And it's been eased by the fact that following the war, the EU and SOE accepted the synchronization of the grids with Ukraine and Moldova to be part of to synchronize with the European transmission grids. But if you are to integrate in a functional market, then you have to understand what do you bring to the table on this market. And let's make a quick screening of that. Both Ukraine and Romania, who are surrounding us, have gas. We don't. They have coal. We don't. They have oil. We don't. They have nuclear. We don't. They have hydro. We don't. Guess what? Of course, an obvious reason that the only thing that we can be competitive with is with the solar and the wind, is the green part. Now, the reason and the fact that we're having a smaller system and even less base load than others makes us more flexible and more, but also we're better positioned in some ways to try or to focus more on the demand side management, because this is one dimension that has not been very much emphasized, including during the sessions today. Yeah. This is one that has a huge potential, particularly when it's coupled with the electric vehicles, particularly when we talk about electrification of transport and use of the transport as basically dispatchable consumption, including for vehicle-to-load technologies. Now, this in Moldova is a thing on the agenda. First of all, we are a country where about 70% of the population resides in individual homes, which largely solves the big chunk of the charging infrastructure problem. We're not as urbanized as others. Second, Moldova is a country with a lot of redundancy in transmission. We have transmission networks which are super redundant. And we're also building new interconnectors with Romania, also in the view of serving as a bridge, energy bridge for the reconstruction of Ukraine further, later on, when the process will start. That allows us today, even if the entire transport in Moldova goes electric, the grids can uphold it. Yes, we will need modernization, we will need upgrades on the distribution side, but the transmission part, which is the difficult part, can actually uphold it. So this is, I wanted to emphasize an element that has not been brought to the table. Yeah. But generally, yes, we are considering a lot, and we are a lot focused on the decarbonization. We're approving our first national energy and climate action plan, energy and climate plan. We have launched the first in our history auction for renewables. Of course, Moldova is a small country, small system. That's why the volumes, the megawatts are low. But for our system, it would allow to have more than 30% of renewable energy. The target of 30% electrical energy coming from renewables by 2030 will be definitely achieved sooner than that. Only in 2023, only consumers alone installed twice as much solar photovoltaics as in the previous 5 years together. So there's huge progress in the last couple of years in that respect. And we're determined to align and to probably be faster, achieve faster the climate neutrality than 2050.
Excellent. Thank you very much for another really useful answer. I always feel that pipelines carry energy, but they carry an awful lot of other things as well. They carry political cohesion. They carry, unfortunately, they carry both war and peace. And we need to try and make sure that we're transporting peace around rather than war. So thank you very much to all three of you for what's been a super panel. Please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you very much. Excellent.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thanks. Good to meet you.
Thank you, sir.
See you in Alexandropolis.
I hope to see you soon. You are invited.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we move on. We've spent a lot of time today on energy, but it is an absolutely vital topic in the current geopolitical context, but also in this region, in this city. But we are now going to move on to another topic. This is the last of our full panels for the day, and it's another important one. It's investing in technology, and technology as a driving force for growth. We can approach technology in a broad sense as well as a narrow one. So let me invite up onto the stage our panel for this session. It's quite an extensive panel. We have Dimitris Papastergiou, who is the Minister of Digital Governance in Greece. Please come and join us, Minister. Yasanas Antonopoulos, who's the head of Vodafone Business Products here in Greece, and the CEO of Vodafone Innovus. Pavlos Kitsanelis, who's public sector lead at Microsoft Greece, Cyprus and Malta. Please squeeze up. Paniotis Ketikidis, who is President of Board of Directors at Alexander Innovation Zone, and Nikos Efthymiadis, who is Chairman and CEO of Thes Intech. And finally, a guest we often have on our panels to help us summarize, make sense of our conversations, always does a fabulous job. Kostas Acharlolu, who is the Dean and Professor of International Business and Strategy, Alba Graduate Business School and the American College of Greece. Gentlemen, there are a lot of us. We have very little time, so let's plunge straight in. Mr. Papastergiou, Minister of Digital Governance for Greece, your thoughts, please, on this topic, investing in technology as a driving force for growth.
We have received the message about the limited time, so I'll try to be brief. Congratulations on this organization. Thessaloniki is the focal point today and the days to come. And digital transition plays an important role for the future and the present and the future of Greece. Now in Greece we have a digital assistant to answer to the questions of citizens. In the cadastre we will have a digital assistant in order to help citizens more. And it's not only these small applications. AI needs people, talent, that Greece has 1.2 billion papers are there, and conventional papers are there and need to be to find a way to talk to them in order to give us answers. So technology will help us. So as far as infrastructures are concerned, we are at a good level. In Kiosk 12, in the International Expo, we will talk about all these things and the satellites. Greece has changed its program. Now we will have a small microsatellite to protect the forests, the quality of water in the sea, for urban planning and buildings substantially via wallet. Greece has a digital wallet waiting for the latest development to be able to bring the state in the mobile phone of the citizens. So we want to have an application to transfer data that are in the databases and not in conventional or digital form. So technology is here to make Greeks' lives better, to find solutions for health and justice, the big bets for the state.
Straight along to Iosannas Antonopoulos, who's the head of Vodafone. Give us your thoughts, please.
First of all, thank you for having me here. And it's always nice to talk to Thessaloniki. I'm very positive because it's a very crucial time in history because a lot of changes are happening, artificial intelligence, social trends, wars, bad and good things are happening. So it's very important to raise all these issues that I've heard in the agenda of this conference. So Vodafone, everybody knows Vodafone. What they don't know about Vodafone is that one of the pillars that is very strong about is the inclusivity. And the other one is digital society. So in those pillars, we have developed a technology hub here in Thessaloniki to include the big opportunities in contrast to, to have a good job, you need to go to Athens. So we opened up a very nice projects and attract a lot of engineers. And not only that, we also did that on Iraklio, which is a gateway for people working remote. It has strong universities, and we saw that we could manage that. Now, if it comes to infrastructure, as an infrastructure provider, we are giving 1 billion in the next 5 years for the digital, for the telecommunication infrastructure. And on top of that, we are building a portfolio of beyond connectivity products. It is very important because we talk about energy, we talk sometimes about water, we never talk about infrastructure for the telecommunications. Now we are a crucial infrastructure of the country. We cannot do anything without data and connectivity. So in that sense, we are investing more, and we have acquired a company that's called Innovus that's doing IoT. And on top of that, we are also expanding our portfolio with partnerships. We believe that it's not the time for narrow mind and entrepreneurship. We are into partnerships, and also in our digital journey as a Vodafone, we have some great knowledge that we are also sharing with companies and with the public sector. With our portfolio, we have managed to help the public sector with a lot of the RRF projects. And on top of that, we are still also moving on with our portfolio.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Kitsanelis, public sector lead at Microsoft here in Greece. Give us your thoughts, please, investing in technology and how it can be a driving force for growth, your experience.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Είναι χαρά μου να βρίσκομαι για άλλη μια φορά στη Θεσσαλονίκη.
It's a great pleasure to be in Thessaloniki. I would like to start with publications that took place at the beginning of summer in the press of various countries. And I'll give the example of the New York Times, giving the example that the countries of the south in Europe have better growth than the traditional forces of the north. So we see a turn towards industry and high technology. Recovery after COVID have helped these economies to aim and support digital transformation and use of technologies like cloud, AI, and RES. We in Microsoft, since we have mentioned, we referred also to Greece, we want to give you an example of how to include AI in Greece. As the minister has said, the state plays a leading role via My Greece, MyGov, and the scenarios that are implemented in the cadastre. The second pillar is the businesses, and the third one is the use of the end users. I mention here that beyond the creation of scenarios and the inclusion of AI from the state to the citizens, the companies themselves in the last year entered an early adoption program of including AI for users. Big banks or energy organizations and industries, and after a year, after they have seen all the advantages, we will expand this offer of AI tools to more population. We as Microsoft, via Work Index of 2024, what we saw in the first semester is the multiplication of AI in the work environment. Users are more eager to adopt such technologies, and on various occasions they bring tools to the organization. This is positive, but this can create security issues. What needs to be done is the organizations themselves strategically to invest so as to offer the tools to the users via a safe environment. We in Microsoft, as a technology provider, is to help everyone so as not to leave anyone behind. We assist in reskilling and upskilling of citizens, a free program via LinkedIn and our platform. There are 4-hour programs. People can attend and take a taste of new skills, but more targeted, I need to say, for the effort we do via regeneration to train 1,000 citizens, 50 male or females, doctors, designers, engineers, and in that in the age group we included 45 plus. Those who showed most interest and profit, who were they, do you think? 18, 25, 25, 35, 35, 45, or 45 plus? Yes, 45 plus. Why? Because they are the ones that they understood the value of AI for their work and the competitive edge they can have compared to other employees. And it's not only that, we as Microsoft, via Public Servants Academy that has been operating since 2021, we have trained more than 60,000 state officials, employees in a program that constantly expands, including new technologies. And not only that, we as a company try, because our local agency supports Malta and Cyprus, convey know-how among countries, scenarios implemented in a country to repeat them in another one, to support the vision for Greece to be the AI hub for Southeastern Europe. And before I rest my case, I need to mention Founders Hub, the program we have to practically support people, startups that want to create new products.
Okay, thanks. I mean, there's so much there that we've already covered. I'm looking forward to coming back with some questions later on, but before I do, let's move along and hear from our other speakers. Mr. Ketikidis from Alexandra Innovation Zone. Your thoughts, please.
Okay, I will try. The topic is investing in technology, a driving force, and we have 4 sections. I will try to cover tapping into local, so I'll tell you some of my thoughts that I put down. So thank you so much for the invitation. Now, first of all, the question is investing in technology is not just staying current, but is essential to be competitive. So let's put the base. Technology, all of us we know, because we have people, all of us were, drives increased efficiency, enhanced customer experience. I don't want to say all these things. There are 4. Investing in the technology, we have to understand here, and this is my key point, is not an option. It is a necessity for those who want to stay competitive in the future. So that's one thing to remember. Now, however, technology isn't enough, as we know. People make the difference. The culture makes all this, we know. Innovation now, that's my point, and collaboration, especially through open innovation, and now I have 2 big companies next to me, is something that we should consider very much. So these companies, they should work with startups, should work with universities, they should work with industry. And as you know, we have open innovation, is something that actually most of us we know, is looking beyond your organization boundaries to source ideas, technologies, and solutions. So this is the strong point I like to make us think. This approach, of course, accelerates progress and brings fresh ideas. Take, for example, Kodak. I was in the States at that time, 1980 to 1990, and most of us, when we were graduating, went to go to work for Kodak. Now it's Google, okay? So I remember all of us, the smart people, we want to go to work for Kodak, and I worked for Kodak after I graduated. But you see what happened to Kodak. Because Kodak had the best researchers, but they never thought to do this, the open innovation. And we know the story of Kodak. I don't want to take too much time because we don't have so much time, okay? So we call it myopia, okay? So tapping into local talent. In my view, we have to leverage local talent is another crucial aspect. We say here in northern Greece, you know, Pfizer is here and all these things, you know, Deloitte, we say we have the talent. Talent, as you know, we don't have enough now because if we had more 1,000 software engineers, these people will hire them, but we don't have them, so we have to find all, that's why we're talking about skilling, upskilling. But to effectively now harness local talent is essentially, again, I go back to build ecosystem that includes universities, startups, industry players, and all them together, okay, maybe we call it quadruple helix, but having universities, research institutes, startups, corporations, government entities, and all of us to work together. If we don't do that, there is no way we can move forward. This is, of course, my view. So by fostering collaboration and innovation, this ecosystem develop a skilled workforce, retain talent, attract professionals from diverse backgrounds, we need that. This approach, of course, fuels what we call it, you know, for us, for our region, a regional sustainable growth and technological advancement. Trends to watch, we know most of us, you know, AI is there, but we have to be also a little careful and, you know, think about it. So AI is there, is projected, of course, most of us, we know, 15.7 trillion to the global economy by 2030. The deployment of 5G is expected to generate 13.2 trillion in value by 2035. Of course, the revolutionizing sectors that I know very well, transportation, healthcare, and so on, and among many others. Quantum computing, we have to be there, is not actually tomorrow, but it starts through this still emerging. Could impact fields such cryptography, material science, among many others. I'll go a little faster. Cybersecurity is another thing, among many others. Now, a point that I like to stay. However, I'm a technocrat. I'm actually, my first degree in economics, minor computer science, and my master's and PhD in computer science. But I would like to tell you this. While computers are clever, driven by academic knowledge and data, humans are smarter, leveraging experience and creativity. It is important to remember that computers, though advanced, are creations of human ingenuity, not the other way around. Embracing these advancements along with human intelligence and creativity will be essential for thriving in this evolving landscape. And as our friend, Greek Peter Diamandis, that we know, the founder of X Prize and Singularity, he said, the world's biggest problems are the world's biggest business opportunities for us at the same time. Social changes and policy now. I'm coming a little bit to the government and social. Investing in technology involves, of course, addressing social challenges, such as job displacement, but also digital divide, and we have to be careful about it. I'm very glad to hear that 45 plus, but I thought it was not their strategy, they were their strategy and it at the same time, these people that actually attended this. And this is fine, I'm not... Governments and businesses must collaborate on reskilling. We have the government here, thank God we have this minister here, that he understands actually what we're talking about. And this is people, they have to work together. In Greece, as you know very well, and thank you, maybe we have to make you honorable Greek citizen, that's my advice now here. We don't collaborate a lot. We have the global index that we are 42 among 123. In collaboration, we are 118 out of 123. Angola is 123. So we have to find, that's why I like ecosystems, working together. We need to build, we work in an island, all of us, and we think we're the best. Because if you do the helicopter view, you see that you are doing that best. Now, The local and national government in Greece is a significant stakeholder in all of this, and they have a unique opportunity to shape the future and long-term prosperity of Greece. They need to be innovative and flexible in their regulations and policies, in the same way startups need to be innovative and flexible. It's the same thing. In other words, innovation isn't limited only to academia and industry, but all this quadruple helix. Of course, Gandhi said that you know very well, the future depends on what you do today. So not to wait another train. You know, you remember the trains that we said in Greece, we lost this train, we lost the other train, we lost many trains. So my three key takeaways that I would like to remember for my first intervention: invest in technology for sustainable growth, embrace innovation and collaboration, and number three, leverage local talent and build ecosystems. And as a conclusion, investing in technology is about more than just capital, so I can come to the topic. It's about creating ecosystems that nurture talent, staying ahead of trends, and managing social impacts. By doing so, technology will be a powerful force for growth. And please allow me to close with this quote: "The future belongs to those who can imagine it, design it, and execute it." Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, it strikes me, you know, as we started this session, I think the word technology has come to be a synonym basically for artificial intelligence, machine learning, and if you're lucky, your mobile phone. But actually, you know, it's a much, much, much older word than that. And students sat on the hills down near Athens taking notes from Aristotle would have used technology to help them do it. So technology has been around a long time, but it's really interesting that what you said, your summary at the end there, would apply to that wax tablet just as much as it would apply to the technology of today. So those are excellent general words and a call to action. Let's move along to Mr. Efthymiadis, Chairman and CEO at THES. Give us your reflections, please.
First of all, thank you, I'd like to thank the economists for inviting me, and I'm very happy. I will be complimentary to what has been said so far, because technology is software, is hardware, it's infrastructure. And since we're talking about investments in technology, my subject has to do with investment, infrastructure, actually, infrastructure. And I want to say that when we talk about investment, technology, infrastructure, there are three barriers that hinder that. The first one is that the relation between universities, businesses, and research centers and the state lags behind. We have weaknesses, and we need to detect that in order to correct it. As a consequence, there are no central strategies and targets on behalf of the state. The state never came out to say that we have these priorities, we're doing that good in this, we're doing bad in that, we have this opportunity, etc. And the third is that we cannot fully leverage our human capital. I think that it's something that we see that everywhere. There is a difficulty in leveraging the human capital, both in Greece and outside Greece, and of course to retain the young people that go abroad and don't easily decide to come back. So we have invested 1.5% of the GDP on research and innovation, while the average European average is double, and in Israel is 5 times higher. In Belgium, same. Sweden, the same. So I'm talking about countries with almost the same population. Therefore, we need to invest more on R&D, and of course, the multinational companies that are present here should take that into consideration. And I'll tell you what my role in this contribution is. There are countries like Israel that have set priorities and strategies. They say that, okay, we are good in AI, we're good in cybersecurity, in computer engineering. The Swedish say I'm good in medicine, medical technology. The Swedish say I'm good in climate change. So they're getting specialized, and they get money from a central administration that decides and say, okay, I have this money, share it, distribute it in a way that will generate much more than what we spend. So in Greece, we don't have data for 2023, but I know that in 2022 we spent $1 billion for R&D, half of it from the private sector, and half of it from the public, from the universities and the research centers. So, as you can imagine, it becomes obvious what the situation is. However, I need to say that in the last 10 years, important steps were made in Greece. The current government does have a strategy on R&D and on investments in technology, and it demonstrates that. I would like it to be more brave, but well, it does show it to some extent. I'd like to tell you a few words mainly about the project I'm working on. I'm a former president of the Federation of Industries of Northern Greece, and I see there are many people living abroad, Greeks living abroad, that are willing to come back, but we cannot offer them a proper job to get a decision to come back. Therefore, I will undertake an initiative in order to connect the three pillars, that is the university, research centers, and the businesses and the state, with the aim being the industry-based innovation. So therefore, industrials need to say, okay, we need to solve some problems they can address to Microsoft, to Vodafone, or to Pfizer, and to see how they will tackle the problems in the open innovations. We all have a role. We need to say what are our priorities and how we can move forward. Allow me to show you this point. Okay, last year, said what my wishful thinking was. So this year we can say that we have initiated a project close to the airport of Thessaloniki. You can see it on the map, the Thes Intec. And we're trying to establish a quality restructure for 7,000 people who will be able to come in the 10 coming years. So this is a project, that's where it stands. You can see it on the slide where it stands now. So we have the money, we have the investors, and we can continue building. And that's our vision. That's our vision. So the priorities have already been set by the industries in cooperation with the research centers and the universities. They say that they're interested in AI, in clean energy, in logistics, agri-technology, etc. So this is the project, and that's how it's going to be completed. The focus of our effort lies in the people. 58% of the people come from the private sector, 40% from the public sector, that is universities, research institutes, Alexandria Innovation Zone, and some shareholders from the local society, the local administration. And on the other hand, we have the Federation of Industries, and the Federation of Exporters, and enterprises that put the money, put the hand in their pocket and gave money in order to start this project. So we get some funds from the European Union. We haven't spent any, not a cent from the European money. All we've done so far is with the money that we had. So the aim is this public, the PPP, and of course we want to be a company that develops this infrastructure, but we are non-for-profit. But we want all those who will be involved to gain money, because otherwise it's nonsense. So that's how the clusters will work. I'll give you some examples. So we have specific industries. From the other side, we have universities, research centers. You can see the different names. We have memoranda of understanding with foreign universities also, and we try to create the conditions and cooperate with the state, the academic community, and the research centers. That's how it will look. We need 2 more years to complete it. Hopefully in 2026. 1,500 people will be working already. So we have partners from Israel, Germany, USA. There's a big demand, maybe because it's the first time, and maybe because they realize that the human capital has a potential to leverage the technology that is generated by the universities and to give the so-called made very well in Greece.
Project, and it's really good to see it getting off the ground, so to speak, literally getting off the ground. And I look forward to following it over the
next year,
over the next few years. Yeah, who knows? Maybe in 2026, our conference will come from nearer to the airport than we are now. Okay, let's move along then to Kostas. It's great to see you, have you back again. One of the themes that's come up in the conversation so far is the deficit in local talent and how critical it is to develop that local talent. Your university has a role to play, and a key role to play, as do the other universities, all further education in Greece. How are you playing that role? What are the prospects and the reforms on the way and required to make sure that the tertiary sector in education sector in Greece delivers the talent that these gentlemen require?
Alistair, thank you very much for the invitation. And The Economist, when I saw the topic of the session today and I saw the representation of the speakers, of the panelists, I said, boy, that's the appropriate setup. You have the government, you have technology companies, you have research hubs, and then innovation hubs, and then you have universities in this kind of discussion. This is exactly what you need now.
And the industry.
And the industry, yeah. Well, the companies, the technology companies are the industry, right? What's the point? I was listening very carefully to the others, and I have very good news to share, which is, it seems to me that we all share the same vision. And this is very fundamental for one key word, which is collaboration, right? Very fundamental. We share the same vision. And the second good news is that if everybody has covered everything, I have to cut it short. Mm-hmm. So we go fast. I'll go fast then. Technology. Technology depends on infrastructure, and technology depends on talent, expertise. Deep expertise, specialized expertise. But because the topics and the challenges are very complex, a single expertise is not enough. You need a lot of expertise together to work so that they can tackle the challenge effectively. Now, this expertise have one characteristic. Technology is evolving very quickly, so this expertise should be evolving along the same time. They become quickly obsolete, some of them. So you need to do reskilling, upskilling, and all these things, right? So, what is the role of education on that? What is the role of learning, I would say, on that? I'll be very iconoclastic. The traditional model is we, the universities, know what learning means, come to us and we will teach you. This does not work anymore. In my mind, this does not work anymore. In other words, what we need to do is that we need all to collaborate. We've seen what Microsoft has done for upskilling, significant work, right? Collaborate among ourselves in setups like the universities, in setups like research centers, including the industry, the government, companies, research centers, innovation, and universities, so that we develop the right skills and competencies for these particular learners. Now, this might sound theoretical. On our end, we are trying to do our best. Our school, our executive development department, has designed a program for Thessaloniki for university students from all disciplines. We call it the Future Leaders Lab. It is financed and supported by companies, so it's free to the students, very gifted students. So what we do is that we try to upskill them beyond their discipline. We develop horizontal skills so that they can become lifelong learners, okay? This is our way to do it. This is our way to open up the learning, not as a monopoly of the university, but as a joint force of the significant stakeholders. It works very well, and we're very proud of it, and it is just an example of where learning goes. Right, thank you.
Thanks very much. Minister, I want to come back to you, right back to the beginning of the conversation. I mean, you gave us a brief outline of your policy positions here in this area, but you've heard now from industry leaders and from the academic sector. We've heard about various projects. We've heard some very interesting statistics on this area. What are your reflections? Are you absolutely comfortable with the position the government is taking? Is there more that you need to be doing, do you think, to deliver what's needed to really allow this technology to accelerate growth in Greece?
Όχι, θεωρώ πως είμαστε σε ένα πολύ καλό σημείο, αλλά έχουμε πολλά πράγματα να κάνουμε ακόμα.
We are at a good point, but there are a lot to be done. Things evolve. A couple of years ago, AI, even though was there, but now we have LLMs to show us how AI can influence our lives. And then there was a need to create infrastructure and structures. AI Act by the EU dictates us to do specific things. Beyond regulation, we need to see in Greece what is the agency that will run the regulatory framework of AI, what is the relation with other independent authorities, what are we going to do with data that are digitized, how are they be ready for AI and at the same time safe, so as continue to be safe, especially health data. For me, this sector, I expect to give us more results, especially with screening methods. What are we going to do with justice, which is very slow in Greece? If we visit the courts, warehouses, you will see thousands of cases remaining there. So we want all these cases to be digitized to allow judges access. So we need to see what lags behind for us and try to correct it. New technologies are important, and now we are introducing two vouchers to accelerate broadband in our lives, so as to have high speed internet in all households. So each of us should run what is responsible for, and of course meet around the table and discuss what is a common vision. The secret is cooperation, and I think that Greece is doing well in that. It's not only my point of view, but indicators of Europe show that Greece is not lagging behind any longer. We as government run skills programs. This is not only our responsibility, but of the private sector as well, and we need to try harder.
A hard stop. If you need to leave us, then we won't take offence. You can leave if you need to.
I have 5 more minutes. So.
You've got 5 more minutes? Okay. Excellent, because we've only got 5 more minutes, so that coordinates very well. Well, very, very briefly, I want to ask the two representatives from the industry here, from Vodafone and Microsoft, what do you need from the government that you're not getting? Let's start with Vodafone.
Αν και απαντήσατε, και χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ που και εμείς αναγνωρίζουμε να γίνει περισσότερη δουλειά, είμαστε στο ένταση, αλλά πρέπει να ζητάμε. Νομίζω ότι το κομμάτι του συνσχεδιασμού είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Δηλαδή, δεν μπορούμε να μιλάμε για IoT συσκευές και να έχουμε 5G highways. Οι εταιρείες πρέπει να ξέρουν.
We need 5G highways. Companies need to know what the plans are, and this is a very important part. And the second has to do with a reformation framework. We have Internet of Things, etc. And the other one, the third element, is we're talking about digital societies. We're talking about more flexible forms of working. So there's no more 9 to 5. We are, as a multinational, we strive to have the working rights but with more flexible forms in order to attract nomads, digital nomads. Yes, so we have a great cooperation with the government in the last years, and the government has made important leaps in the field of digitalization, and we have a very good cooperation, and we want to further foster skilling and upskilling to make sure that an increasing number of employees will upgrade their knowledge.
You had a word you wanted to reflect on this?
Ναι, ήθελα να πω ότι
What I want you to keep from this discussion is the state fully understands that we need to change the production model. The existing one needs to become more competitive, and it needs to be based on what the industry needs, what the multinationals need. This is the most important turning point of today's reality. We all feel together with the state that we need to transform our production model and make it more competitive worldwide. Greece needs to play an important role worldwide, not just in the southeastern Europe. And of course, the cohabitation memorandum of understanding between all of them, flow of knowledge, all these are very important. This is what was missing, and we wanted to foster it. And the projects we're working on will give us this opportunity.
The reputation Greece has for a lack of collaboration, that's certainly not the problem on this panel. So we'll leave it there. We've had an excellent discussion. I find this area fascinating. I'd love to talk for another hour or two, but I'm sure nobody else would. So let's just leave it there. Please join me in thanking what's been another excellent panel. Thank you. Do stay with us as we move on to our final panel here. Stay in your seats. Don't go anywhere.
Thanks.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
See you again. Okay, we're going to finish things off with what I hope will be a highlight of the day for you. We've spent a lot of time today with government ministers. We could have had a cabinet meeting in here if we'd chosen so to do. But I want to give the final word, the final opportunity to address this audience to a member of the opposition. We have, once again, it's a real pleasure to invite back to the stage Nikos Papas, leader of the parliamentary group of Syriza Progressive Alliance. We have met before, and it's been a pleasure. So please come back and join me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please take a seat.
I thought I would...
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. So, Greece's future landscape and targets to be met. I'm sure you have your views.
Yes, but that is quite a difficult subject, although you had a very, very interesting two-day event, and congratulations to Mrs. Pasarivaki and you. Dear guests, thank you very much, and let me just keep going in English for half a minute. I'm sure you had great discussions with all the cabinet members, and I think this event is of paramount importance, and it comes together with a major event of designing and implementing economic policy in Greece every year, and I wish every success for now and the years to come. Now let me go back to Greek. Κυρίες και κύριοι,
Ladies and gentlemen, the representatives of the political powers, when they address to audiences like yours, that is, audiences of highly qualified audience, they make a mistake. They tend to embellish some fields in order not to be exposed through difficult and harsh realities. I want to break this rule today. I deeply believe that the truths that arise from some harsh realities are better. So, what is the Greece today? What are the challenges it faces? And what are the future challenges? How we will address these challenges, and I'm referring to political and market forces. Okay, let's think the other way around, and I'm inviting you to imagine the future. We need to do that in order to imagine how the reality will be in 10 or 20 years from now, and to think what kind of presentation a speaker like me would make in 10 years from now. So, ladies and gentlemen, in order for Greece to stand on its feet, there must be active people that live decently, that is, sustainable conditions in an environment that generates added value. So the first and foremost challenge is that Greece is aging faster than its births. The number of deaths exceeds the number of births, and this becomes increasingly worse. The long-term crisis and the unequal distribution of wealth, the inequalities in the tax policy affect the rate of birth. The cost, the housing cost, the purchasing power. So if we were in the same conference in 2034, we would be 500,000 less citizens living in this country, and much older. So if the political system doesn't act, if the political system doesn't assume this responsibility, this is going to be the reality. That's what the demographics demonstrate. And unfortunately, no incentives are given to our young people that have left abroad. So apart from the mortality and the birth rate problems, in the last years we've had brain drain, that is immigration towards abroad, and this is also this was where mostly people, active people. Young people. And of course, this is a problem that has already affected the offer of jobs, employment offer. So, as a position, we have submitted two bills of law in order to find a solution to problems like high prices. They never arrived to the parliament, and this is a political choice that has results. There is another great challenge, environment. A few days ago, I visited as a sensitized citizen, above all, and as a head of Syriza, the location that the Pagasetikos Gulf that experienced a big disaster. A series of mistakes that and a wrong perception about the time limits that we have resulted in the death of thousands of fish that affected the aquifer, the flora and fauna, the aquaculture of the area, and of course the tourist industry of the area. And this was also a result of political choices. The climate change is based on scientific data since 20 years. They're not assumptions. So after giving a lot of money for infrastructure, the Thessaloniki Gulf was found to be unprotected, and a large part of it was destroyed. And of course, it was not the first time it was destroyed, and within the 3 years it suffered these destructions. No work for protection against flood was built. So there's also delay in the modernization projects. So imagine that we are in 2034 in the Conference of the Economists. So unless the political system changes mindset and priorities, we will have less cultivated land, and we will have empty villages and much more contaminated water, polluted water. And of course, it will not worth having a political discussion in this case. And the third challenge is the productive model of the country. I heard to what was said in the previous panels, and there are important giant companies present in the countries. So the states needs to create conditions for effective investments. When an investment is effective, not when it comes here to produce something, but when this product is spread in the company with effective interventions of the state, and when the product can affect and can improve the life and the productivity of the companies and the citizens. And that's where the irreplaceable role of the state interventions lies. Even the industry giants need a rational, a sound state intervention in order to produce their products and in order to disseminate them across the economy and the society. The production model needs to be improved. An over-concentration production model will not increase the effectiveness of the economy as a whole. Political choices that disseminate the resources, which of course need to be leveraged in the best possible way. But political choices that disseminate the available resources to very few companies do not improve the overall effectiveness of the economy. In 2034, if we are attending the Economist Conference outside this hall, maybe there will what will count most will be to think of the lost opportunities of our country, the missed opportunities that were not exploited by the country. But we cannot build the future with memories, and we cannot build the future if we're just realistic. But to build the future, we need to take the correct political decisions. We in Syriza, we believe that we make proposals, and at the closure of the international fair, Mr. Kasselakis will be present and he will develop our economic proposal. That's one political reality. These are harsh political choices which, in our view, do not eradicate the roots of the causes that led to the previous financial crisis. These causes still persist, and we need to show that we know and we can predict, and we can ensure that these roots will not find a way to bloom again and to cause trouble to our society. We need a cohesive policy, and I confessed to Mrs. Pasardaki on my way from the western side of Thessaloniki. I was 10 kilometers away from here, and according to the GPS, I had to drive for 50 minutes. And that was a mistake, and I will explain to you. The government of Syriza in 2018 had developed the National Development Strategy. That was a big document of hundreds of pages, which was agreed with the EU authorities, and of course, all of the projects and the works that were contained in this National Development Strategy would be financed. There was the internal ring road and the flyover of Thessaloniki and the ways in which they were constructed led to these congestions in the city. And this is a phenomenon that all the political parties must discuss and must consider And we needed to agree, as it was the case in the digital. Mr. Papasteriou was here. He was a very successful mayor. So in the field of digital policy, there has been a very successful relay, but this was not the case in the case of infrastructure. So if we continue the implementation of important projects in the same rhythm, we would have much better results. The aim being to leverage the existing EU funds. I'm talking about those that haven't been contracted, and in order to make the new technologies available, accessible, and of course with the restoration of the state and the prestige of the institutions, the rule of law, justice, and with a society that is responsible for the future of the future. So rights and there are rights and obligations, and in this sense, it's not efficient, the people that exercise power to waive responsibility. Greece can do much better, and I'm sure that sound policies will replace today's problems.
Future cannot wait, and the pictures of 2034, in which I mentioned earlier, all is good. Oh, okay. And the pictures of 2034 I mentioned earlier, we have the possibility to take measures now so as not to face them. Thank you once again for the invitation, Alistair and Mrs. Pasarevaki. I think it's not positive to play the blame game nowadays. I wish you all the best with this the conference.
Come and join me.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thanks. Thanks very much. Well, that's a great way to close off the day. I think we do tend to, it is very easy to fall into a pattern of hearing from ministers and hearing how well everything's going. It's very nice to hear finally that maybe there are other ways of looking at things. We've put you through the intellectual mill today. We've covered an awful lot of ground. It's been a lot of intense conversation. I hope it's been useful and valuable to you. I've found it extremely enjoyable and stimulating. And I think we've had just a series of excellent speakers all through the day from first thing in the morning. But it has been a long day. I'm really grateful to you for sticking with us. We need to thank one or two people. I'll thank very emphatically the team at Economist Impact, Nectaria and her team, who make everything work and make it so easy to stand up here and keep the day moving. I'd like to thank our partner Power Game, our sponsors DEI, Actor, Tejan, and OC, DEPA Commercial, Hellenic Energy, and Hedno and Vodafone. I'd like to thank all of them who make everything go well as well. Technical team at the back never get thanks, they should do. And the interpreters, of course, who are my favourite people of all. But most of all, as always, I'd like to thank all of you for your attention, your participation, and your staying with us over the course of the day. And I look forward to seeing you for the 5th Thessaloniki Metropolitan Summit in a year's time. Thank you.